existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Leo, I know our makeup artist is out sick, but I don't understand why you're the one doing my makeup.
Because I'm French, Jack, and French people know how to do makeup. Don't move.
I don't think it looks very good.
It looks perfect. Look at you. You're beautiful.
Guys, I gotta say, I'm really not super sold on this. It's giving more Matchmaker from Mulan than anything else. I will say, love the glitter. Really giving.
Look at his confidence. Look, he's shiny, he's bright. It's perfect, Jack. You're gonna be perfect.
Super Week! Welcome to day 2 of EML Super Week. And we're so glad to have you here with us live from our fortress in beautiful Copenhagen.
With great makeup this time. Everyone gave up on my idea. I thought that what they did was pretty good. No?
We couldn't keep it.
Yeah.
You've got to have a pretty wry sense of humor to do a whole show with that makeup on, Leo, I'll be honest.
We've done worse, if you remember in the Halloween shows that we had back in the day, Jack, when we looked fabulous.
Prosthetic faces and all that going on. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I will say. Good times, and we have a lot of great ones coming up in this rest of the week. Of course, 3 play days back to back to back, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We are, of course, on the Tuesday. Hi, I'm Milos, your host. By my side are Alfama and Fresh to take you through all the happenings in EML. First of all, a hard-hitting question. It's a variable on a game that is played all over the world, which is, who would you, from players that I would give you, all 3 of them, who would you keep, trade, or kick from your team?
Keep, trade, kick.
Yeah. First one, I'll focus on the IGL part for you here, Fresh. We'll say a bit more international. Who would you keep, kick, or trade for anyone else among Felipox?
Yep.
Likefak?
Yep. Oh.
And Alamo.
I would kick Alamau immediately.
Fair enough.
Kick Alamau, get him gone. he ghosts against Brazilians. There is no way he can be in a team of mine. I would keep Leaky Fack. I think he's so integral to Falcons and consistently one of the best IGLs. We hear his communications. He thinks and is able to play the game at such high level. I'm not saying other people can't, but he's so good. And then I would trade Felipox. Does it have to be for an IGL, or can I trade for anybody?
Whoever, really.
Trade Felipox for Shaiko.
Fair enough. He just wants to rebuild. I guess fair enough.
I'm starting the team with Leaky fucking Shaiko then, aren't I? That's great.
Leo, for you, I'm going to say the same 3 roles.
Okay.
I guess the same 3 choices that you would have, but the focus is more on who's really supporting this team, putting it together. So
nice.
You have to choose from these supports, who would you keep, trade, or kick? Bride, Handy, or Stompin'.
All right. I am keeping Stompin'. I am kicking Bride because I'm projecting the future. Bride is already 30 years old, although he's the GOAT. I'm just focusing on the future. And that means I have to trade Handy, which is really, really tough.
I'm surprised you wouldn't trade Stompin'. It's worth a lot of movement.
I will trade Handy with Nade. No difference. Easy peasy.
I like that.
Fair enough. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. It's kind of a refresher, maybe throwing a bit of Brazil in there, but we have a lot to talk about. We did talk a lot yesterday, but the focus should be clear. There are 3 things that we need to focus on here that are on the line. One, that is who makes it to playoffs next week and the one after. Number 2, who makes it to the regional finals in December. And thirdly, what is it like in relegations, or what's the fight like in that position? Want to structure things piece by piece. Let's start off with the playoffs fight and what's been happening in there.
Absolutely. The first thing you guys have to remember, we're only playing with 6 points left. 6 points left, 2 play days. And 2 things to notice here. Falcons and G2 are locked in for playoffs, but for the rest, it's all to play for. Something else you need to focus on here, look at Wolves, look at Fnatic. Currently in the top 6, 2 teams that were 9th and 10th of stage 1. We can see great progress here. Will that be enough for the playoffs? We're not sure yet.
Well, in the middle of that table, there's a lot of possibilities, and we got numbers to crunch, Jack.
Yeah, we really do. As Leo said, we've got 2 teams already confirmed for playoffs. We've got 8 teams, and here's their possible scenario. Just to explain this graphic before we delve into the scenario planning, we expect the line for playoffs to be somewhere between 12 and 13 points. That's what it was last stage. It's what it was also in the NAL as well. So we've got 3 clusters of teams, and you'll see in the blocks here, this is their opponents that they're against. If there's a color, it means they're against opponent that are in the playoff race. If there is no color, such as Falcons and G2, it means they're against an opponent that's already qualified. Now, there are 3 blocks and 3 groupings of teams. You've got Gen.G, Secret, and Wolves. Now, these are the front runners. These are the ones where if they achieve 6 points out of their next 2 games, we expect them to be clearly qualified for playoffs. The reason being is that height there, or even their lowest, especially in the case of Gen.G, is above the bottom group. Now, the bottom group, all the way over here, we've got Wild, VP, Matchco. Even if they win 6 points, it's unlikely. They need other results to go their way. What does that leave us? It leaves us with the middle group here being Fnatic and BDS. Now, what do you see on that picture? BDS and Fnatic play each other tomorrow in the very final play day. We expect that is going to be more or less a straight shootout for playoffs and potentially going in there for the Munich Major. Now, that's just the playoffs, that's just the Munich Major, but there's also an overall league table at standings.
That is a lot on the line. Of course, there's our league table to kind of give better standings on this, because the next topic is about the regional finals, and that is a combination of your performance in stage 1 from June, July, and this stage in the autumn, Leo.
Yes, and if you take those points combined, you can check that G2, Falcons, Secret, Gen.G, all 4 teams here in the top of the leaderboard have made it and have qualified for EML regional finals. What does that mean, Jack? Only 2 spots are remaining.
2 spots remaining, but every single team is still in the hunt for those final 2 spots for regional finals. Why are regional finals important? Of course, we've had them previously. Previously, they did not grant a ticket. This time, if you play in the regional finals and you win it, or come second, depending on who wins the Munich Major, you will be getting your ticket to the 6th Invitational. What that means is there's a world where teams down the bottom, the Fnatics, the Wilds, the Matchcos on this table, could still get SI without really actually having any SI points accumulated across the year.
And there's 40,000 euros also
and a bit
for the top team that ends up winning this. But that's our second topic. Our third one is relegation, and we've been narrowing this down over stage 2. We'll put it one more time with all 5 teams, Leo.
Yes, so let's focus on the bottom 4, because Gen.G is pretty much safe here. Only 4 teams are fighting and 2 will survive. The real idea here is that 2 will get relegated at the end. And we look at this and think, wait, Matchco and Wild will be playing each other, and Wild loses today in regulation. If they don't take a single point, that's it. They will be relegated. And if you look at Wolves, as a reminder, you just showed it here on the telestrator, Jack. Wolves are playing G2 and Falcons. The last 2 play days, it's going to be really rough for them to gain any point.
That's a big point for me, is we've got 4 teams within a 3-point radius of each other, that, especially when they're playing each other as well for relegation, as that race is hottening up. That game, the final game today, can't wait.
Relegation is really important. Of course, it is still a combination of performance in both stages, and only the 5 affiliate teams, not the partners, that are part of that chat. However, let's bring the things up for today and our schedule for day 2 as our super week, as we take some more comfortable seats of where we're standing. Gentlemen, every single game today matters in its own way, so let's break it down.
Yeah, and there's a crazy schedule as well. The first 2 games, here's what we're going to be focusing on. It's the race for the top 2. We've got Gen.G, we've got Falcons playing. Really, we'll see if they'll still be both in the race because they currently occupy the 2nd and 3rd position. Then, once we get to games 3, 4, and 5, we're going to be switching our focus to relegation. We've got Virtus Pro there, we've got Wolves, and then we've got that relegation showdown on the very final game there, Matchco against Wild.
On the first 2 games, Fnatic and BDS, 2 partner organizations that are supposed to make it to playoffs, are supposed to make it to regional finals, and it's all in the play in the last 2 play days. It's going to be really close between these 2.
So, gentlemen, a smooth transition then into our matchup. Let's go put it up on the screen. It's Fnatic versus Gen G, 2 big hopefuls in Stage 2, improving massively from Stage 1. Gen G on the up and up, but let's talk about Fnatic first because they've impressed everybody. Jack has had the copium just strung right at him.
They have, and I will say to a limit. They came out the blocks, they played a boatload of Cafe, by the way. They got a lot of wins, and they did that by playing really diverse strategies on Cafe. I think they've fallen off in terms of points recently. They lost to Falcons, they lost to G2, they lost to Virtus Pro, and I think that game yesterday really was a stinger. I think they came out yesterday, they tweeted that they had commitment issues with their plan. They weren't really playing themselves, so I think we're looking for them to course correct on to that today.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is the trajectory of that team that started really strong in that Stage 2 and they're starting to fall off. We can feel like we see some kind of ceiling, maybe one where a clear IGL is not identified, maybe one where the hesitations happen, and that's always going to happen at the end of a honeymoon. There is no worse timing for it to happen. That's straight in the super week of your group stage. That's the one moment you need to bounce back, and that needs to start with against Gen G.
Well, Gen G, as you say, are on the other side. We talked about their seesaw yesterday, but overall, great performance in the last 2 games.
I'm really enjoying watching Gen G at the minute. They've really knit together as a team. One of the criticisms when this roster was ends was that it was 4 guys plus a lens, right? They've really worked on that. They've got the team together. They're under Naqua's IGL, and they look phenomenally strong.
2 things about this. Look at the stats. Look at Deadshot. Look at Asa. Look at the recent pickups from Gen G. Players that were struggling hard before. That are now the main leaders of that team, both above 110 EPS. It's great to see Deadshot perform. Great to see Asa as a support step up as well.
Now, gentlemen, if I may, can we just pull up that league table one more time just to put all the points out there? Look at what's going on in here. Gen G are fighting to get into the top 2.
Yeah.
Fnatic are fighting for their lives in playoffs in the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. We think that it will be Fnatic BDS tomorrow that will really determine it, but if Fnatic can pull a result today and put themselves onto 13 points, they pretty much will confirm it today. And also, they'll drag Gen G into that similar points territory. For all Gen G have been good, they don't want to be in that mid-table of the pack. For Gen G, this is an opponent they need to get through, and really, what it does is it then puts the pressure on Falcons, who's playing next up.
The real thing for Gen G here, if they win, is to make it in that top 2. Prove that they can win in the top 2. And for me, they've kind of already proved it. If you look at the match yesterday, they lose to Falcons. But look at this. It's all the way to overtime, all the way on the last round. It's a 2v2. And honestly, it could have went either way.
Yeah.
And so that was against Falcons, okay. But what about the G2 game? Well, Gen G beat G2 all the way in overtime as well. So for me, they've went all 15 rounds against G2, against Falcons, the historical top 2 of Europe. They're kind of proving, at least in the year ones, that they can contend to that top 2 in Europe.
That's very impressive, and we lauded them for it on those 2 days and play days last week and yesterday. However, we need to talk about our map for this series. Gentlemen, we are going to Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Well, didn't you say Wild were chalet merchants? What does that make Fnatic? Cafe merchants?
Yeah. Fnatic are Cafe merchants. I mean, if you look at it, their first 3 play days, the first 4 play days, they played mainly on Cafe. They mainly won. And then they switched off it recently when they played up against G2 and Falcons and lost. So, I think for Fnatic, it's certainly a map they played a lot this stage and one that they're prepared to play against anybody. Clearly, Gen G have gone into this and have seen that Fnatic will be happy to play it, and I think done a little bit of counter strategy there. Wouldn't actually be surprised. We've seen Fnatic play a lot of like the Pulse, the Valkyrie on their defenses. You know, a little bit eccentric bands maybe to come out from Gen G.
It's absolutely something I would be looking for. They've bbeen abusing Fnatic, the Intel operators. We've seen Sarks on Pulse how many times on Cafe, feeding all of the information.
Inside the train, just that's his spot.
Literally, calling the C4s or calling the retakes. He's done that all the time. But whenever they're in attack, Fnatic is cheesy. They love their little picks. They love their split takes and rappels all over the site to take top floor. First focusing on the bathroom, then on their skylight, then cocktail. We know all about the strategies. We've seen it like 3 or 4 times this stage. So I hope that Gen G have done the work, and I hope that they know they're going into this with counter strats.
I mean, if they showed it against G2, they showed it against Falcons, it sets the bar quite high for this game. If anything, we're expecting yet another banger here in EML, though. Speaking of bangers, let's bring up our commentators for our next game. Of course, Ace and Dez. Gentlemen, I hope you had a banging lunch and dinner for this game and really get yourselves going before it, because we are going to have a long-ass night of matches. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I think Tim's thinking about his afters already, and this game might well be those afters, right, Tim?
My dinner, I'm going to say dinner, I would say tea.
Yeah, I would say
my
tea as well,
dinner
Tim.
was very disappointing. There was nothing in that I had time to cook, so I've had some toast. I'm gutted.
Oh, mate. That is
British
miserable. You know,
cuisine.
you know what I've been stacking on, mate? Other crisps are available. Hula hoops and an apple that I haven't had a chance to eat yet.
Jesus,
I
man.
need something.
Neither
I'm
of
gonna
you are
need
doing
something
British
as this
cuisine
goes on.
anything here.
That
Dinner
tells
comes
so
in about
much
3
about this
hours.
culture.
It's too early for dinner.
I don't know.
I'm a
I
late
made you
night eater. I
lovely
don't eat until
tofu
like 8
mushroom
o'clock.
curry. He's got hula hoops, man.
Yeah, he's just destroyed everything you've built.
I know.
All of
I
my
was
cro-
doing such good groundwork.
I would love a shepherd's pie right about now. On that note, gentlemen, we're going to leave
yeah.
it to you for Fnatic versus Gen G. Take it away.
Wow, I really want a shepherd's pie now. Milos just says that. Used to be like cottage pie or shepherd's pie. Very, very small difference between the two, but love both. However, Tim, all we really get to feast our eyes on is going to be this game. And it's a really interesting one for a few reasons. You've heard the desk kind of speak about it. Fnatic on a 3-map win streak on Cafe is their bread and butter. But the last time they lost it, I'll let you take one guess at who they lost it to, Tim.
Was it Gen G, Des?
It was Gen G, Tim. 7-4 at the back end of last stage. So Gen G are saying, we've done it here once, guys. We don't care that you feel like you're hot shit this stage on it. We're here to bring you down and take them 3 points and get themselves back into that top 2. Fnatic, though, sorely need that point. They play against BDS tomorrow. Right now, they're sat on the same points as BDS. We could be down for a final Playday showdown between those two for who gets that last spot. And this game is what's going to set us up for it.
Bands come in. It's going to be Azami and Monte. 0 surprises. Piano will be a little bit quicker to take without the Azami on the board. Second ones will come in.
The Grim,
a
maybe?
Second. They're not locking him in, Des. There we go. I was waiting for the timer to drop down. I was like, come on, don't leave me hanging like this. Castle and Grim. You're correct with the Grim. The Castle just leaning kind of further into the Azami pick there. Getting rid of another one of those architects. Castle, we've seen, you know, a lot of power around blocking off Cigar, creating some safety for players to play inside of the shop, you know, that sort of area. So yeah, I think that's probably a good show.
Yeah, I mean, the Monty and the Grim, to touch on that quickly, are the two most banned attackers against Fnatic on this map. Teams just don't want to deal with the execute assist that comes out of the Grim or the pressure that comes out of the Monty. Of course, we saw Jex running it an awful lot yesterday to limited effect, I'd probably say, on Consulate against VP, but still something that we don't want to see, at least from the side of Gen G, to be facing off against. And the bans that came out of Fnatic, a little bit different, to be fair. Don't often see them banned away against the side of Gen G, so a little bit of a mix up there for Fnatic. We'll see what they've got in mind. Let's see how things go, Tim. We are into round 1. Let's see how Cafe kicks off our second day of Super Week.
Straight down to the basement. Of course, we saw Cafe yesterday, and we saw a little bit of aversion to the basement. Aversion to... Is it really a basement? I don't know it's a basement. It's ground floor. A little bit of aversion to
I had
the
the
kitchen.
exact same monologue with myself yesterday. If you remember, I was just like, it's not really the basement, it's the first floor, but we can call it basement, so everyone knows what we mean.
Oh
We mean
gosh,
the
Des, it's
bottom
not the
floor.
first floor. Good heavens. We're going to get into
no,
that.
no, we
Ground
can't be
floor,
having that.
first floor, second floor.
Correct.
Don't get started. We're on EML here. We're not on NAL. Good heavens.
To play a little bit of devil's advocate, I can understand how first floor could be
I
seen
get
as the
the
floor that you
logic,
first get into.
but
I
it's
see
wrong.
it. It is wrong, yes.
Let's get into it. We're 30 seconds in. We've got Gen G just going to be
Do
knowing.
Europe call it ground floor as well and first floor? Or they say first floor for the entry floor?
Pretty sure it's ground floor. I'm thinking to the lifts in France.
Yeah.
We were staying in Paris a lot, and yeah, it would be like deuxième étage, which is second floor.
That doesn't help us in this conversation.
no.
They have a ground floor?
I think it is still ground.
Hey! Sharks, the man who was carrying through yesterday, is down now. I'll tell you what, we'll let Leo or we'll let Chat or Milos or someone else confirm for us, because we'll be here forever trying to figure this one out otherwise. But yep, that entry comes through onto the Starman for Fnatic yesterday. Sadly, that's the sledge offline. Not the end of the world. They've got the buck on side. Jake's going to balance things out and get rid of Naquo, but here's Deadshot on the flank. A couple of times here already in this round, the Fnatic have been just bitten off a little bit by players on Gen G that they simply didn't realise were in a spot to pull off a flank like that.
Yeah, they've got to deal with Deadshot. He's up on the top. You know, let's not forget, you could be forgiven for tuning in a little bit late here and thinking, oh, they're attacking top floor. No, they're not. They're attacking kitchen. Fnatic is just running round kind of head. What?
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Just give him the round. Just give him the ace, give him the round, because Deadshot is just absolutely slamming him at the mid. Croxer manages to get one. Skies denies the ace, picks up the round, closely out for Gen G. But look, Fnatic did not do a good job of clearing top floor there. Got to call it as I see it. You know, you're attacking Kitchen. Yes, you have to clear top floor. You can't ignore Deadshot up there, but they just fed him. One by one, you know, apart from that last flick, you know, spraying some bullets into Piano and getting a little bit lucky, I think it's fair to say. But ultimately, they just gave him too many opportunities to be able to win those fights, and you've got to push him 2 or 3 at once. Even if you take a death, you've got to guarantee the kill. You know, it's 2-3. He's out of the window. He's up. Look, no idea he's there. No idea he's there. And then, no idea he's there. Not a clue. Like,
no idea he's there for this one either.
No idea he's there.
Actually, no, he has got an idea, but still dead.
You know, look, all joking aside, Fnatic, you got to lock that in quickly. You know, this is round 1. It's not going to be an easy game against Gen G. If you're going to let them have control of a top floor like that, run around and, you know, multiple players are going to act as if Deadshot's not there, or that they haven't had the comms, or that they don't know exactly where, you know, that's a problem. They've got to iron that out quickly. Look, it's first round. They don't need to pop and take a round or 2 to wake up. But yeah, they've got to sort that out. They're fundamentals. They've got to sort that out.
Well, we'll see if they do, Tim, because the first 2 rounds against Virtus Pro yesterday on Consulate, generational bottle. Jags on the Monty, I'm pretty sure, falling through hatch 4 times. It was a little bit like, come on, mate, that's not intentional now. Like, you're giving it away. You're taking pressure away from the team. And so if they find themselves already giving up 2 rounds early in this game, it's going to feel like a bit of a sting, because those are 2 rounds that they'll look at and say, we really booked those up. Like, it was basically, it was quite literally starting off with a 2-0 deficit, and then it's just a constant uphill battle from there, especially given they've started on attack in both of those games, or this game and the one from yesterday. But let's go to round 2, see if things are a little bit more straightforward for them. No shield on side team, but we have got the Thatcher, and we saw a little bit of Thatcher use yesterday when trying to push in towards mining window. Of course, it wasn't double chained together, so the C4 still came out and still managed to find a freebie onto a shield player. Wasn't the most ideal, but maybe we're going to see more of the same out of Wizard here, just to make sure there are no C4s heading in for them, or maybe to help deal with the clash.
Silver gets launched across Piano, just looking to open up the washroom wall. Prevent anybody from playing inside of there. Croxon is going to pick up Asa, so that's a big start, but what's Sky's doing here? He fancies a little bit with the LMG here, does he? He's going to dip away from the hole that's already been created. It's a tough angle to challenge from the rappel, so for me, I'd be going on the run out of the garage wall rather than looking at that white stairs door. Maybe just give yourself that extra bit of space. Deadshot and Croxon will pick each other up, so nothing changes in terms of the man count. 4 versus 3. Fnatic have got control of Piano and Cigar side. They need to start sweeping across this top floor now, but with that wall open into washroom as well, pressure's going to mount quickly on Gen G. They've been forced away, so the verticals are now going to be used by Fnatic, but also be able to push down white stairs as well, so this is really big.
Half a turn from Wizard as well, I think, to find someone lurking in below, and he is right. There are 2 players hanging out at the bottom of white here. Enough they need to force them back a little bit. Deepex one rounding, and of course those EMPs up above could well assist against Nako, but you just see him scuttle away up towards Red 90, and he is safe with his team. We're into the last 50 seconds or so though here, Tim. They've got the man advantage. Surely don't see them giving this one up, but that clash is definitely going to be a frustrating point to deal with.
Yeah, they've had a much better round here at Fnatic. I spoke about fundamentals last time around. The top floor clearance has been much, much better. You know, the way that they're pushing these defenders round, using those verticals, much, much better. And really, yes, you want to see them, you know, if a team is going to play like this on the attack, you want to see them have an opportunity to put the diffuser down and go that step further and see if they can get themselves around. Out comes the Shamikas, though. They're going to start launching into that default plant spot. There's plenty of them left, and they will be able to deny out the rest of the round. A lot of damage is done in there. You can't plant whilst in the fire. Nako moves in, manages to pick up Jag. Skies is taken down 2v2, and the battle is all coming around Reading Room. It's going to be Gen G that win it out, and that's 2-0.
Yeah, really well held. Just constantly having Nako on the move as well. Yeah, you look at a clash and think, cool, drop the shield down, play behind it, no problem at all. But it was the fact that he was constantly moving there in the last 60 seconds or so, that despite verticals being opened up where he initially was, they just could not get the pin down on him, and has even managed to get himself inside of Reading Door, exactly where it needs to be to stop a plant going down, be able to challenge on towards players. Really well played and really well maneuvered by Nako. The 4v3 not going the way of Fnatic, and just like yesterday, Tim, They start the game down 0-2, and they're going to have to get some recovery efforts on the go here. It was a map that, as we said, they have loved all stage long. They've won 3 times. But the wheels starting to come off when it matters most here, right at the back end of the stage, and they've got a chance to make it into playoffs.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? They're now playing under pressure, serious pressure. You know, it's been a tough year for Fnatic. We've spoken about it, you know, multiple times. They've had a resurgence here in stage 2. We've seen some of the best performances that we've seen out of them in a long time, and getting through to playoffs would be a huge marker for them to say, you know, look, that improvement is there, it's real, it's tangible, but they are still going to need some points. They've got 2 games left to do it. You feel like 1 win out of the 2 games is probably enough. It puts them on 13. We've spoken about it, the desk have mentioned it. We're expecting that threshold for playoffs to be somewhere around the 12 mark, maybe 13 if it's a good stage. So 1 win out of the 2 will do for Fnatic. So I think, you know, maybe they need to not see this as kind of all or nothing. They want to get it done now. Get a win here, yeah, you're laughing, you move on. You know, you've got your 13 points, you're probably in playoffs. You know, there's a very good chance. But they need to just kind of try and ignore that pressure a little bit and think, you know, there's another, this is our bonus shot. This is our chance. We can lock it down tomorrow if we need to be against BDS. They don't want to get there, but yeah, it just seems like maybe over the last couple of days the pressure's having an impact. I don't know.
The only thing I worry about is if it does come down to tomorrow. Like, this has actually been quite a tight stage. Like, you know, Falcons have lost a game, G2 have lost 2, Gen G have lost 3 at the very, very top of the table. So I think it's a bit more condensed, and 12 might not prove to be enough when all is said and done by the end of tomorrow. Sure, if only he knew, Tim. If only he knew. A little pre-fire would be enough to potentially get a kill there, but opts not to instead. The Soulless will stay standing at least for now. In fact, was he behind a double reinforced wall or just a single? I thought it might have just been a single. Maybe I've missed it. Either way, they're rounding their way through this top floor here, trying to put pressure on towards the player hanging off at the top of White Stairs. I believe it's Sky who's going to have to get out of here at some point soon. Deadshot's also up here for the assist. He falls down. It's Croxton getting the kills. So it's a bit of a one-apiece trade on this top floor. Deadshot for Wizard.
Fnatic again have done well though. They've got the clearance locked down. They've got top floor in their control. Plenty of time left on the clock. 1:20 left to go, and they can start swinging that hammer. Looking to open up, take away the bulletproof camera. That's great utility removal. Get into piano now. Start opening those angles into mining. Create a little bit of space for that diffuser to go down. I'd love to see them get the opportunity to do that this time. Get Deepek in there and get that plant going down. They couldn't achieve it on Reading Room, but this could be their real opportunity. The drones are going out, trying to feed that intel back in. Not really gaining too much in terms of the actual locations at the minute, though, I don't think.
Yeah, it just made me a little bit nervous. We've had this vertical control before, and they've still managed to see a round falling away from them. They've still got to contend with 2 C4s, and Napo here being a right nuisance tucked in at the bottom of red, because Start is moving up at any point from here and just be a massive thorn in their side. They maybe feel the train is safe to drop into. Well, I'd like to think differently, given Napo can cause an absolute headache for them when the opportunity comes. Slowly starting his move up from Harry Potter. Whilst all this is going on, Tim, the clock has ticked down to 15 seconds, though. Gotta make our move around about now, though, boys, else it's going away. Azox finds Crox, 1 HP to his name. Yet again, finding themselves slipping away and fading out in the final few seconds of the round. Try as they might, Tim. This one does look to be pretty done. Sark's had the diffuser in hand. He's now down as well. A couple of kills for Jegs, but it's still not going to save them. 3 rounds in a row now to the side of Gen G.
Yeah, Fnatic, like I said, they seem to have, you know, done better with those fundamentals after round 1, getting the map control they need, clearing utility, ticking those boxes, but they kind of just stalling out then, and they're sitting there, and then it's 15 seconds left, 20 seconds left, and they've got to start taking chances. They've got to start rolling the dice, getting aggressive, trying to get something going, and that's playing right into Gen G's wheelhouse. That's exactly what they're waiting for. They're just sitting but there for those moments, and then the kills start coming in the last 10-15 seconds. Often we talk about the entry kills, but I think it's important in this game over the last couple of rounds to talk about actually the late round kills, because they've all been going in favour of Gen G, and that should tell us that Fnatic are not putting Gen G in bad enough positions. They're not forcing them off their angles. They're not forcing them away from their utility. Gen G are playing exactly where Gen G want to play.
Well, as expected after the 3 rounds, normally, Tim, that attack timeout's coming in from Coach Sathis here, because this has not been the start to a map that they, again, love and adore and have won 3 times in a row. It's not been a good start at all. Barely looked close in the vast majority of these rounds of contend as well. Like, sure, got to the point of execute, got the verticals being opened up, but just could not get the finished article out, unfortunately. And like I said earlier on, it's a bit heartbreaking for them because they had a great start to the stage, but you can see this horrible streak starting to form now where they're sort of stuck on 10 points and could well find themselves dropping out of contention for playoffs if they either can't get this one done or leave it all down to that game against BDS tomorrow. Because I know that BDS are in a similar spot, but I just don't feel that's going to be an easy game.
No, I'd agree. You know, when you get down to that last matchup and everybody's fighting for the same thing, nobody's going to have any give in them whatsoever. So it could be a tough one, like you say. It's kind of you don't want to put the pressure on yourselves and feel like it has to be now because you do have that other chance. You know, don't burn this one by thinking that way. But at the same time, yeah, get it done if you can do because, like you said, there's going to be a whole lot more pressure tomorrow if that's what it comes down to. So Genji are going to take us back down to kitchen. We've got Azox on the smoke, so I would expect that we maybe see him playing in VIP. He's just reinforcing the bottom of white there at the minute, which again would lend to my reasoning that he'll be playing inside of VIP. Just doesn't want too much pressure coming in through garage, particularly early on. And we see him still in VIP. He needs to be careful, Azox here. He's still reinforcing for his wall in VIP corridor. He doesn't want to get himself caught out, but it's actually going to be Asta that gets himself caught out. That's the Kaib gone. That is an early pickup for Fnatic. Great start to the round after that tactical timeout.
Yeah, I think quite crucial to get the entry here as well. And a second 5v3 with 2.5 to play. Oh, dream territory and looking much better in that regard. But Tim, until we've got the diffuser down, until we're getting kills in the close, I don't feel I can be 100% confident yet because we've seen them in that 4v3 with the vertical control with 60 seconds to go and they still managed to find a way to let that round slip through their fingers. So a little bit fearful we could yet see more of the same. Clearing out skies should be the next part of their game here. They've got 3 players surrounding Bakery. So surely he is the name of the game. Surely he's the player they want gone. There's no ADSs. There's no mine magnets. Fire from Deepak can sail on through. Don't blame them for being a little bit cautious to start things off, but at some point, they're going to have to start a march on forward.
Yeah, plenty of time yet, but like you say, there comes that point where they have to try and do something. Just pinging him out there. Skies does, and this is where the danger comes.
And your Capital's gone.
Your Capital's gone, and that position that you were looking to clear out has actually just picked up a kill from you instead. You know, maybe just a little bit of a lack of aggression there from Fnatic, maybe a bit too much respect being shown. And like you say, Skies with limited utility to keep him in this position as well. And we're now 40, 50 seconds on, and he's still there.
50, we're looking talking about like 70 seconds, Tim. They had 2.5 minutes, so much to work with. They had so much time. And we're stuck. We've lost all the Capital utility. We've used the flash and made nothing happen off the back of it. We've now lost a second player. Like, I feel bad saying this, but this is the kind of stuff that we've cast in like Asia, like over in APL, for example. Some of the weaker teams that are really just trying to get their feet together in a way, struggle at moments like this, and that's all we're seeing. They've barely managed to make a step forward despite getting the 2 entries. Finally, a nade comes over to force Skies back, but there is just no capitalization, no flashes to come on through. A great shot from Croc at least gets rid of Naquo, but they really need Skies gone, as they have done all game long. Croc's into clutch out or lose. Unfortunately, can't do it, and that is a round that Fnatic should not be losing. Not when you're 5v3 with all that utility and 2.5 minutes to play.
Yeah, like you say, you know, no Jaeger, no Wamai, nothing to stop those throwables coming in, nothing to stop the Capitao. There's no way that it's criminal that Skies has been allowed to continue playing there till the very end of the round and then pick up the final kill as well. You know, I'm not saying necessarily that you should guaranteed get a kill onto him, but you got to move him. He's got a rotation into sight for a reason. Given a little bit of pressure, he will dip away. He will leave that area, but they just haven't managed to get it done. There was some good support from Naquo for Skies there, which helped keep him in position. But still, you know, you've got to find a way to get him moved. Like you say, those fire arrows being probably number 1 there. Just all you got to do is throw one at the ceiling and the fire will drop down onto the floor in the right position. You don't even need to worry about where it's hitting, really. So, yeah, Fnatic definitely needing to be clearing those areas out and getting control quicker and more effectively.
10 seconds insertion. Running.
Well, it's certainly only getting better, Tim, because I'm looking at the lineup now coming out from Genji. It's more Intel Dinar, that new Mozzie combo that we saw to the absolute death a few years back, joined up, of course, by the Soulless, so lots of ability to keep that information away from the side of Fnatic. And I just think they're going to really, really struggle here to be able to make much progress inside the map unless Wizard can get in and shoot through a bunch of that utility. Just all ways of slowing them down here and not letting there be any nasty surprises to catch Gen G off guard. So we'll see how things step forward, but again, I'm not feeling too optimistic.
Boxing straight up to the rooftop, going to be using the super shorty to open up the hatches. Cautious about any possible presence on red stairs. Doesn't want to be getting peeked up there. Shows you the value that they're putting into red stairs there. All 3 track stingers being deployed around there. So that tells us a lot about where this is going to be staged from.
Nice.
Croxon drops down, gets the opener onto Azox. Much better in terms of top floor clearances.
Yes, good to get the entry. We can get the second Tim, and then we'll start having a conversation about how they can get through the rest of it. But so far, not too bad. And like I say, the early kill coming in, air drives being put down, Nacro trying a run out, but not surely doesn't go for a second. Like the golden rule of run outs is you don't do the same thing twice in a row. They'll tend to have a bit of a feel for you, but definitely giving a bit of a snap. Of course, the player on Fnatic could drop down, as you've seen. It was Wizard not wanting to get caught out. Jake's finds a second. This is looking good for Fnatic. So now that knowing there's a player downstairs trying a run out, they're essentially 5v2 at the worst case here up on this top floor. They should be able to sweep their way through, if not start thinking about sight already.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like you said, they'll know that the Solus was downstairs. Nacro does manage to rejoin his teammates now, getting himself into mining. But Fnatic, they've got plenty of time. They don't need to rush anything here. They can start opening up with those soft breach charges, which we will see them do. That's really, really nice. Sarks is in position, ready to fire as soon as that charge goes off. Asta's taken down. It's 5 versus 2. Fnatic looking like they should be able to build this into their first round on Cafe.
Yeah, much better. Nice little bit of team play coming out as well. And I hate to kind of immediately be cynical off the back of a good start to a round, but this is kind of what happened against VP yesterday. They got that 1 round and a half and just could not build any momentum once they switched onto the other side. And that's what makes me a little bit nervous. Is it too little too late? Of course, we'll see how the next round goes once we get through it. This one, 100% not losable. Sky's had a good game yesterday, but I don't quite think he's got those carry pants on today, Tim. Jegs gets the kill. It's a flawless round from Fnatic. 4 rounds of struggle into 1, where they look like arguably how they should have looked since the start of the game.
Yeah, that was much better from Fnatic. Some nice teamwork that we saw in there. Good comms, recognizing where players were and helping each other to solve the problems in front of them, find the solutions, find the kills. Much better from Fnatic. You just worry for them that it's a little, you know, too little, too late. Given that they are 4-1 down, the best they can hope for is a 2-4. And to be honest with you, with the way things have gone, I think that'd actually be a pretty good outcome for them. Gen G are probably be kicking themselves a little bit, thinking, you know, we should have been 5-1 at least in that half with the way things have played out. Gen G have been pretty dominant so far. So Fnatic, yeah, if they can get this one locked in, I think they've been wounded, but they can at least limp away from the first half and think, you know, there might be a way back into it for them. But Gen G are going to take us for the final defensive round back to mining again. We've seen this already back in round 3. It was a win for Gen G. Slightly, well, a considerably different lineup. They had the Aruni, they had the Solus, they had the Mozzie. Very different setup this time coming around. Valkyrie, Fenrir, Wamai. Again, just, I think, giving problems to Fnatic. Black eye cameras to find and bring intel in. Wamai to keep those throwables at bay, to protect things like the FNATs, like the Electroclaws, and just stack up issues for Fnatic to deal with.
Alrighty. Right, let's see how this round plays out then. Again, it's about the early round and seeing how the entry goes, seeing how the initial couple of kills goes. That's where my eyes fall in this round. Again, the respect IQ being shown to be brought along against the Valkyrie. And the good luck as we've seen for the vast majority of this ARC being brought out to litter red stairs and make sure there are no nasty surprises. Thank you very much, Deadshot, for how things played out in round 1 to remind us of the importance of those tracks being off on red stairs. And the Kaid here once again to keep that hatch nice and electrified off. Last time it took a little bit of time for Fnatic to chew through it, making use of the Habana, getting those Excairos down on either side of the hatch. That's not available in this round. Instead, just relying entirely instead on the Deepex Striker here to make use of those hard breach charges. See if that's enough to get through an electrified hatch or not, Tim. Could yet come back to bite them, and that's what I'm a little bit nervous about.
Ooh, I was just going to say the tight angle being held there. Nacro nearly loses his life, but as the nade goes in, we see the value. The magnet catches it out, and it's probably going to save a life there, realistically. That nade goes in, it forces some movements from the players, and maybe they get taken down from the window, but it was not the case. Deadshot does manage to pick up Croxton. They're aware that there's another one on that east rappel. Has actually dropped away for the time being. Gives an opportunity for Deadshot to get himself out of there. Another good start from Gen G.
Yep, good one for sure. I mean, as we've seen Fnatic warm up a little bit, get a couple of entrances they've gone through, it's been good. But now Gen G are fighting back and looking to get that mirrored half that we saw out of VP, a 5-1 potentially. Solid start to the day for them. And a good way to push back into those top two, as we remarked earlier on. Another call comes on through, the last one they've got available to them in this round, Tim. Nothing really happening off the back of it. No one falling down, which only spells a little bit of disaster for the side of Fnatic. Naqo asking questions of White Stairs. Deepex here. In fact, two players are. Both kind of squaring up and expecting a push forward, but this is what Naqo's done pretty well all game, Tim. Like when he was on Harry Potter earlier on, playing down at the bottom of red, it's just constantly being a little bit of a nuisance and a constant reminder, I am here and I will flank you if you ignore me for too long.
Yeah, that's the thing, the air jab's gone now, so there's absolutely no protection from those White Stairs. Fnatic don't have an option to leave somebody on it. It may well be that there's a drone being watched. You know, they may well have the flank drone on there, but they do need to be cautious. No, Naqo's made his way up. I don't think they're aware. Naqo is up on top floor. Just watch for that coming back to bite them later in the game. Deepak manages to get Skies 3 versus 3. Azox onto Starks to keep that advantage for Gen G. There's Naqo. There's the problem. 3 versus 1. Naqo with a second. They just never really kept tabs on him properly. He was able to move around at will. Gen G 5-1.
Yeah, cozy here. Very, very cozy. And again, that reminder of the result from last stage. The last game of Cafe that both teams played, in stage 1 anyway, was a win. In fact, let me quickly check what the score was. I'm curious how it ended out last time. I'm pretty sure it was like 7-4 or something. I need to go on to Cafe first before I try and click around any stats, don't I? It was a 7-4 to Gen G, Tim. They could yet better that if they carry on playing as they are. Fnatic have got to pull out something really spectacular on the defense, and I don't think anyone will blame me for saying I'm not quite expecting it, given how the game has gone so far. It's
also worth mentioning as well, obviously, you know, and probably rightly so, there's been a lot of focus around, you know, from us particularly around that 6th place and that cut-off for playoffs, who makes it, who doesn't. And that's just, you know, that's just because that's where we're going to get the most movement and the most excitement. But let's not forget in all of this as well, that if Gen G win here, a full 3 points, to be honest, even 2 points does it, but a full 3 points, and they're locked into playoffs, and that is really, really impressive for a team that, you know, was 6th place, got playoffs, but did it on the last day, last time around, ended up in that 5th, 6th place playoff match as well. You know, so didn't really get themselves towards the top end of the playoffs. To be coming in and locking it down with a game to spare, that shows a real upward trajectory for Gen G. It's a real sort of tangible, visible improvement from them. So, you know, I think we need to focus on that element as well, that it's not just about Fnatic fighting for those playoffs. It's about Gen G locking it in ahead of time.
Definitely, and of course, in their minds, it's of course the major being in Europe is a big thing for them. It's SI in Paris they want to be at, Tim. This is a French roster. You know, French organisation, they want to show that part French organisation, also South Korean at the same time, but they really want to be there. It's on home soil. It's the best chance they'll have of getting themselves far in a competition and creating some kind of legacy for these players inside of Siege. And with how they've been playing this stage, I think that major looks good, but of course they've got to make a bit of a run if they want to also make it to SI at the same time. We'll see how that pans out, of course, once we get into the playoffs, and we'll see where they manage to finish. Top 4 will be enough. For now, they've got to get over these next couple of rounds and close the game out strong. And I know it feels kind of weird to say, a couple of rounds, they've got loads to play with here, Des. They do, but round difference could be that difference between finishing inside of the top 2 or not after all is said and done tomorrow.
Drone straight up onto the roof and just going to be real. Disables a Modesty Pest. Well done. Just, you know, removing that utility Des one step at a time. Gen G will of course benefit from that. And
heartbeat sensor activated.
Wizard is going to be teaming up, no doubt, with Starks. Starks feeding all that intel back in from the heartbeat scanner. Wizard, we know, has drones to be able to use as well. Deadshot was taken down. Deepak manages to find Asa, and it looks like it could be one of those siege matches that is indeed in 2 halves, as Fnatic are fighting here and looking much better on the defense already. They're in charge of this one. 3 versus 4. Naqo is in on the blitz, looking to push forward and pressure, but there's no vertical challenge coming in from Gen G.
Got to start with doing to execute as well, really, here, Tim. You need that top floor if you want to be able to execute onto Reading Door, for example. I've gone for that now and also managed to squeeze Croxon in the process, who hung around a bit too long and has lost his life around Pillar. I was also going to say, yeah, they're in a 4v3, but let's not get too excited. We've seen so many man or even two-man advantage situations lost over the last 24 hours that I struggle to get excited about even the smallest lead at this point, Tim. We'll see how it pans out, though. 60 seconds remain. We're 3 versus 3, and there is still a shield. The shield of Naquo, ready to bear down upon Fnatic.
Yeah, it's definitely doable here, but I don't know. I've got a feeling about Fnatic. I think they hold on. They've got the pulse feeding that intel in. They may well still have a drone or two left that the Mozzie captured as well, with those players who are off the board able to keep an eye on that. But how about this? The pressure is now mounting. Naquo takes a little bit of damage and it's free for Azox. Almost like Naquo was a magnet there. Everybody was looking towards the Reading Door. And Azox just walks in from the rear side, gets himself a freebie. Skaz joins the party. And that is going to be the round as Skaz mops up with a double. And Gen G take their attack and get themselves guaranteed overtime. Guaranteed 1 point, which puts them at least closer to that playoff spot. It may well guarantee it. I haven't done the maths, but what I do know is 2 or 3 points will definitely guarantee it.
I mean, they're playing super well. Again, and I hate to keep on coming back to Fnatic because that was a really well played 3 versus 4. Let's not forget by Gen G. They didn't lose a single player. Just done absolutely brilliantly. The first pinch onto Croxon. This rounding here, how on earth they've managed to walk up towards Red 90 without being seen or contended with in any way, I don't know. The guys have got a pulse, like you should know about this. But they've managed to deceive them and just pulled one over on Fnatic. It's another man advantage situation lost. They're down 6-1. This game's looking pretty cooked, Tim, and at this point, maybe Fnatic try and change things up, move towards a clash, for example. We saw Naquo play it brilliantly. I don't know if that is going to be enough to stop Gen G from rolling this over into a 7-1.
I've just done the maths quickly, and I'm pretty certain I'm right in saying that 15 won't be enough for Gen G to guarantee it. They have got a very good round difference at the minute, so I think 16 or above would be enough, as we've already seen Falcons and G2 secured on 16. But the reason for that is the way to always look at these things. They're in 3rd place, so we need 4 teams to jump above them for them to fall out of the playoff spots. And there's Team Secret, Wolves, Fnatic, and BDS. Fnatic, I guess, you've also got Wild, kind of. No, 15 should be enough because this is against Fnatic, so it will use as an opportunity for Fnatic to get onto 16. So yeah, there should only be 3 teams then that could get above them: BDS, Wolves, and Secret. So yeah, 2 points should be enough. They just need to. I don't think it's going to be 2 points, to be honest with you. I'm not sure Fnatic have got to come back in the tank.
I think it'll come down to that game tomorrow, truthfully, between Fnatic and BDS, because BDS also play against Falcons. Let's not forget today, that's a tough game in itself. Again, I love a little bit of last day drama to see who gets that 6th place spot. And we'll see what comes to that when we get around to it, of course. For now, we'll see how this game concludes. See if Gen G can get it done here with that flawless couple of half rounds here in the second half, and just to see their cafe shine far brighter than Fnatic's, despite the success they've enjoyed throughout the stage itself. Step 1, though, probably trying to deal with this clash, Tim. Gonna be a bit of a headache to try and work the way through. Clearing the top floor is objective number 1, as we see so many times. For now, Fnatic got this little 3-man front line established. Aggression coming out of Croxon, gets a freebie there onto Naquo. Didn't they see him coming? Didn't expect it. And that is most definitely a freebie. A second one follows through. This will be hard to recover now against C4s, against the Clash, for example. Fnatic probably in with a good shot of winning this one.
Yeah, I'd agree. I will be just as critical of Gen G as I was of Fnatic there. Just absolutely no idea that Croxon was hidden behind the bar. It was a great play from him. Wanders into the cigar, gets himself an absolute freebie. Does get cut down now by Deadshot, but we're a minute 40 into the round. It's too late. The damage is done. So yeah, big mistake coming in from Gen G there. Got to do better with that droning, with that intel. Got to be aware of that position and the challenge. Can't be giving freebies away.
Please don't play me like this, Fnatic. You're in a 5v3. You've had a Clash on side. You've got a C4 still to play behind. There's no reason why this round should be going against you. You've also taken away 2 of the most lethal operators on the other side in the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. A very strong pairing that I often speak about for Falcons. And so that being taken away does take away some of the edge, but we've still got a lot of utility we can dump in here. Another EE1D to come, still got a bunch of fire. We've got nades to come rain on through. Just got to make sure they have a way to deal with the Clash of Sarks, who for now, just like Naquo was, will keep on moving himself around and make it very hard to pin him down.
Wizard is going to pin down Asta as he manages to find himself kill 4 versus 1 as Defect gets dead shot. And this round is pretty much in the bag for Fnatic now as Azox is going to see if he can maybe get a little bit of something from the window. They don't need to be peeking this here. They don't need to offer him anything. They know he's outside. Just wait for him to come on in. But no, Wizard decides he wants to have a little look for himself. Takes the last man down. Beautiful headshot at long range. And that is going to be a round for Fnatic. They need 5 in a row. And that is the first. All you can do if you're starting a long journey is take that first step.
Yeah, a lot more to do for sure. Good round from them overall, though, as well. Once they got that first kill, just kind of tightening down that position up top. 3 of them all stood in the line. I think for a second, Gen G just kind of taking their foot off the gas and not trying to press any kind of advantage on top floor. I think they saw the clash on pick. Some are like, we're going to take a lot of time trying to get through this one. Let's just back out. But Nako didn't quite get the memo by the looks of it and lost his life as a result. So a small mistake, snowballing into an avalanche of a round loss. Like you say, Fnatic still in with the chance here to bounce themselves back. But as you say, Tim, it is still a long, long climb.
Yeah, there's a long way. Given the way that Gen G have been playing as well, you feel that there's going to come a site somewhere that they're going to get an opportunity on, even at man disadvantage. They were able to win round 7. So Fnatic, it's got to be more than a flash in the pan. They've got to bring that level up for the remainder of this game if they want to get it done. They're going to go down to Kitchen this time around. It's actually a good bit of resource being deployed up here on the mid floor as well. We've got several reinforcements around dining, around mining, just trying to keep those areas locked down, keep the verticality. So that's an interesting one. Quite often teams kind of forgo it a little bit. They make a little bit of a challenge just kind of man to man, and then they dip away as the pressure mounts, and at the 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 mark we have that opportunity for the Sledge to start opening stuff up. But I don't think that's going to be the case this time. Fnatic wanting to hold on to it a little bit stronger by the looks of it.
Yeah, and I think I'm more interested in what's going on Gen G's side as well, lineup-wise. Like, yeah, it's very defensive and dug in from Fnatic. That's completely fine. The other side, though, the Ossa, very rarely to bring on an Ossa if you don't have a plan in mind where you want to make use of that shield to give you all the cover necessary. Look at G2 on bank yesterday. A wonderful example there, coming up against 4 bulletproof cameras on how to pull off an effective execute. Sky's probably feeling the same here. Must surely know that there's a guy to his left. He's 100% heard him and knows that he's hanging around this spot. Needs some pressure really to frame up to be able to step inside and start making something happen. His teammates need to come over and give him an assist, but it's pushing up from below, whether it's just any kind of challenge in general, enough to make him move away.
Ned comes in, that is going to be a little bit of movement. There's an attempt through the window from Jegs there. Does manage to escape with his life for the time being. He does take a lot of damage though. Nade comes in. That is going to chase him back down to bottom floor. But he's wasted a good bit of time there. That's taken about 30-40 seconds to get Jegs moved. And we're now down at that halfway mark. That's not actually bad from the Goyo.
Yeah, really well played to fair as well. I think when James realised that he had Nako, but looking to try and shoot him up as he tried to pull back as well. Played it a little bit wider, Nako a bit slow on the uptake and missed his chance to get a kill onto James, who, as you say, has wasted a hell of a lot of time. Good stuff, and a good C4 up from below as well. Azox this time, the one being chewed up and spat out. 5 versus 4. Fnatic with yet another entry. Gen G are working their way through the floor here. Still obviously have a lot of things they can do to pull off and execute, but it is going to be harder now that you've lost that Sledge.
Yeah, definitely. Deadshot, can do a little bit of work with the skeleton key, but time is going to become a factor. They're now 55 seconds left on the clock. Still doing work that you'd expect to be done around the 1 minute 30, 1 minute 20 mark. So they're kind of 20-30 seconds behind here. I think this is going to end up a little bit of a Hail Mary towards the end of the round to see if they can get a bit of space and put the diffuser down. But it's getting less and less likely as Starks manages to pick up a double. The first you can forgive, but the second, he shouldn't be getting asked. A great play from Fnatic.
Yeah, just being cheeky and playing quite aggressive there, giving away a freebie at the end of things to the other side. Winnable somewhat here for Gen G, Tim. They're in this 2 versus 3, but the problem is with the diffuser needing to go down, it's going to leave them in a 1 versus 3 temporarily. That is when Fnatic need to think about making their move. Nako with 1 pin down inside of Coates and 1 looking to try and get a platform forward here. Now that he's gone, it's a bit too much, I'm afraid, for Deadshot to try and pull off. Even being zapped out by this Evil Eye. Might find himself just dying out to it outright if he's not too careful. In they round, and it's Jegs to get the shot he needs. Fnatic, another round on the board, Tim. Can they pull off a comeback?
Well, all those journeys start with a single step, as I said, but Fnatic have managed to take the second step 3-6. They still need another 3 consecutively, though. So that is going to mean at least another full rotation of defensive sites without mistake, without error. But they have done very well so far. We're going to see the next ban coming in. Ying, Grim, Mirror, and Valkyrie, the ones that we've had already. Who will be joining them in the bin for the rest of this one? Dokkaebi and Azami will be unavailable. No major surprises there, really.
No. I always like a Dokkaebi ban. I'll talk about it all day long. Just think it's really, really effective for teams that struggle to attack, to make use of a Dokkaebi to push forward at once, to overwhelm their opponents. And we've seen Gen G run it in the vast majority of their rounds. I think a lot of teams run it, one, because obviously a gadget is excellent. And it's less about the primary. The secondary is what you'll see most Dokkaebis taking in a mid-round engage. The only times we and you've had a few questions to seeing players go for super long-range engages with that secondary, it kicks like a mule. You've not got a chance of being able to get a kill with it realistically. Yet people will still keep on trying. So I do like to see the ban come away. Clearly it's been a bit of a comfort pick for Nako as well. He'll move over instead to playing on the Nomad in this round as we step ourselves back upstairs onto that second floor. So far avoiding that top floor entirely, Tim.
Yeah, I'm quite on board with that. As you know, I'm not a big fan of top floor at all.
Oh, don't get you started. No.
I'm not. Yeah, I won't get started, but not a big fan of it. I think it is a tough site, a tougher site than we give credit for to hold on to. We see a lot of attacking success up there. Yeah, quite happy to see Fnatic swerving it and just continuing with the ground floor and the 2 mid-floor sites. So they're going to go back to reading and see if they can get it done. We've already seen this one them back in round 7. They were unsuccessful. Gen G did get the win. But let's not forget, Fnatic actually had a good start to that round. They kept hold of vertical pressure for a little while. They kind of, gave away a couple of gunfights towards the end. That I think there were 4 versus 3 up at a point, and Gen G were able to fight their way back into it. So there's a lot for Fnatic to build on there. I don't think they need to kind of, reinvent the wheel here to get this done.
No, they don't. I think having the Dokkaebi takeaway will take a bit of the wind out of their sails in the way it will slow them down and will introduce opportunities for Fnatic. But you can still play standard straight for proper siege and get the job done. Still being trying to be mindful, I think, of the aggression coming out of Fnatic with both the Gridlock and the Nomad coming out. Both teams running those operators as a pair a few times throughout the game. And I love the respect being shown by a Thatcher as well. I imagine it's more to looking towards things like Hatches. Though, having said that, have they even got any hard breach? I don't think they have any hard breach at all. So, electrified hatches, if needing to be open, will be staying closed.
Desperately lining up these Nitros. They've got 2 ripped and ready. One goes out, but Deadshot is able to just scoot his way up the wall and get out of danger before coming back to continue pressuring White Window. But he needs to be careful. If he moves back across to East, there was one underneath being lined up by, I think it was Sarks who had it in hand. Don't know whether he's still going to be in position to do that or not. Skies is taken down by Croxton. Advantage Fnatic once again. They've been very good on the entry whilst on defense.
Yeah, starting to worry a little bit for Gen G. There's the wind being taken out of their sails. If it carries on at this pace, then absolutely yes. They started so strong in the half, but Fnatic has slowly built their way into it, looking a bit more confident themselves and just causing enough problems to keep Gen G asking questions. One freebie, maybe a second lining up for Nako, but no, just gets away with Wizard. Back down to a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstay his welcome there. He's already taken quite a bit of damage, so Sarks, I think, just escaping with his life. Not having too strong a challenge coming in, manages to sort of battle the pressure back away from them. I'm going to see the utility being taken out, bulletproof camera gone. Top floor in control of Gen G now. 30 seconds left to go though. That's going to be the big factor here, is the time. Are they able to create the space and the opportunity that they need? They were very lucky then not to lose Azox as he dropped down with the diffuser in hand. It was just bad timing. The Nitro came out, almost caught him but didn't. Sarks does find Deadshot and they're now being held at bay by smoke canisters. That's going to take up the majority of the rest of the round.
This is going to be real rough, and you've also got Croxton maybe working up from behind. He's on bar at the minute. Here he comes, steps up, Tim, gets a kill for himself. The Sarks does the same, and the vertical's there from 1 to at least give Asta something, but it ain't going to give him the round. Fnatic winning round 10, Tim, just 2 rounds away from sending us to overtime and winning what could prove to be a very crucial point at the very least with a chance to get 2.
Surely not. Surely not. He didn't think that this would be possible realistically with how Fnatic looked in that first half. It was more round 7 for me that kind of cemented it, because I look at it and I think, you know, it's attack of Cafe in the first half. It can be a difficult job. Fnatic didn't always look great, but 5-1 down, yeah, okay, it kind of happens, and that it's very possible to, you know, put Gen G in that same position when they're on the attack. But then Gen G came out and won round 7 pretty well, despite being a man behind and things. But you look at that and think, oh, well, you know, maybe Gen G do have some attacks in them. This could be a problem. But no, Fnatic showing that Cafe is no easy map to attack. They've got 3 in a row now. They need 2 more. Importantly, they've got every single entry on defense as well. Deepak, Croxon, Sarks, Croxon. So they're spreading it around a little bit. Everybody's getting involved, and I like to see that.
Yeah, some beautiful stuff. And that one round that we did see Gen G win in round 7 came off the back of a Sky's 3K in the round itself. To save things, who's going to be that hero? Because Gen G need to find that player now, Tim. They've got plenty of them, as we saw yesterday. Nako almost had his moment. If he converted that second kill, we could be having a very different conversation. But they just ran out of steam in the same way that Fnatic did a little bit in the first half. And as I often say, if teams slow down a bit too much, if they look to stall out, all you're then inviting is aggression out of the defenders. Realizing that you're a bit slow, you're a little bit stuck, you're still figuring things out, and the best way to confuse someone, smack them in the face while they're still trying to figure out what's going on. So it's been really well played by Fnatic so far. Still have to do it 2 more times though, Tim. Gen G only have to be right once. One little backstab, one way of creeping in through this defensive line, and the game is theirs.
That's the difficulty for Fnatic, isn't it? That's always the problem. Like you said, just that one lapse in concentration, just that, you know, one moment of, you know, maybe having gunfire at the wrong time so you don't hear the footsteps or the barbed wire being cleared, or you don't know that that player's going to hit you from the side, and that's it, it's all over. So it shows how difficult it is to come back from a scoreline like 6-1, because not only have you got to do everything right, but you kind of need everything to go right for you as well. And so far, Fnatic are finding themselves in that position. 2 rounds to go, and they will continue on the defense. It's going to be the mid floor again. It's going to be mining and fireplace this time. We saw them win it back in round 8, pretty convincingly actually. Gen G, that was the kind of the start of the Fnatic resurgence. I feel it was the start of them kind of looking like a different team almost to the one that we saw in the first half.
Massively so. That's the tale of 2 halves of a game of Siege coming out into the wild, Tim. Defense obviously looking much easier between these 2 teams in attack so far. Which would then get it done. I do like the idea of defaulting over towards the shield here as well. Like, you know, we spoke a bit about it being banned away against Fnatic. Jegs showing a lot of it yesterday on Consulate. Clearly a little bit of like a comfort pick to try and get them through some of their attacks. I think maybe somewhat some of the same here coming out for Nako, just to help commandeer his team through what has proven to be a very, very messy situation, at least as things stand. So, we've got Gen G focusing, of course, on Piano. It's already been taken over here. The Monty making short work of that, and a bit of assistance from the Capitao, who was on the rappel off towards his side. They'll make sure this top floor is clear first, and then they can worry about starting to get verticals opened up and starting to knock downstairs to ask a few more questions.
Asa just holding that long angle. They work both ways, of course, just towards Timber up there at the top, but doesn't get anything because everybody's dropped away from that top floor. So that's pretty good from Gen G. About the 1:30 mark, they had control over that top floor. They've got Deadshot up there on the sledge, so plenty of opportunity to open up the verticals. They're going to make sure that they don't get tricked out on the hatch. That is going to be opened by its Kairos pellets. So everything's going pretty well for the attackers so far. There you go, a good opener as well. That's actually the first attacking entry that they've had. Deadshot picks up Croxon, hatch is open. They need, I was going to say, need to make sure that they're not sort of giving themselves a problem with time, but they're not. The Monty's going in quickly.
Yeah, Jex is downstairs in freeze with a C4, mind you, so you've got to keep an eye out for him as Wizard. Largely unchecked around Pillar, gets himself a freebie. It's Sky's taken offline. Now looking like they're ready for a plant, but they have got a cover up here as well. Jex has been dealt with. Deadshot has got rid of the one man they were relying on for a bit of denial here, Tim. And everything's been reinforced off. It's been so easy to just plant in there and use it as a bit of cover. The kill from behind is all they need. As said, Gen G only had to be right once, Tim. And it was in round 11. They find what they need and take all 3 points.
Yeah, Fnatic showed some good resilience there, putting up a good fight towards the end when they got themselves onto the defensive half. But unfortunately for them, the damage had already been done. Gen G will qualify themselves there to the playoffs.
Wonderful stuff. It's definitely make it difficult for Fnatic, Tim. We'll see how they fare tomorrow, but for now, we'll go to a break. And when we come back, you know how it goes. Our desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. Gen G victorious the penultimate day of our group stage here in EML. Let's have a chat with our victors. Joining us is Naquo. Naquo, we missed you yesterday, but still, congratulations. You have confirmed your spot in playoffs and are currently in the top 2. That is absolutely insane. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting used to the interviews. It feels amazing. I love this feeling.
Hey, you almost would have had a 4-win streak, but still, how's the mood overall in the team? Like today, how is the gameplay? How are you all doing? Because there's a lot of pressure on like holding on to this position, getting the 3 extra points, and you did all of that today.
Yeah. I mean, Fnatic is not a bad team, so yeah, it's a match. There is a little bit of pressure, but we were confident. We knew we were gonna be on Cafe because they love the map, but we knew we could beat them, so it was fine for us. We said, okay, we just would review some cafes, their playstyle, and yeah, it was fine.
Neko, how was the plan against Fnatic just to be as annoying as you guys possibly could be on the defense? I'm seeing Solace and Valkyrie and Mozzie and Mute and just, you know, Deadshot the very first round, just being like putting yourselves in like really awkward positions for them to clear.
Yeah, basically I knew they don't like when the team plays Valkyrie, when the team plays counter info and information. So I was like, okay guys, just full bring Valkyrie, Mute, Mozzie. And yeah, it was the game plan and it worked, so I'm happy.
I think looking back at the performance in the last few weeks, you guys took both G2 and Falcons all the way to the 15th round, you know, and honestly, both games could have went either way. Like, you really contend with the best. Do you think that that's going to last in BO3s? Or do you think that you were able to contend with them because you had the right game plan in the BO1?
Oh, I think we can continue with it for the BO3s, and that's our goal. I mean, to qualify for the major, so yeah. We'll try to beat them and maybe go in European finals.
I mean, you have like the best round differential, I think, so far. I think you're on plus 14 after this victory. So like, I don't think anyone saw this coming from you. We expected you to continue growing, but maybe not like that far. Did you expect before this stage to be able to be in contention for top 2?
To be honest, not really. Our main goal was, of course, playoff again. And yeah, our goal was to improve, and I think we did it. So yeah, we were mostly aiming for the top 4, so we can qualify for the major. But yeah, if we can achieve top 1, top 2, I mean, we take it.
Understandable. And you're this close to it, of course. Now the big fight in playoffs, there's a potential of being in the top 2, which helps you skip 1 game, basically, it puts you up there. So overall, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge from going from BO1s to BO3s?
I don't know. I think the biggest challenge for us is BO1, so I'm pretty confident with the best of 3s.
That's a statement in its own. I will take it as is. Neko, thank you very much for joining us yet again this evening. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow for our last day.
I hope I see you tomorrow, guys.
Have a good night.
Bye.
I think a very interesting game tomorrow against Virtus Pro, by the way.
Yeah.
One thing that we've basically called for Gen.G for a long time is that they would always struggle in their stage, then would come the LCQ and they will fail to qualify on the 4th spot at every single international event. They made it to EWC and everyone said, me included, yes, but it's because there were 5 spots of invitation.
Yeah.
Now it's back to 4 for Munich. And they can benefit from VP dropping the ball hard this stage and take that 4th spot, because it's going to be hard in BO3s to beat G2, Falcons and Secret.
Yeah.
And even if that does not happen, I really believe Gen.G right now is the best potential candidate for the 4th spot.
Yeah, everything just makes so much sense in their play. I love their defenses, you know, Neko talked about it, just all of those annoying operators to deal with. They really played on Fnatic's insecurities. I thought, you know, it's been publicized Fnatic play pretty much without an IGL. And I think when you force Fnatic to think their way through things, you know, especially I think it was Neko playing a lot of Solace, running out of Bakery, just tapping himself out, getting detected and then getting back in. You force Fnatic into a decision of, do we come and clear you or do we hit the site? And when they don't necessarily have a direct leader that's just going to snap things through and just go, guys, we do this, it plays on the time, it plays on them stalling, and then that's exactly what happened, and then boom. Big defensive half, and then they convert it out.
The opposite was also, like, things were happening on that Fnatic side. Sarx was constantly that thorn in Gen.G's side that almost brought the game back for Fnatic, but 1 is not enough.
I think Sarx is the player on Fnatic, and we've seen this, especially on Cafe, but across a lot of maps, that is trying to make those mini plays with his teammates. He's not the one that gets caught out doing things on his own, and he's the one that really is the risk taker, but drags people along with him. And on the defensive half, he came alive. But unfortunately, unfortunately, when you're playing from behind so much, you know, and it's similar to they did it
Single
in the
mistake.
Falcons game. In one mistake, one round, it goes wrong, and it did in the very final round where they didn't get the C4s off. It cost them.
After a 5-1 lead, it's so hard to come back.
You've got to be perfect.
And props to Starks because he was the one feeding all the infos on Pulse. He was the one doing this huge mute move in basement. He's the one that gets the double kill on Cade on reading. He's the one that puts the team back on the map. And honestly, it's just a matter of having lost that much in attack. And props to Genji, they played it perfectly. They played their game. And honestly, right now, once again, they're my candidate for the top 4 to make it to Munich.
And that's the thing, like, you know, they went into the G2 game, they played G2 on Chalet, they beat them on Chalet with a different game plan to how they went into Fnatic on Cafe. They're showing that they've got versatility in the way they're approaching their games.
I love to see it. We love a growth story. There's been so many of them here in EML, though. Let's flash those team rosters up because after this break, BDS and Falcons played the Spider-Man meme to see if Falcons can recover their spot in the top 2. That's after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EML, and we move on to game number 2 of the day. BDS taking on Team Falcons, and no, Shaiko is not on BDS. He's on the greens that are just here behind me, and we have to talk about these rosters in depth. Let's start with BDS. Up first, our mixed European and plus Australian squad.
Yeah.
Do they have what it takes to hold on to the top 6?
You ask me a yes or no answer, I'll say yes. They do have what it takes, but they need to start showing it. I think the words to describe BDS for me are consistently inconsistent. You don't really know what you're going to get with them performance-wise, which is expected of a team that is in its infancy. I think I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. However, I will say we're at the business end of the season now, so we're not playing on potential alone. They really need to start showing it.
I think we've given them a lot of time. And I think that we need to have a look back at their whole season. Take a look at their performance across 2 stages, right? If you look at stage 1 and stage 2, it starts off the right way. You look on the left side, that was their placement, right? So for the longest time, at the beginning of the stage, they're within the top 6. As you can see here, starting play day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're always in the playoff spot, either 6 or above. And then towards the end, they always fall short. They always have some kind of lost streak, and somehow they end up dropping off. In stage 2, that happened yesterday. When they lost, they dropped from that spot all the way in 4th to all the way in 7, and now at this moment, we're stuck because BDS might be once again missing playoffs. And let's take a look back at the entire season for BDS, because if you look at the stats, they've got a 33% win rate out of 21 matches. They've only got a win streak once, that was 3 wins at the beginning of stage 2. And except for this, you look at the round total, it is extremely, extremely bad right now.
Yeah.
And it's because no one is consistent. It was the Freck show in stage 1, it is the Robbie show now, and no one is helping up consistently on the side.
That inconsistency, the fact that they've only been on 1 win streak the whole year is... it's worrying because it means there's always a loss right around the corner. They can't find that consistent level of performance that it's ultimately costing them points.
Now, why is this important? When BDS invests on paying 4 different staff members, when they invest on getting Virtue, on getting P4, on getting players that are experienced to rebuild the entire BDS roster, when they live with the legacy of the previous BDS roster, this is the moment in the last 2 play days where they need to make things work and need to make it into playoffs. Virtue is 30 years old. If that does not work out, is there a way where maybe he retires after this, you know? So it's questions that need to be at some point asked, maybe in their heads, because they need to perform to try and salvage their career right now.
It is a tough conversation to have, and of course, I don't think it's fair to compare this BDS roster to the one that they had before. That's not what's being attempted here at all, but is to face reality, and this is what's happening right now. I think we're being quite fair. Hard, but fair in this situation. However, let's talk about their opponents. Falcons on the other side. They're in top 2. They can go even higher, reclaim number 1 position. Should that happen, they've had faults. There are times they can bleed, Jack, but will today be the day?
Yeah, they can, and I think they've probably needed to bleed, you know? They obviously, we can call it a honeymoon phase when they went into 2024. Where they got to every final. They didn't go over the line, but they had a really successful year. You ask any other team in the world, take that year, they take it in every single final. Then came the downfall, and they needed to bleed to maybe reset the mentals, reset the expectations, and just reset what made them a good team. And I think we're seeing them come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that. We're seeing a dominating team, probably the most dominant team when we see the little drop of performance from G2. If it wasn't for that Genji game that was extremely close and a couple of mistakes, especially losing to Wild, I think that was the one thing. Except for this, we're looking at the stage where they're extremely consistent. And here, they've got their faith in there.
I love the player cams of Falcons before the game.
Everyone's got their routines.
We haven't seen Shaiko on
Shaiko is on his phone, and then Usus is doing his own thing. But yeah, looking overall at the...
There we go.
There we go.
It's almost on cue.
Straight back at it.
I will say, it seems like in the cameras before the start of the game, during the game, and at the end of it, you're seeing Falcons constantly smiling, constantly talking, constantly keeping those vibes up and hyping one another up. This was a big thing that Liquifact talked about at the start of this stage. We felt that we were not supporting one another enough. We needed that change. And now they got even users to smile through it. That's incredible.
Pressure does massive things. It really does. And the pressure of going to this Falcons roster and the year that this roster just had, it puts an awful weight on their shoulders to be the best every single time. And that can do strange things. So that's what I'm talking about. Resetting that mental, having fun with it, and then they can get back on it. And that's what makes them good.
Let's see what map they're going to be choosing for this matchup. Let's bring it up on screen. Jack, we got a layer.
Yeah, so this map is curious one for me because it's a map that BDS play very, very often. It's one that they played this stage. They actually 7-1 Wolves there. So they've got good history on it this stage. I will say they lost it a couple of times last stage. So it's not always been the happiest hunting ground for them. For me, this is a Falcons map. I love Falcons on this map night and day. One of the biggest things for me is it was the light bulb moment for me where I thought Falcons aren't just the team where they will have big individual performances. I saw them on Lair earlier this season. Can't remember who it was against, but their attacks, their synergy, it was against VP actually, I do remember it, was incredible. And it was where I thought to myself, Falcons are back because they're playing as a team and then they've got individuals on top.
We were very fortunate to listen to the Scums in that game, and they had what we call, as IGLs, layered win conditions, in the sense that basically you have starting positions. When the players are getting in, you will find a gap or you'll find something that's going to basically target the whole team trajectory onto a certain win condition. Do we execute there? Do we execute there? And that's going to be, well, Butterfly is coming to say hello to us at the same time.
Lucky omen.
Hello. Hey. Maybe it was, a key message. Who knows?
That's true.
But basically, their understanding of Lair is so deep, and the calls from Lick Effect are so perfect that we're looking at one of the best maps right now in the map pool.
All right. All I'm hearing is BDS should be scared and really ready for this game. And honestly, I'm very excited for it. So, gentlemen, final words on this. We're seeing BDS come out of it, scraping a point here and there.
I really want to. I really want to see BDS bounce back. I've said it's basically do or die in these last 8 days. I really want to see this roster succeed.
WinCon.
Shoot down Shaiko. Honestly, it's the main win condition from Falcons right now.
Are BDS to you what Fnatic are to me? Where you want to see them succeed, but they keep frustrating you.
Have you heard the whole segment where I said that they've got a 33% win rate?
Yeah, true.
I think I'm pretty harsh, but I'm fair.
Gentlemen.
But you want them to succeed.
Exactly.
You want this project to succeed, but now's the do or die time. That's the big thing.
Well, if anything, we had a butterfly just come alive here in our studio. We have 2 social butterflies and maybe caterpillars on their way to it. That'll be joining us on the caster desk. Please give it up for Ace and Dex.
Thanks, Milosh. I'm a pretty little butterfly, Tim. You like it?
Love it.
I tell you what, I was honestly waiting for someone to spot that butterfly and then reveal they've got a massive phobia of butterflies and just freak out. I'm glad no one did,
To be
but
fair,
I half expected it.
I'm not I don't have a phobia of butterflies. I'm not scared of them or anything. But I don't really like flappy things like butterflies and moths. I'm not a big fan. My wife Vicky took me in a butterfly house somewhere a while ago, and I was not great in there. there was some chunky boys in there trying to land on me. I wasn't happy.
I was curious actually what the phobia is called, because actually there is a name for every phobia going, and I've got no idea how to say it. So I've got the pronunciation broken down into syllables, which is lepidopterophobia. Lepidopterophobia. That's what you've got, Tim. You've got lepidopterophobia.
Like I say, I'm not scared of them. I just don't want them flapping all over me.
But I've seen you, Tim. You're like a ninja when one comes near you. You're about to slice it up.
It was not good in the butterfly house, I'll be honest. They were very, very friendly. But yeah, there was a little bit of shrieking going on and a little bit every time.
I think we should do a little bit of live therapy here. I'd love to understand what it is that upsets you about butterflies. What is it about the flapping that gets to you, Tim?
I don't know, but Vicky then thought she was hilarious every 2 seconds, tickling my ear or the back of my neck. So I was like every 2 seconds.
My missus is terrified of spiders. Every now and then I'll do that, just slowly brush a leg or something with my fingers, just and I'm just like, yeah, that's worth it.
Yeah,
maybe that's her later on when she's angry at me all day, but it's funny.
It wasn't my proudest day, I'll say that.
No, I can't imagine. Your manly day today has been today, Tim. You've got some of your decking fencing up now, I saw.
Not messing about today. I've been firing that decking, and we've got a full handrail assembled, installed, full works. There'll be nobody falling off that bad boy now.
falling through it because the decking ain't fully down yet.
There's no boards on it yet, so yeah, you can absolutely fall through it, but you can't fall off it.
I got all my stuff delivered today, like the sprayer as well, so I've literally been out and literally raised my
A little
garden.
behind the scenes, Des sent me a picture of the sprayer when it arrived, and let me tell you, I was impressed.
It's a solid 5-litre sprayer. I was like, I didn't think it was that big. I thought it'd be like a couple of litres, but no, we weren't mucking about. It's a proper 5-litre bad boy. And you have to wait like 7 days for it to take effect, for everything to start dying, which feels like a long time, but I was like, you know what? This would be so worth it watching them little buggers in my garden die. I can't wait.
I can't wait for 8 days' time when they're still standing tall.
I'm going to tell you what, I'm not going to dilute it there. I was going out there with the proper, like, raw organic weed killer. It's just going to get put down, undiluted, and see if the little bastards survive then. Anyway, our bands will come on through. You can tell I hate these weeds. I've paid so much money to try and get rid of them and can't do it. It's killing me. We've had the double Electro Bro band come on through, and then the Monty and the Deimos following in from the other side. Pulling me a little bit shocked in that we've seen a Deimos ban in a game that Falcons are involved.
Imagine. Look, the thing is, I'd have thought people would have learned a long time ago what happens when you're trying to target ban Shaco. It just doesn't really work very much. Don't get me wrong, the Deimos is a valuable ban, especially on layer. There's a lot of vertical presence that he can have. On this side, he can work underneath and dislodge people. Basement side, he can work above and dislodge people. You know, he is very valuable, but there is also an element there of Shaco's going to play Deimos every round. And you know, as we've seen over the years, he just picks up somebody else and is great with them. So, you know, it doesn't, yes, it will at least limit utility-wise what you have to deal with, but it will have no effect on the man.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
It won't. I think a lot of it's also to try and suppress the pairing that we spoke about a lot. The Dockerby and Deimos probably one of the most like effective pairing I think that we see for the Falcon side. Of course, Dockerby not being picked up in this round, he saw it get changed away from. But when neither of those operators are picked up, and sometimes when they both are, you're still inevitably going to see users playing the Grim. That is a ban that they draw away a hell of a lot to, so don't be shocked if after 3 rounds you see that Grim being taken away from them. For now, of course, we'll see how things shape up in this round tip, as it looks to be, with the Glaz on side, focused around him. Only the 2 smokes in back pockets to use, so a limited window in which it can be extremely effective, but already we're starting our march on forward here. We're focusing on this top side, rather than trying to go in through ops or trying to get control of the window inside the display.
Yeah, Falcons kind of telegraphing that a little bit as well, because we saw at the beginning there that they were willing to sacrifice that drone, and the reason they sacrificed it was because they wanted to see what was going on around that door. They wanted to know what utility they were going into, and it should tell the defenders that's where they're going to push you from. But Solotov, he manages to kick things off with a kill onto P4, and what a kill to find. That's the smoke gone. 3 smoke canisters gone along with him. It pretty much doesn't get better than that. Maybe Virtue on the Warden, but you know, otherwise, yeah, absolute perfect pick.
Let's get a good
Oh, they tried the C4 as well. Virtue let it rip, hoping to catch the man out because they know he has to play off the second smoke. It's all they've got, and it's far too easy. The Warden's always going to see you first. You have to stop moving. He does not. And Virtue picking up Solotov and taking out one of the X-Factor operators in this round. So now a lot of eyes turn towards Brede on this Blackbeard, but he ain't very healthy, Tim, which does not spell good fortune for Falcons in the rest of this attack.
It doesn't. I love those direct counter kills like that. Warden killing Glaz, like that's what he's there to do, and it worked out beautifully. Lasmo picks up Shaco. That's the gridlock gone. 4 versus 3, and the lead that BDS had has been eroded now as Brede continues trying to work in towards site, trying to push them and trying to just find a gap, trying to get somebody moving so that his teammates can pick up a kill, but it's not going to happen for the time being. Uses in display, just holding his position. Leakerfact does get Virtue now that he joins Brede. Can they get another? Yes, they can get 2. Leakerfact, Brede, 1 apiece, and all of a sudden, just like that, Robbie, he's on his own 1 versus 3. He had a big night last night. Can he do the same again?
I don't think he can, Tim, not when that diffuser's going down as well. This is going to be almost impossible to recover. The keeper barriers of his teammate working against him here. Leakerfact with the close. And despite being in a 3 versus 4, Tim, I tell you what, these man advantages are getting more and more dangerous because Falcons did not lose a single man in that closing push. Really well played to recover, though I was almost convinced that BDS would not be losing the round because Falcons are ground to a halt. The only real player they had that could make anything happen was Brede on about 20 HP. And they still managed to walk forward and pick up 3 kills comfortably. Really well played, but BDS will feel like they've lost away a bit of a freebie there. What are we doing here, P4? What are we doing?
just having a look. I think he learned his lesson there. You know, look, it was a good little fight back from BDS in the middle of the round there, but ultimately just couldn't quite get it done towards the end. I think there's very possible that we deserve some sort of medal if we manage to make it through tonight without confusing these two orgs as well.
I didn't want to mention it. You did confuse me in the last round. I was just I've done it so many times. I'm right there with you.
I've got to a point now where Falcons are Falcons right up until they play BDS.
10 seconds to insert.
And then the BDS again.
And then it's like, oh gosh, this is difficult. You know, when you've had all these names associated with, you know, the org before they switched across the Falcons for so long.
You've coached them for 6 years as BDS.
You say Breedy, you say Shaiko, you can't, you know, you hear BDS. So we'll do as well as we can. But round 1 goes the way of Falcons. It was a nice opener. BDS.
Do you mean BDS?
No, I don't mean BDS. It was.
Sure.
I'm definitely sure. It was a nice opening for Solitaire. BDS need to make sure that they are not getting too far behind in the entry stakes. An interesting little... there you go. They're not too far behind in the entry stakes at all as Lasmo steps out with the shot. He manages to find Solitaire. A great start for BDS. But there's an interesting little thing that I picked up on when I was looking at BDS. They've got 3 wins so far. 2 of them have come against Virtus Pro and Matchcore, teams that are beneath them. They've only beaten Wolves that are above them, and it just screams to me that they're kind of really struggling as a team to fight upwards at the minute. And that's something that they need. I know it's a difficult thing to improve upon, beating teams like Falcons, G2, but if you're going to be successful in EML, those are the results you need to start being able to get something out of.
Absolutely agree, Tim. Well, let's see if we can get anything going in this round then for Falcons. Again, they find themselves down a man, and it's looking all right for BDS so far. So trying to force Falcons to try and punch smoke, chase shadows around the map as they slowly sunk their way back down and towards the basement here. Most of them down except for P4, who... he just been a little bit aggressive. We saw it on the smoke in the previous round here, and the castle is a bit more liberated to do as he please. Hasn't got to worry about holding on to 3 smoke canisters. Can afford to play as aggressive as he likes, but will need to make something happen at some point because Falcons are now starting to breathe down the necks of these BDS players that are sat back on site. And already Leakafac's actually down here and starting to ask a couple of questions inside the doorway. BDS got to be careful they don't get caught out.
That's it. Whilst all that noise is going on above, we've got the Ram drone going. We've got Shaiko with the E1D scans that can come in, and Leakyfac is just in prime position. If they don't know about his location here, or if they forget about it, then it's a big problem for BDS because there could be some real freebies for him to pick up. Leakyfac is overextending. There's one on his left, I think. No, he dipped back. So he does have an opportunity. P4 manages to pick one up. 5 versus 3. Leakyfac, however, does strike.
But look who's behind him, Tim. It's P4 who's worked us all the way down from the 2nd floor. Came running down blue stairs, gets a trade. That's 2 kills in the round for him. And Fred gets 1 from above. Really good play coming out from BDS in the round. P4 ignored upon that top floor. Ultimately bites them in the backside. And the rest of his team capitalize off the back of it. 1 apiece.
Good response from BDS. That's what they needed. They don't want to be getting too far behind with Falcons. When I've spoken about winning upwards, fighting upwards in the league table in EML, it is important that you do so from the front, because these teams like Falcons, if they get 3 or 4 rounds ahead of you, you ain't coming back from that. Not very often. They will keep that pressure on. They know exactly how to do it. So a good response from BDS. They were very confident in sight, particularly. They weren't, you know, panicked when Leakyfac gets himself a kill. It was dealt with by P4, who was on the flank. He'd done some good work above. So I like that from BDS. There's both elements to the game being shown in that round. A strong sight presence, but also the ability to use the map to their advantage as well. So good from them. They're going to move into round 3. It's going to be bunks this time, so I would expect to see again a presence on that floor above.
You'd hope so, Tim. You would hope so. And the question then obviously turns to the side of Falcons and how effectively they can clear through it. I thought we might see a Brady coming out in the Blackbeard again, but no, going to change away from it here as well, putting a lot of their focus instead onto the execute. This change around makes me think you might see them go for the execute on the very, very classic door, side door itself, you know, rolling a couple of the sense light walls normally diagonally from top left down to bottom right, and it gives you a safe angle to get inside and make a plan happen. Though we have seen teams on the defense station right above that doorway, and even with the light screen going through, you do get a little slither of a chance to spray down anyone who's stepping in and trying to get get a plant on the go through. So I think Falcons will still have to try and do something on this top floor, even if it's just a little bit of pressure, not having to full clear it. Enough at least that you make BDS sweat a little bit and don't give them full agency to be able to deny a plant going down.
Likifak is going to be opening up the side. Also, good first step, supported with that EMP coming in as well. But
nice.
Gonna see.
Oh, the gadget though, the Zoto.
It's just got in the way. It's just got in the way. P4 does pick up Shaiko though, so whilst the gadget might not be deployable and they might not stop the breach going off, P4 does still manage to get something for them, taking down the IQ. And that is going to give advantage to BDS again. I said they needed a strong entry game here against Falcons. That's 2 in the 2 last rounds, and it's good stuff from BDS.
It's a shame they couldn't deny the exothermic going off. It has been opened up, which gives them a good chance to make some kind of execute happen. But like I mentioned, we need some top floor control to come on through before users can start thinking about getting a roll in towards site itself. Solotov, the one who's currently upstairs by himself, sniffing around Skybridge, looking to cause a bit of bother. In comes Likifak, stepping to where Shaiko earlier fell. They want to try and unseat P4, maybe not 100% on where he is, but another wall being opened up here. I think P4 is going to have to move away to him unless... I doubt he gets away with it without his Zoto canister. Going to keep himself nice and tight. Tucks right in. Might get a freebie. No, it's Brede who finds him in reverse first. That's unfortunate.
Falcons still need to get control over this top floor. We can see 3 players ahead of us there. And Solotov takes a couple of shots, does absolutely no damage, but does take some in response. You feel like it's only a matter of time. Virtue kept giving him the opportunity. Solotov just couldn't find the right timing. Virtue could, however, finds himself a headshot, and that is advantage BDS. They get to keep hold of this top floor for a little bit longer.
This is that plant style that I mentioned as well. Like, drop them down. If they even vertical, they can't always deny it. You get a very small chance to do so. And Brede going to get a chance to finish this one off. Yes, he will. Into a 1 versus 4, though. Oof. Former king of clutches ain't going to get away with it this time as Fret collects a double. And they're very happy to play the retake team. Unsurprisingly, 4 players left standing, and this round is theirs.
Yeah, Falcons never took top floor control at all there. They tried to play into it a little bit, but were really punished. 2 lives lost trying to fight on that top floor, and BDS, you know, were very cool, calm and collected at the end there. It was easy for them to pick up the final remaining Falcons players, so well played from them, showing the power of that top floor. They've shown a good command, a good understanding of Lair as a map over the last couple of rounds. And now they'll have the opportunity to go back to that top floor, looking at, you know, maybe there's something they can do in the bans here. They're going to take the Grim away. The Grim was played by users on that top floor attack, so it's going to mean that Falcons do have to switch something up here with what they're doing. And maybe that's the opportunity for BDS to get this round and get a clean sweep of sight.
All right. It's staying at least competitive, which I think is a good thing in the side of BDS. Like, maybe it's a defense and attacker side of things. We'll find more as we go into it a bit later. But Falcons are lacking a little bit of that bite. Outside of that round to the very, very start where they managed to spin things on its head a little bit, it has been a pretty convincing performance by BDS. I can only imagine Fnatic are sat there watching, just holding their head in their hands, because as we remarked tomorrow, it's a bit of a showdown between BDS and Fnatic. If things end as they are with BDS get themselves a win on this map, they take 3 points, for example, it's pretty much guaranteed that Fnatic don't take it unless they can get a better round difference and win that game and get all 3 points. Fair to say if BDS can beat Falcons today, they've probably got a pretty good chance of beating Fnatic tomorrow, so it's going to be a very nerve-wracking affair. But we'll see how things go once we get into that second half and see how Falcons fare on the defense. For now, they are struggling on the attack.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Fnatic if they have to go up against like BDS, like you say, on a level points, kind of, you know, hoping that the round difference is good enough. Because as it stands, Fnatic are on a -5. If BDS get a win here, a full, you know, regulation time win, let's say, they're going to improve on their -2 by at least 1, maybe more rounds. So Fnatic are going to kind of be like 5 rounds behind. It doesn't necessarily need a huge win because it works in both directions because you're playing each other. So, you know, if you win by 3, you improve by 3, they get worse by 3. So you kind of work towards each other. But yeah, it's not going to be easy for Fnatic. So I'm sure they're probably watching this match with kind of hearts in mouths, really, hoping that Falcons can do them a favour.
Yeah, so, but of course, what happens or what matters the most right now is what happens in this game. We'll see how it carries on. Look at his army hold inside of Ops. Love seeing this setup as well, and you can play him a bit more aggressive than trying to play behind the reinforcement you typically see. Just give a couple of challenges over towards the attackers, and you can, of course, get support if required as well. I think Shaco just about missing out with that Nomad air jab. Meant to go deep and instead just hits the keeper barrier in front of him. So can't quite trap Robbie in. And then they might have to pull away from it too. They don't think they're able to unseat him at this point. He looks pretty happy still dancing around Mez. In fact, no, they are going for it. And just about managed to get control here, but that's half the round gone.
It's taken them an awful lot of time. Falcons certainly holding off a little bit better. Whether that difference is the Grim Banner or not, time will tell. Users has brought the Ying along this time instead. And they've got that breach open now, so there is possibly an opportunity to get this plant down. They could really do with the wall open on the other side, you feel, though. The Glass just going to have a look. He just sees a shoulder there, but can't quite get the angle. Solotov does find Robbie. Leakerback manages to make it 2 for himself whilst the diffuser goes down. Still a very, very solid execute from Falcons there. Kept it simple. Open mask wall, drop the smokes. Glass protects the planter. Job done.
Really, really smart bait coming out here in the round 2 because Usus was dumping in these Candelas off towards display. Guess who was on display? It was Virtue. He was the one stood on that window where you typically see a lot of Candelas come through and a backstab come through into R6 room while there is a pinch coming in from Skywalk. In this case here, all the focus instead came in towards Ops and in towards, well, to start with it was in Ops, and they all moved around to the default breach. And Glass, with no contest coming out of the Warden this time around, was like, cool, so no one can see me and I can just shoot you back. This is the easiest kill of my life. Really well played by the side of Falcons. A lot of it came down, though, to the bait that was set up by Usus on the other side of the map.
2-2. We found ourselves as Falcons managed to level up. The only site that they've been able to successfully attack so far being the top floor. I think we will see the same rotation coming out of BDS, which will see them go down to the basement, which is an actual basement this time around, not like the kitchen on Cafe. It is in a full-on underground basement, so we will go down to lab for this one. BDS were very solid last time, but it did come down a lot to that P4 kind of slippery movement, managing to get through, and I don't think Falcons will allow that to happen again. They're going to be very, very cautious of that, making sure they've got those flanks locked down. Interestingly though, Shaco picks away from the Nomad and into the Bravo, but Solotov has now just picked the Nomad up, so no surprise to see the air jabs coming along to prevent that same situation.
Absolutely. I tried to make use of it a bit in the previous round, not quite getting the same success they needed, but we'll take it. March on forward and see where we step to. Now, we've had a couple of conversations about Brava over the last week or so, Tim. Normally we see a Brava in response to, say, a Maestro. Of course, it isn't one in this round. It's just the Evil Eyes to be snatched away. Didn't really help P4 yesterday, granted. He tried his very best. He got rid of one. We were like, yeah, cool. And then got shot in the back. And it was like, okay, not really offering too much to you in the round. Yes, there's a bulletproof camera to take out as well. But beyond that, maybe the Melusi Banshees as well in this round you could look at. Not tons to clear away, but I could understand it more today than I did yesterday when P4 picked it.
Breeder continuing with the shields. This is now 4 of 5 rounds that we have seen him on the Blackbeard. And BDS choosing not to take the ban, which I can completely appreciate and understand. He's not really done them too much damage, I don't think, with that Blackbeard so far. Does manage to take out a back air camera that was nicely hidden there under one of the lower areas inside of Warehouse. Leakerback just going to be opening up that soft wall, and not really much of a contest for Falcons at the minute, kind of doing what they want, but BDS happy to leave them to it.
Very much so. I mean, why stick your nose where it's not wanted? Why put yourself in too much danger here? There's no need. I think let Falcons get themselves set up now, and he got me there as well. You get yourself set up a little bit first and then worry about trying to disrupt them whilst they're trying to make the player think of nothing else. The only thing I worry about, and we've seen it historically, you know, I'm more looking back a couple of years ago here, when you give Falcons too much space and time, they will get set up pretty damn quickly for an execute and then just overwhelm you. So at some point you have to start poking back, and it's Shaiko to find the entry. Robbie falls on the Valk. Not quite having the same performance so far today, Tim, that we saw out of him yesterday.
Still 2 up above Virtue, and P4 going to be looking to hold vertical angles, but they need to be careful that they don't get left out of the round, that they don't find it just passing them by as one drops inside a site. That's going to be 2 surely. Leakerback manages to find Virtue above, so the pressure is on absolutely everywhere at the minute. Shaiko just dips away from that fight to reload. Does he get his man? No, he doesn't, but it doesn't matter because kills are coming in thick and fast elsewhere. Leakerback back. Solotov get P4 and Lasmo. There's now no vertical cover. Breeder starts to put the diffuser down inside. A live final kill comes in from Shaiko, and it's a flawless round for Falcons.
Yeah, it's kind of like I was saying, we were at that halfway point in the round. Like, if you give them too much space, they will execute pretty quickly. You know, they're a team that I've seen execute into basement on Club, for example, with 70 seconds still to go. And I'm just like, you need to give some kind of resistance. It's all good letting them get themselves into a spot to start working towards the execute, but you can't let them push in like that because they will overwhelm you and they will just outgun you. And that's exactly what BDS, unfortunately, have just experienced. Not the outcome they were looking for, because that now puts Falcons up 3-2. Whole step ahead. And they've got to play catch up.
Yeah, the problem is as well, of course, Falcons moving onto the defense after this next round, and things are not going to get any easier at all. Falcons, the best defensive team in the league so far, which won't surprise you, given that they are top of the table, or they were until Gen G won, or they have been up there, and 62% defensive win rate. Things are not going to get easier in the second half. BDS really need this round, I think. Get round 6 locked down, you know, and give Falcons a little bit more something to do. And interestingly, site choice-wise, rather than going to bunks, they've chosen to go back to top floor, a site that they've already lost twice.
Yeah. Okay. Not too sure how I feel about this one, Chief. People were asking about this, by the way, like how Lair stands. It's a question we get every time we come onto a map and we see a team doing well, or maybe even better than expected, or worse than expected in some cases. People are always like, it's an attacker-sided or a defender-sided map, and Lair, I believe, is like our third most attacker-sided map. It's pretty good in that regard. It is our most played map globally as well across the stage. You know, for a new map to be as popular as it is, definitely feels like a bit of a surprise. Quite used to seeing new maps take a bit of time to blend in or just never really make much of an appearance, but Lair's been straight in there.
I think Lair's a great map, and I think we're going to continue to see Lair changing. I kind of put it in the same bracket as, I know it's not in the pool anymore, if you remember when Villa came in, it was like we saw quite a big shift in the way it was played over the course of 6-12 months because it's such a big map. There's a lot to figure out, and things change, teams try new things, and I think Lair is definitely in that bracket. Leakerpack, as we've just watched him shimmy on into Rocket there. He had his Hell Presence reduction device active, so he won't have been picked up on any cameras. He could be on for a real backstab up those Rocket stairs if BDS aren't watching. Solotov will take down Robbie. That's the Azami gone. No more Kiba barricades for them either. And it's not looking good for BDS trying to get this top floor done again.
The force spread back, and I do stand corrected, by the way. Lair is our 4th most defender-sided map. It's amongst 4 of the maps that kind of sit in the middle. Consulate, our most defender-sided at 60%. Great shot from Freck. Shaiko, as he was stepping forward, thought maybe a bit too cozy there. Pays the price for it. Bounces back out again. Here comes Leaker back on the step 4, but there's a shotgun there ready and waiting. Invisible to cameras, but not to barbed wire, I'm afraid. They hold on here around Rocket Team and can put down quite a bit of pressure onto the oncoming players on the side of Falcons. Uses at the ready, trying to make something happen as his last Candela's going to come out here. Shotgun ready to go, and he could do quite a lot of work, and he does just that, Tim. Candela comes out, blasts on through the wall, and removes 2 unchallenged inside a bathroom, and may well have just won this for his team if they can clear out these last 2 players.
That's a huge play from users, and it's just another one of those moments that I pick up on sometimes. It's just a great example of why I love Siege. You know, so few games would that be possible where you're on the opposite side of a wall and it's just the map shifts and is changed so quickly and intensely. Blackbeard will be dealt with. Just getting a little bit close to Virtue there, who manages to bring a 1v3 to a 1v1, but Solotov is the saviour. Manages to pick up the round for Falcons. Looked like it could be slipping away there.
It did for a second, didn't it? Yeah, but nope. It looks okay. At least with how things stand then, Tim. It's been a real good half, I think, between both sides. Mainly, I feel, dominated by Falcons, if not for... I had to double-check myself again and be like, am I saying the right team name here? Yes. One dominated by Falcons, of course. That first round, I think BDS will look at and be going, how on earth did we let that one slip away? Could have been a 3-3, but Falcons now get to go onto the defensive side on a defender-sided map and show us what they can cook up here. It looks like it's going to be quite hard for BDS to get it over the line, but I'll reserve judgment until we've seen a couple of attacks. First, it's bans to come through. Kaid, do we see a bandit? Another double electric ban coming out to start things off? No, going to be the Azami and the Monty to follow from the other side.
Interestingly, I believe Shaiko actually needs 4 kills in this game to breach the 100 milestone inside of the stage, which we've seen him do repeatedly over and over again, but it's just that mark of quality, isn't it, that he keeps doing. I love that from users. Absolutely love that. Shotgun coming in, absolutely clutch. I was just about to be complimentary of P4. It was unfortunate for him getting taken down like that, because the first Candela had already come out, and P4's timing of the Toxic Babe was brilliant, because it left users locked inside a bathroom, and it left that Candela kind of wasted, really, because they didn't, you know, manage to push forward or take any ground or get any kills for it. But it was all sort of non-incidental, really, as the wall got blown away and users got himself the 2 kills anyway. You won't let me out of the bathroom, that's fine. I'll get the kills from inside of it. And just keeping that milestone in mind for Shaiko. 2 kills of the 4 that he needs have gone down so far. So 2 more to find. Should see him on the 100 mark.
Has anyone broke 100 this stage? It's probably a good question as well.
No, he would be the first by quite a considerable margin. The next closest to him is 74, which is Deadshot and Sarks both on 74 at the minute.
Quite a way to catch up then, that's for sure.
Yes.
Not too easy just yet. Anyway, let's see if we can get it done then. Keep an eye on that one, Tim. I'm trusting you to be the maths man for this one. And we'll see how things go on this top 4 defense. Got that clash to deal with, of course, to slow down from the bandit to make sure Mass Wall stays locked up at least for that a little bit longer. And a Chanka coming out. We spoke a lot about Chanka, you and I, over the last few weeks. Versus a smoke. Tend to prefer a smoke still, I think. But please will understand why we're seeing quite a lot of Chanka being brought out, at least in theory.
Just having a look, that doesn't actually include Sarks' result from tonight, so it would be 74 plus whatever Sarks got, which,
not a lot.
if I have a quick look, I can tell you was 7, so he's on 81, so still quite a way behind Shaiko, who leads the way in the chase for the 100. But let's get back to this one. Round 7, Falcons go on to the defense this time, and they're going to be up on that top floor. Let's see if they can have more joy than the 3 failed attempts that BDS saw. We can't forget that map pick, that choice of going back to that site after losing 2 when Bunks was available. Solotov gets himself an entry. User doubles down on that with the Nitro kill. I think he would have liked the Blackbeard there, but didn't manage to get him. Virtue's not going to be long for this world, though, as he keeps getting chipped away at, taken down by Breeder. His canister ultimately, but damage was done by pretty much everybody. Shaiko Solotov closed it out at the end. And Falcons win in quick fashion. I don't think we even got into the final minute there.
I don't think so. BDS really came forward at a bit of pace, but unfortunately couldn't get over the line. It does put Falcons in a very commanding position now. A 3-round gulf opening up between the two. And it starts to feel like, I think as many would expect, the Falcons are putting on the kind of show that we thought that they would. A little bit worried admittedly during that first half at points, but did enough to get themselves the 4-2. Overall, it looked like a much more comfortable team, I think, out of the 2. BDS just, as we heard the Death say, showing that consistency, their inconsistency is the most consistent thing about them. And today, we're not quite seeing the performance required to be able to overcome a team like Falcons, unfortunately. Now we go to the basement, Tim. Falcons going to lock it up nice and tight, making use of that mirror. We'll see if BDS can crack it open, but I imagine with quite a lot of maps to clear, they're going to find a few roadblocks along the way.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, you know, BDS are just starting to lag behind a little bit now. It was always going to be a problem for them coming to lair against Falcons, and we're starting to see why they're really, you know, finding themselves in command. Just keeping an eye on those Falcons players. Not always known for their kind of heavy roams, but I would certainly expect to see some presence above from them. That is, you know, the constant turtling has changed a long time ago for this roster. Pretty much when Users and Solotov joined, and you know, we started seeing things change up a little bit. It's going to be Users and Leakafak that are playing up above, only on the first floor, not all the way up on the top floor. They don't need to be up there. They just need to try and waste as much time as they can and prevent that verticality. We've got Virtue on the fuse, so they don't really want those fuse charges raining in from above them.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, this is exactly why BDS have bought this comp, is they want to be playing like that, Tim, so they're going to have to go through them. It's like the whole classic thing, you can't go over them, you can't go under them. Oh no, we'll have to go through Falcons. If only it were that easy. But you look at the lineup, right? You see the Ram for the vertical, the Glass for the execute, the Candelas for the execute, the Fuse, a similar story. Just everything screams we want to have a very execute-focused comp. And I think as long as you find Falcons are lurking around this first floor, 3 players up there at the minute, it is going to be a real roadblock to BDS's plan. So that's where things need to start.
Just looking at the entry as well, 4 in a row for Falcons. I commented on it at the beginning, how BDS needed to make sure they weren't getting behind in rounds, and it's something they've struggled with so far. Nitro will go off unsuccessfully, doesn't even take down the boogie drone, to be fair. So that's at least some utility absorbed by BDS without any damage being done, and some of that vertical work already underway, which to say Solotov is up above. Falcons are kind of letting this happen at the minute.
Sort of happy to, I guess, just peel back and play behind a bit of Dinar with the 2 C4s they've got. Like, definitely running a risk against the amount of utility that BDS are going to rain down on you from above. Maybe feel confident and then get away with it as we hear one of those fuse charges going off from Virtua. Second one also going down. They're starting to soften up what's going on site itself. FNAT's maybe cleared away, looking at mute jammers. Leakifak, I want to say, just took a hit from one of those fuse charge nades as well. Didn't, of course, die to the one that followed, but not super ideal. Again, a lot of utility being cleared away here. Good stuff by BDS. As we come towards those last 50 seconds here, they're thinking about that execute.
I like this from BDS. They've got 3 or 4 players doing all the work vertically. Lasmo is sat on drones at the minute, watching those flanks, basically nullifying Solotov. He's not going to be able to come through. You can see he keeps flicking to that reception drone. He's not going to get away with the flank just yet, so timing is everything for Solotov here. He needs to wait for that push to come through. Now is his time. They are no longer on the drone. Solotov could hurt them from behind. Leakifak manages to get one onto Robbie, but the plant is going down. Brede finds another, stops the plant. 5 versus 3. Solotov, I called it. He picks him up on the flank, takes down Lasmo, and times it beautifully.
Again, Tim, they've picked off Robbie, they've picked off the Glaz early on. Not much more to say than that. Try as they might, Falcons make it look easy. With that Glaz being removed, they lose all the potency that the smokes offer. Somewhat fortunate there wasn't a warden on the other side, or it could have been so much worse, but you can't be losing the key man in that attack that early on. It was a really well-played C4, and well done to Falcons for holding them off, but BDS lacking the teeth they need to get around going here, and I just think at this point, 6-2 down, it is going to come down to that game against Fnatic tomorrow to see who takes that 6th place spot.
Quite a late tactical timeout here. You feel that the damage has largely been done, and to imagine getting 4 rounds in a row against this Falcons side now, it's going to take some real words of wisdom to get BDS over that line. It was another strong performance from Falcons in that last round. Solotov particularly, I know I called it at the time, but I just want to come back to that, and his just innate ability to time that, to know as soon as that execute starts going in, as soon as they are thinking directly about sight, they cannot be watching the drones anymore, and that's when he picks his moment to move across and start hassling them on the flank. Just really, really well played from Falcons, using the utility well. Leakifak hitting a nitro kill, just everything going in their favor. It was another entry. That's 5 in a row for them now. BDS, you know, basically playing 4 versus 5 over those last 5 rounds. You're losing somebody within the first minute or so generally, and it's a tough one.
It is, and we know comebacks can happen, but with how things have been going, it feels hard-pressed to believe it can do just that, unless, of course, that timeout can introduce some real magic. But fair to say, Tim, I'm not too optimistic. Onto that second floor we go. Well, first floor, right? First floor.
First floor. Ground floor?
We never did get confirmation on that, didn't we, actually? Yeah, I say ground floor is what you'd say in that case, right?
Yeah, this should be ground floor.
10 seconds to insertion.
On layer, you've got basement, ground floor, first floor.
Yeah, but we see first floor, second floor, because Murica. Well, North America, I guess. It's the Canadians that made it this way. So be it.
We're on the ground floor, Des. It's going to be bunks this time around. Once again, I would expect top floor presence coming in from Falcons, especially, you know, they didn't really overcommit to it last time. They did have, it was Leakifak and Solotov that were up there to begin with, and they sort of gently dropped away, and then Solotov just kind of stuck around on the periphery. So it's not something that they kind of, you know, overly commit to, but we've got all 4 of them up on that top, sorry, all 5 of them up on that top floor this time around, really trying to keep it. BDS, is there an opportunity to play into sight and ignore it? I very much doubt it.
Yeah, probably not, no. Have to deal with it in some way, shape or form. A lot of denial on the wall as well to keep things busy. So we've got to try and deal with Leakifak in some way, shape or form to get him off that, and like you said, that requires the top floor control first. Hoping to find something up here, but for now, they're still just dug in. Like, yeah, cool, come get us then, boys. No problem with us. Every player upstairs needs pushing down at some point. Won't ignore it, but that first call comes on through for the Dockerby. And this is where the push forward begins. One caught out by the Grimbees as well as Frack takes a couple of shots at the same time. P4, a bit of chip 2. Leaky Fat dug in, ready and waiting for the push to come on through maybe, but no, they're going to ignore him and go past him here. Straight in towards Mez. A lot of damage being taken here as finally we see Falcons players at least starting to drop away. Only Solid up, but they've got 2 kills, Tim. BDS can't even clear out this top floor here. Chewed up and spat out by the side of Falcons. Only 2 still left on their feet.
You could be forgiven for thinking that it was a top floor start here with the amount of gunfights we've seen up there. The kills come in, it's flawless for Falcons. It's 100 kills for Shaiko in stage 2. Everything went their way, and they take a full 3 points and keep on winning.
What is really crucial about that win for Falcons now is I'm pretty sure that regardless with how tomorrow goes, but it's still mathematically possible, but almost no team can catch them on round difference. It's going to come down to points, which means they've got to drop them tomorrow for G2 to be able to get the top spot away from them. But we'll see how that goes in a future conversation. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk are going to break it down for you. See you in a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Mon pays Paris, toujours mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, MBs. Team Falcons are victorious with a massive scoreline against BDS. Let's bring them up on the interview with us tonight. It's Monsieur Likefak. Hello, welcome back. How you doing? Congrats on the win.
Hello guys, I'm feeling good and you?
Honestly,
Perfect.
you put us back on schedule. Thank you very much for that. I mean, look, your layer looks incredible. Is there any map that you will play on, tactical or not, that you're just able to succeed on? What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, recently everything is good for us on layer, so we just went on comfort map and that's it.
You guys are so excited that I'm seeing users smiling. Do you understand?
No, because at the end it was like 5v1 and I just said, they're just bad, just to make like love everyone. And then it was like, it was like 5v2. We said Blackbird, then there was, last one. I said, oh, never mind, they're just bad. I just said like this, That's why I was laughing.
God. I mean, to a certain degree, not that I agree that they are bad, but there was a world of difference between the two teams on that map. Like, I mean, strategically, even when things went wrong, when you're sent to your death on Nuck up the main stairs in the barbed wire, and then Yuzus jumps in bathroom window with the Ying, and then turns the round around. Like, that's the closest that the two teams are getting. And I was wondering, like, how do you manage to get so many opening kills so consistently on that map? Because I think Solotov has like like 3 or 4 in a row, maybe another teammate as well. Like, I think you guys won most of the opening engagements. How do you do that consistently?
I mean, I think the map is made like this. Like, people play against us aggro way, and they just give us the kill. I don't think we do like something specific. We are good individually, and they are just giving us the kill. So that's it.
Fair enough. Leakfack, I want to talk to you about an operator that you guys play a lot, Dokkaebi. It's not been banned against you yet this stage, but you guys absolutely love the operator. Solotov especially.
Crutches it.
Why do you think that is? And I suppose, are you guys expecting to play against a Dokkaebi ban at any point?
Yeah, of course. We train a lot with the Dokkaebi ban, but I think it's just like a comfort pick. You have a GMR, the secondary is amazing, and this gadget is always useful, so I don't think we relate that much on Dokkaebi. It's just comfort pick, like people in rank picking Ash, for example.
Fair enough.
Now, of course, with your performance on the stage, you're really back at the top with this, practically untouchable in your position. My question is now, sure, there's one more play day tomorrow, one more best of one. How are you gonna start setting up for playoffs? Because that has to be your next goal, the big one, to make it to the major and perform there.
I mean, we're going to see what is going on in the G2 game. I think if they lose, we are first or second for sure. And I think that will make the difference, because if we are first or second for sure, then we can maybe try like some stuff. If we are not first or second, then we still have something to play for, and we want to be on the top seeding.
So there is the potential of hiding strats, depending on if you're in the top 2 or not.
You say this? I didn't say anything.
Look at him, he's well media trained, huh? He's not gonna give up.
Don't worry, we got used to G2 and their ways. We understand.
Absolutely. I'm actually curious to pick your brain about another team, because I personally did not see that coming. Same thing for Jack, I think. We did not see Genji coming that hard.
Yeah, true.
Honestly, I'm very surprised at how well they're playing. The game yesterday was a banger as well. Did you expect to play that well? Them to play that well, actually?
It's funny because yesterday I did an interview and they asked me the same thing. So basically, I was surprised at first about Genji being bad on the first stage and before. But now I feel like they are back on their level and they have a really good stuff to show. So yeah, I'm excited to see them playing in the future.
Very good. Love the variety and love having teams that are coming in there. Everybody's recognizing it. But Likefak, you guys are on top. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on yet another win. Hope to see you tomorrow for our last day of groups. Anything?
Thank you guys, and don't forget Ace skin. I did live round again with Ace. So don't forget this, and see you guys.
Give him a bonus. That's all you need to hear. Thank you very much. Have a good night. He's selling well. They're hotcakes after that performance.
Yeah, I love these interviews. I mean, we're becoming friends with a lot of French people recently on the interviews, because Genji and Falcons are doing so well. Yeah,
you were just figuring it out.
We're all best friends. Oui, mec. I remember. Oui, mec. And I mean, Falcons were saying that a lot because it was going so easy for them today. I think they really carried on that performance where we said it was the game against VP on there where they really showed that team play. It was cohesive attacks. It was explosive attacks.
The variety of the
attacks. Yeah.
The Blackbird is consistent. Look at this. The Blackbird is consistent, but what they bring each time. Now this is the Ying, right?
The Ying.
The one before it was the Capitao and the Brava, and the round before and the round before the Grim. So they always bring someone else or something else, another kind of utility alongside the Blackbird to create the space. It's so well done.
I think that's the good spot there. Is it's the operator variety, the strat variety, and just the way they're able to abuse whatever's open. Like, if I think it was Monty and Blitz banned against Brede today. If not, and he played the Blackbeard. If Blackbeard was banned, he's playing whatever else is available. It's just that simple. And Falcons have got very, very good at playing around that, and each taking responsibility for individual locations on that map, particularly on the top floor attack of Lair. And they put an awful lot of pressure when they start winning so many attacks back to back.
And you can see that BDS had the right game plan in most of the rounds. I remember this basement attack, for example, what they're trying to execute. It's a 5v5, 1 minute left. They've got everything they need, but the covers are not there. P4 sacrificing himself again, like every single time. Puts down the diffuser, but the right covers are not there every time. And Falcons retakes with the right position. One goes up all the way in garage. At the same time, they retake on the execute. It keeps on happening.
Yep.
Basically, the whole match, I felt like Falcons was always one step ahead. BDS is playing a normal professional play of Lair. Falcons has an understanding that's much deeper on top of having better individuals.
It's a good team against a great team.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
I love to see it. There's clearly a lot of it. Hopefully we get to see more of it in playoffs, because I know there's still tomorrow and that we're almost done with the entire season, with the entire stage and the season.
Yep.
But I crave watching Falcons in best of threes again, and I cannot wait should they make it to international event to Munich. That is going to be on another level. However, we love to do a few things here on the EML broadcast. Let's bring it in close for this one. We love to do two things. It's to ask questions and to answer them. And of course, the most beautiful of them all, Fluke, had a big question there. Let's see if you can follow up what she's asking. Take a look.
Welcome to the Balance Patch, the quiz show where we quiz some of our quizziest friends. From way up north, it's Tim, Ace of Pyrite Lever. And unfortunately from Birmingham, it's Derry Desert Holt. Let's get quizzing. Finish this famous cast. Holy shit. The point to Derry. Name every attacker secondary gadget.
Smoke grenades, flashbangs, frag grenades, breacher charges, hard breach gadgets, mini EMPs.
You missed out, Claymore. So you spin the wheel, no points, but you do get a debuff. 11. You have to clap as long as you are talking.
Got it, okay.
Finish this iconic roster. Retro, Goddess, Mark.
I can't remember.
Wow, Laxing and Fox A. Spin the wheel, Tim. 6 is trade. You pass that over. What is the name of Fenrir's gadget?
FNAT.
Oh, we didn't clap.
Suck it.
Name every city SI has taken place in order.
Montreal, Paris, Stockholm, Montreal, Sao Paulo, Boston, 20.
Yeah! Spin that wheel! Let's debuff Des. 8. Des has to make a new buzzer sound with his mouth. Cuckoo. Which org had these players? Diaz, PSK, Gohan.
Team Liquid.
Oh, he's right again. What were the maps in the iconic Berlin final you cast?
Chalet.
Not Chalet. Border, Villa, Skyscraper,
I
Bank,
was
Clubhouse.
gonna say Villa, and then I thought I didn't go out of the football.
No points for you, spin the wheel. Tim has to end every single sentence with a badumch. What was the Super 90 commonly known as?
The Sniper 90.
Half a second behind. I'll give him that.
Late, but he got there.
I just can't remember to do things when I speak, but
Remember that one.
Which operator is this?
Striker or Sentry.
Twitch. It is Twitch. Des did not use his cuckoo. He loses a point, Tim wins.
Yeah, he got it wrong.
The reward for winning is that he doesn't have to now record a cold open that will 100% be used and made up on the spot by Derry Holt.
I'm saved by my own knowledge.
That was chaos at its best. I love the fact that Emmy decided that they would just start at 12 points.
That was harder to follow than to call an IGL strat on some maps. Like honestly, I tried everything I could.
You're the zoomer here.
But there was too much dopamine in me flowing to understand what was going on. The only thing that I got
a lot of
is
energy in those three.
team clapping was the best.
There was a
part
bit of at some point.
Yes,
maybe.
because that was the rule. Because if he needs to end his sentence with badum.
But that was to get from 12 to 11. I don't know.
No, because the buzzer sounds go.
Gentlemen, it doesn't matter. We're going to get all hyped up for our next game. Let's finish it up on the screen.
I think we should start Secret.
Team Secret versus Virtus. God damn it. We're trying to get a job done here, gentlemen. Here is our group stage standings, and the fight is clear. Team Secret are trying to remain in the playoffs contention, whereas Virtus Pro are trying to save themselves from the hellfire pit of relegation.
The big story is both teams need to win for their own agenda. Secret need to do it for playoffs. Virtus Pro need to do it for relegations. Virtus Pro won't make playoffs at this point. Let's just be blatantly blunt about that. And I think actually the biggest story isn't who wins this game, it's whoever loses it. VP lose it, there's a real chance that we don't see them in the league next year. Secret lose it, there's I would say less of a chance, but there's still a chance that they don't make playoffs, and thus we wouldn't see them in Munich.
Secret had such a rough start of the stage. They're now on a 4-win streak. They're really bouncing back, and it's the moment in that Super Week to really confirm that and confirm the spot into playoffs. As for VP, they had a 5-loss streak. Since the beginning of the stage, it was really, really rough. They started with a win yesterday, and it's the salvation moment. It's the Super Week where they're grabbing points to finally avoid relegations.
And they need every single point in that case. As you're mentioning, it's good to start off on 1 point, but you have to continue that streak. And for that, we always love to have the conversation around our map. And good golly, Miss Molly, Virtus Pro are going to bank.
I don't think I've ever seen this. This is a huge shock to me.
Is this a love-hate relationship with Bank, Jack? I feel like it is.
If they play aggressive like yesterday, maybe.
Yeah.
It is tough because
I don't know.
for the longest time, right, you looked at VP and they could play consulate to a degree, mostly chalet, cafe, bank, and no one would take them to those maps. And then clubhouse, border, were kind of the rest of the map.
They were the two they get forced to in the best of
Exactly.
ones, yeah.
But for the longest time, bank was part of that top 3 in VP, and that just this does not happen this stage. They're 1-4 on it.
Yeah.
They've lost it to Genji. They've lost it to G2 as well.
Yep.
You know, they've lost it to BDS as well. So despite that wild victory, I think the statement for Bank so far is that it's not living up to their standards.
Yeah, and I think the problem and the fact that they're having to play it, it comes down to map pool, right? If you think about some of those other maps, Secret are an incredible Chalet team, Secret an incredible border team, Secret an incredible clubhouse team. So actually,
Same for Cafe.
And the same for Cafe. Like all of the maps we play, Secret are also an incredible team at that. Secret, by the way, incredible bank team. So like, I think realistically, Secret's map pool just eclipses all of Virtus Pros.
Then look, we can talk about it this way. Let's focus up on Secret for a second here. What's their win condition? Because there is a lot of pressure on them still to recover from the lost momentum earlier in the stage.
I think very clearly for me, the win condition, especially against VP, is just to punish the slow steadiness of VP.
Yep.
If they are trying to project what they did last play day, yesterday, playing a little bit too aggressive, there is one team that can punish that. It's Secret. All of their individuals are incredibly mechanically skilled. They have everything it takes with Savage on the shield, for example, to punish VP trying to get aggressive. Whenever they're in defense, play layered, play step by step, cause new problems to VP when they're slow and methodical, and you will be able to win off time.
An onion strategy is usually one that fits quite well on Bank, Jack. Defense works very well with these layers. You play around time. You have somebody lurking all around this. Do we see Virtus Pro reacting to this on their attack?
I think so. I think, you know, for Virtus Pro, you've got to play to what your strength is. You know, as a team, your strength is teamwork. It is playing in that layer round, and it's punishing that aggression. Who's going to give you that aggression? Secret will give you it. You know, Mowgli will give you the one-to-ones. And you've got to make sure that when you're taking them, you're at least 2-for-1, so you get in the one-to-one trades. The one thing VP did well yesterday is they picked their point when they were going to get aggressive. Yes, it was often in the late round, but they picked their point and they all committed to it at the same time. If they do that, and if they punish the individual gunfights that Secret will give them, because they will, because June will lurk, because Mowgli will just put his face in a window. You open a window, Mowgli's going to put his face in it. So when you can punish that and then get aggressive at the same time, that's their biggest win condition for me.
Most importantly, only one word, I will say this, after the joystick interview and after the passion interview, confidence. The mental game is massive for VP. These guys are absolute champions. They won majors. They went to SI Grand Finals. They're expected to be at the top of Rainbow Six Siege. And they're on the verge of relegations. Only after a couple of weeks after EWC and a great event there. So I just want to put back some weight in this. In 2 days, these guys could be relegated. And so right now, the mental game is the biggest one for me. Out of any aspect in game, their trust in themselves and in their teammates is what's going to make the difference in this game.
That energy flowing between the players is going to be incredibly important. Remind everybody that when Pasha was brought on the squad a few years ago, it was to bring the energy up. So if they can keep that up, get Dan flowing in this, shepherd everybody in there, and especially Joystick, supposed to lead the squad in this case, we might have a competitive game on our hand. Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is our match of the day. Remember, a fight for relegations or out of it for Virtus Pro, a fight to be in the top 6 and go for playoffs next week. For Team Secret, our casters are standing by. Doesn't Ace, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, we are here yet again, Tim. A game. What the hell's my hair doing? But Virtus Pro are going to bank. Definitely a surprise to everyone. Look, I'm getting it cut in 2 days, okay? Just ignore it. Leave it alone. We're going there again, Tim. We've seen them be chewed up and spat out on this map countless times at this point, so I think it's fair to be quite nervous when we go into it. They had their only win in the last 5 games on it has come from an overtime game. It feels like Secret might be putting one nail in that coffin already.
I hope my hair's okay. I didn't notice anything out of place, but...
No, me neither. Mate, your hair is flawless every day without even trying.
Oh,
I'll tell you what I've done.
Honestly,
I've got a
it's the
fan
future. Get your head shaved. It's the future.
No, I don't need to shave it, mate. I've got a nice thick hairline. Well, my hairline's awful, but nice thick hair, I'll be all right. It's not about need, it's just do.
Exactly.
Do you feel lonely?
No, not at all. It's best thing ever.
Bald and lonely. Oh, I'll be all right then, mate. You don't need friends in the ball camp.
I'm trying to help you here. It makes life so much easier.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it. It's still got a fan. Like, I can't believe that we're nearly in October and I've got a fan on next to me. Because my room gets really warm. Like, you know, I'm one of them greedy buggers that's got 3 monitors. I've got all these lights on. It's a box room. it does turn into a little bit of a furnace after a while, and my hair just does not appreciate the fan going nuts.
Ace and Hibana will be our attacker bans. Clash and Mirror will be the defenders. Mirror, not a surprise at all. Clash, kind of like, okay, yeah, Clash, we saw Alamau using Clash to great effect on Bank yesterday, so, you know, absolutely some value there. It does surprise me a little bit that we haven't ever really started to see Warden bans creeping in for the defense on Bank. You know, we see Warden used in, we talk about Janitor all the time, you know, and we see that Warden Mirror combo used in Janitor or Warden on his own so often, and we do see him used on Blue Stairs as well. You know, a lot of value for Warden, and never really seems to attract any bans. Maybe something that'll come through in the future. We'll have to watch this space, but for the time being, we're going to get on into this one. Team Secret versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, of course, on the struggle bus lately. They can't really get themselves into the playoffs anymore. I think mathematically there's probably, you know, some 1% way that they can get, but the reality is that they're not going to. I don't think they've got a -12 round difference. They're chasing teams that are much closer to 0, you know, and the best hope is to even points with somebody and snatch a spot on round difference. So I don't think it's going to happen for Virtus Pro. But Team Secret, they have had the opposite story. A tough start to the beginning of the stage. They found themselves down there, rock bottom, but they woke up just in time. They fought their way back into it. They're on 11 points. We're kind of expecting 12 or 13 points to be the cutoff for playoffs. So a win here pretty much seals the deal for Team Secret.
Yeah. I'm in a state of disbelief myself when looking at this, that it could be Virtus Pro being relegated. Like, I can't believe a team of this stature has got themselves into this position, but it's where they are. I need to double check myself to very exactly how the relegations work. If they still have a chance to fight, I believe they do, to fight a chance back in, but still crazy to think they'll be there. Regardless, let's see how things go today and what they can get done. Starting out this round there, Tim, we do not have a Chanker on side. I'm sure this is breaking your little heart. I know how much you love having a Chanker on side for this site in particular. There'll be a lot to chew through there for Virtus Pro. We know that they've often been quite readable on this top floor. Joystick often charging his way across the top floor, being C4'd out time and time again. It's all doable, it's all readable. For now, though, no one has gone down, so a good start for VP not to be chewed up, but Savage may have other ideas.
Just going to be watching on that pulse, feeding intel back into his team. At the top of blue for the time being. I don't think he'll play this position for too long. He's more trying to guide somebody like Mowgli, I think, and see if they can get an early impact. Nitro is going to go out, but beautiful from Savage. Gets himself one, and then I'd expect to see him dipping back to gold bars, which is, I think, what he's going to do. And that is not a huge loss for Virtus Pro, but it's certainly not a good start. Dan was absolutely flying yesterday.
That's the main worry, isn't it, right? Like, we speak about top teams and how you can see one top player. Like, sometimes Shaika will have a quiet day. It's rare, but it happens. When he's having a quiet day, Leaky Fat's going nuts. Usus is going nuts. Solotov is popping off. Yeah, you can rely on others, and to see Dan already starting things off here, maybe not in the strongest form that you'd expect. Granted, it's the entry in the first round. You give him a bit more time. We've got to see who's going to step up today. Pasha was very quiet, but I'd love to see him being on fire today and showing us why he is one of the best players we have in the league. Here we go, charging on forward as always on good old Fuse, marching his way in, dispatching of Doom, and puts us in a 4v4. Mowgli, a slither of HP, finally finished off by Pasha. VP starting to cook.
That's really unfortunate for Doom there. He took the shot at the Vulcan canister when he was being chased down by the shield. But obviously a shotgun deploys a lot of small pellets, and none of them hit the intended target, so it didn't detonate. Unfortunate, and it allowed always to chase him down and get the kill. Advantage Virtus Pro as it's 4 versus 3, but as is always the question with Virtus Pro, a tale as old as time. Will time become the problem for them as Noah manages to pick up Joystick?
They've got all their Candelas, they've got the Deimos tracks, they've got so much they can still do here that they're not doing, Tim. I want to see it coming on out, and Savage is in a great spot to be a right little bugger. As the plant goes, that Pasha's inhaling gas, bro. You see the health bar going down, I'm sure. At this point, they've got no time left, Tim. Shepard's going to do his very, very best, and sure enough, has found a gap in the smoke to make this one happen, but can always keep the cover. I'm not 100% sure that he can. No, Shepard's hit the deck. VP, shock horror, Tim. Lose out to time.
Yep, Savage able to get that kill, and like you say, VP doing some good work, just not enough of it early in the round to give them the space to get that down, and we see why I mean, we still haven't really settled the argument. We see a strong argument for why Smoke remains supreme on the basement site when it comes to denial. Doing a great job there. Getting the kill onto Pasha, who decided he just needed to try and stick the plant, but couldn't. And got about dependent. Who was Pasha playing? Let's have a look. Pasha was on the Damas. I think he's 2-speed. So it'd be about a 5-second kill time for the Smoke to get him from top to bottom, but I think he was already damaged when he went in there, so you know, a tough one for Pasha. But ultimately, despite some good work, Team Secret stand up well, get the basement done, and they're going to head up to the top floor.
Yes, a sight that you don't often see unless we have these two specific operators banned away on the attacking side. We spoke about this a little bit. I want to say it was yesterday when we were casting this. Was it yesterday? Yeah. It's all blurred into one, Tim. It's so recent I should know this. That's my bad.
The G2 game, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't have these operators banned away, and therefore we didn't step up to top floor. Yeah, I said at the time we're going to see things like Teller's Archives creeping in. Because with those banned away, the two reinforced walls off to the far left of your screen now, where Adrian is, they stay locked up nice and tight. There is no way of opening them at range without an ace or Habana on side, which means defenders can play in that long wide corridor or inside of elevators with relative impunity. It makes it a bit harder for the attackers to get in and clear out that part of the map. You can see shield setups around stock, for example, players like floating around long desk a little bit more comfortably. It just makes top floor a bit more defensible. It extends it for all intents and purposes, and that's why Secret have headed up here now. I'm not going to see how Virtus Pro are going to try and break that one apart, but now it's going to be meaning getting on windows and starting to put a little bit of pressure down.
Rather than a fuse shield, this time it's going to be down on the Blackbeard shield. Got the Yokai drones just racing around at the minute, trying to pick up any intel. That's some sharp eyes to spot out a drone at the other side of main lobby there. Will be taken down by the elevator player. So just removing a little bit more intel from the side of Virtus Pro. Protero drone draining in, taking castle barricades and utility down. Going to make Noah's position slightly more perilous. Needs to be aware at all times of that sharp angle that can be gained from the windows out towards Banana. And also the pressure that's going to come from ATM side as well. So I like this from Virtus Pro. It's not all one-sided. They've got a square presence. They've got a main lobby presence. They're giving Team Secret plenty to think about.
That's it. Ask questions, force them to feel a little uncertain, take away a bit of the confidence, or force them into a trap where you can pick them off. Never a bad thing. Dan, the one starting to ask exactly those questions here around top square on the Blackbeard. Edging his way forward. There's a couple more here. Start up on towards those windows. Out comes the Raura. Got to make their step on forward happen at some point, Tim, and they're doing just that. Are they aware of the player tucks enough towards their right? Not 100% sure they are. It's the elevator square I'm watching out for here, Tim. They know where he is. They've got him pinned down a little bit here. Pasha finds his man. Joystick removing Doom. A nice execute here out of Virtus Pro. Making it look easy. Savage, all that's left standing, and but to his name, Tim, he'll get savaged by these final 5 players on the VP side. A flawless round and much better than what we saw in the first.
Yeah, way better from Virtus Pro there. Like I said, I really like that push of splitting up, getting into lobby, getting into top square. Your Blackbeard goes and hassles Janitor. You work from the windows. You get the Rauras in. Just cut down those angles. Make life a nightmare for the defenders inside a site. And it worked beautifully for Virtus Pro. So much so, they don't lose a single body in the attack. It's a flawless round for them. And Team Secret just completely unable to stand up to that encirclement, to that pressure they were feeling from every single side. Like they were in some sort of compactor and unable to find a way out. Virtus Pro take the win, 1-1, and we're going to move on to open area and cafeteria.
A compactor, Tim. There's also some garden on the mind.
No, I was thinking
cleaning up.
I was thinking more.
You're doing a garbage compactor.
I was thinking more an iconic movie scene. Yeah, with
10 seconds left.
I'm really not good with that stuff, Tim.
No.
I'm not a big movie person. I'll be here all day, but movies, that's not massively me.
I'm sure a few will follow me with the trash
which film?
reference. It's the original Star Wars does.
Okay.
They get stuck in the trash compactor.
I see. I don't remember that scene, mate.
That's very much what it was like for Team Secret inside of that side. Walls closing in all around them, and no wobbly pipes to prop them apart.
You know what I was proposing to our missus a couple of weeks ago? I would love to sit down and binge all the Lord of the Rings films. I'll have to take a week off work to get it done.
It's only about 11 hours.
It's only about 11 hours, easy, yeah. I'd love to do it, so I need to rewatch more properly. Oh, Pasha. Got away here without being seen, of course, on cams, but they just know something's up, and 2 players collapse. A great response from Secret, showing that aggression and pushing aggressively against him as he starts to step his way forward, thinking he had a little bit of room. Good response, and now they've got themselves this 5v4.
I'm not sure how Noah survives there. It was one of those moments, you know, where you vault through something and you're like hammering the crouch key because you just want to get down behind the wall as soon as the animation will let you. I got that feeling from Noah, and he did manage to get himself sort of head below the parapet before it was too much of a danger. Took a little bit of damage, but not too much. Pasha and Dan both offline. Nock and Blackbeard, big operators to lose. You've still got your Dokkaebi, you've still got your Ying, so there is still an execute in this Virtus Pro side, but it's going to be manpower that could be the real problem here. They're still fighting to try and get into top floor.
Absolutely. Got the second call coming online here for Shepard too, so it should give them a little bit of a reprieve. Cameras offline for a brief moment. Yokai is rendered useless. It kind of feels like it's a little too late, I'm afraid, when you're in this 3 versus 5. Secret certainly not a team that are going to let you capitalize and drag around like this back without some stellar play from Virtus Pro. We saw a little bit of that back in round 2, so there's every chance they can. But I just don't think Secret are a team of that kind of level to let you do it, as I say. For now, still floating on their way around lobby and figuring out exactly what they need to be doing. They've got that top floor control that they need. Otherwise, still largely unimpeded, not really with a clear idea on where these defenders are. We saw one off towards Marble, the others all scattered out towards Square and site itself. So quite a bit of work still to do here for Virtus Pro Team, and not tons of time left to do it.
Mowgli just holding his position in elevators, and it's the shots that give joystick away. Mowgli steps out and gets the win in that gunfight. A little bit of damage taken, but dips back into his position. Will be full flashed here, but he's not going to be challenged, and this is the problem. I often talk about use of utility. What have you got for those 2 Candelas? You've forced him away out of his position, but you still haven't got a kill. Oh no, Shepard does pick him up as he drops, but ultimately, with 15 seconds left to go, it's unlikely to be any real value on the round. Noah takes down Shepard in a late trade. That leaves us now 1 versus 4. 8 seconds left to go. Always is going to have a little run around, but do no more than that. Doom gets the kill, and yeah, Virtus Pro, you're dumping multiple Candelas in to take Mowgli out of elevators with 30 seconds left to go. It ain't going to win you the round.
Nah, it was a nice little play. I appreciated it. You know, you formed a little 2v1 there to isolate and pick off a player. I respect it, but you didn't have really enough time to then capitalize off the back, and it was good aggression from Noah, realizing that a call was coming out to step straight into the line of fire of the Dokkaebi and bring her down before even a shot could be fired back by Shepard. Looking good so far, I'd say, for Virtus Pro, when they've got themselves into a spot to pull off a good team play is when they look best, but this is where teams have made them struggle. If you delay that team play long enough, they lose to the clock. If you trip them up in the early round, they never get to do what they're the best at, which is those team plays. And that's where we feel, as we've said many times now, you know what maps you go into, well, you could be going to, you tend to get to pick the map because you're always going to see the same ones banned away by Virtus Pro, and you know what the play style is that you're going to face up against. And while we have seen BPA throughout the stage and a little bit of reload, they've tried to reimagine themselves. You know, we've seen them start playing things like Blitz. Never thought I'd see the day that Joystick was running around on Blitz. They've tried to play a little bit faster. They just haven't quite risen to it the way that other teams have, and that's why I think we're in this spot where we're talking about relegation potential for them.
Right down to the basement, Team Secret go 2-1 up, a successful first rotation, and now they take Dokkaebi off the board as well, which is going to give them a little bit more freedom, which on a map like Bank can be a very valuable thing. Lots of space, lots of map to run around, to roam, to cause problems. I don't think that Secret are going to get away with such an easy entry kill this time. Last time it was Savage able to pick up that nitro throw from underneath, but I'm pretty sure that they will be Virtus Pro ready and waiting for any of those sorts of moves. So it's going to have to be plan B, maybe even C. Who knows for Team Secret? They seem to have plenty of options when it comes to Bank, a map that they love. And right now on course for a 4-2 half, or maybe even better.
Sure. Onwards we march. Let's see how things carry on. Once again, that pulse coming along from Savage, feeding information back and forth, and quite a lot of pulses by a number of teams throughout the stage. To be fair, Fnatic, I think, will always be the one that jumps to mind when I say that, but we've seen it in a couple of our games so far today. Feeding that information on where the push will come in from. I've mentioned before, Joystick often does start out on the top floor. He'll repel in here, start charging on forward, and the number of times that I've seen him just eat C4s as a result is painful, but that's how predictable they are. It's the same window, it's the same path that he runs down. Makes life a little bit too easy for himself. But again, Secret will try and slow things down a little bit here, put the fear of God at them, make them wonder about C4s and what can come off the back of it. Hopefully Virtus Pro adapt to it this time around and don't get chewed up by the side of VP too early on. Here he is. No C4s though. Nice.
Could be the utility taken down there, going to make it more difficult to hold on to this Teller's location. They've got a good idea that there's somebody in there. That's why the verticals are getting opened up. 2 mute jammers have been taken out, but the player escapes. Can be pushed away for the time being. Just a bit of a rotation. So many nearly moments for Joystick, but he finally gets his reward. Takes down Savage with a nice entry, and it's the Pulse that's gone as well. Big loss for Team Secret.
It's not too ideal, but fair play to VP though, Tim. It may have taken half the round, but they've maneuvered around that thread of C4s, around the Pulse really well. They've been diligent on the drone work. They've done everything you really need to be doing here in the early round. Now the thing is I'm worried about is we're down towards this last 70 seconds. We're still fishing a little bit towards getting control of open area and staff. We'll drop in here after getting 2 kills. Good. That is a great way to open things up. Now we can start asking questions of sight. This is really good from Virtus Pro.
Joystick just holding that angle towards elevators. Nobody actually in there at the moment. Doesn't need to worry about it, but the drop has come in. It's Noah who's just going to be holding on that angle. It just suggests that Virtus Pro may be a little bit limited on intel at the moment as well. And we can see from their player cards those drones have been chipped away at. And certainly not as many as there was at the beginning. Utility is going to be cleared out. They're going to have to go for the soft breach because there's no other option. Of course, without the reinforcement, they would lose if they had any of the hard breach charges. They'd likely just be shot off. Doom does pick up Joystick. The fight back is on for Team Secret, and surely it's not going to be a problem of time again. Always has to dip out. Nearly loses his life. 10 seconds.
They've got down to such a good point here. One more smoke to come out. They have to go deep. They have to look for kills. They can't afford to plant unless they get into a good spot. Dan's getting that down. Adrian's all alone. Good stuff from VP. Yes, it comes down to the wire, but they've played that round very well.
Winning rounds for VP are always likely to come down to the wire because it's just the type of siege that they play. They use every second of the round. They go in. They like to clear utility. They like to, everything, have a good idea of everything that is going on site before they push through. They like perfect conditions before that diffuser starts going down, so it's always going to be a case they are fighting against the clock come the end, but they get the job done. 2-2, maybe a little bit closer than we expected. Certainly the Virtus Pro resurgence is continuing. We saw it yesterday with the 7-4 victory that they had. Maybe this is going to be a very super week for them, but you just get the feeling that they've left it too late. With the maximum of 11 points, they're going to be almost certainly reliant on round difference to get them over the top of anybody, and it's going to be tough. This is 2-2 now. You're looking at, even if they win, it's probably going to be a 7-5. It's going to be a +2 on round difference.
10 seconds left.
You're not really gaining too much from it.
Nah, for sure.
5 seconds to go.
Again, I don't know the exact specifics. Like, this is what Leo and obviously Jack will be digging into big time. It's exactly what happens in terms of relegations and the points overall. All that matters to VP is we have to win as much as we can. We might not be able to make playoffs, but every point makes a difference. And in a way, it will feel extra stingy for them because if they beat Fnatic yesterday, they win this game and maybe win tomorrow and still find themselves in that horrible position, it's going to sting because it's almost like they found form a little bit too late, whereas other teams, we've seen them hit form, week 3 rather than right here towards the back end of things. That's going to feel horrible. But it is the spot that they put themselves in. Either way, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing today. This looks a lot more like the VP that everyone feared on Bank compared to the one I think that we've gotten a little bit used to.
No kill inside of the first 40 seconds. Some nice gymnastics coming in from the Rotero drone there. A little bit of parkour to get it into position. And will be the same again. Not an easy thing with the Roteros, of course. You are on limited time as well before it will automatically detonate itself. That's both castle barricades dealt with, so the windows now become a lot more lethal for Virtus Pro. Need to take out that keeper barricade as well. Just very concerned about being peeked out from that right-hand side, so just keeping himself constantly as a moving target here. 1 minute 45, keeper barricade going to be replaced. Doom very central to this defense.
He is. We speak all the time about Janitor itself being a real key part of it. So it's not just Doom, it's also Savage up towards his other side, playing, of course, in that Warden to deal with smokes, candelas, anything else that make rain on through. So really, again, attention now turns towards Virtus.pro, and how are you going to make this player move? There's no capital with which to do so. There are, nades they can toss in, but again, it's only a couple of frags they can play behind. Other than that, he can deal with anything else they throw at him. So I want to see pressure coming in towards Savage, but it's Doom to strike first, gets rid of those candelas. That is a big deal, Tim. They haven't got a lot of things they can really use now to unsettle most of Team Secret.
Yeah, big loss, and I feel like Virtus.pro haven't been quite as aggressive this time in getting Team Secret surrounded. It was one of the big points last time out when they won this attack, was getting the pressure onto Spiral Stairs, getting the pressure into top square, into Janitor, and they've just failed at every turn there. They see the Blackbeard getting taken out by the Nitro as well, and it's a huge loss, and probably the end of the round for Virtus.pro. 5 versus 2 now. Team Secret looking comfortable.
Very, very comfortable. I think this is the dichotomy of this game has been excellent attacks by VP where they've manhandled Secret and bullied them around, and others where we've seen Secret be willing to get a little bit aggressive and play the way that everyone does against VP, which is being aggressive early on, taking a couple of players off the board or forcing that clock down to 0. The clock will hit 0 here or Pasha will die either way. We're coming down to it in the final 10 seconds, but if VP are given space early round, that's when we've seen them look strong. And I'm just kind of concerned at this point that we're not going to see too much of that coming out of them now that Secret have got a bit of a sniff of things. Worth touching on Pasha for a second as well. The player across every team in the league that has got the most 3Ks throughout the stage has looked absolutely phenomenal at points, and yet still they find themselves trailing here so far against Secret.
Secret, of course, wanting to make hay while the sun shines. A 4-2 half would be great for them on the defense. They're going to have a little bit more of their work cut out for them, I think, when they get onto the attacking side of things. It might prove to be a little bit more difficult, but for the time being, they're looking reasonably comfortable. Virtus.pro have certainly got some fight in them, but you do feel that Secret have maybe got that extra 10% at the minute that's just getting them majority of rounds. It's not a tight thing, but they just seem to have that little bit extra in the tank at the end of the round. So round 6 will see us back down in the basement, and if we have a look at what has happened down there previously, we've seen it played twice, and it's a 50-50. Virtus.pro were able to win it in round 4. Secret got it locked down in round 1. It's always tight on time for Virtus.pro on this side. I'd like to see Secret bring in that denial, which they've done. They've got Adrian, they've got Noah, so they've got the smoke, they've got the redundancy of the Goyos as well. The Twitch drone, Dan, needs to be taking those Vulcan canisters out because it's so important to Virtus.pro. We see them struggle at the end of the round for time. If they have to fight against Vulcan canisters as well, it could be a little bit too much for them to handle, so he needs to make sure he's taking that utility out. I'd like to have seen Team Secret maybe, they've brought the Tibber out, which is good. That's going to be further delay. It's going to be stopping those hatches getting opened. It was an attempt. An attempt was made at the little fadeaway fall-in shot from the Twitch drone. Didn't get his jammer though, so does lose one of those drones. If you remember, I said very important that they get the Vulcan canister as well. That's at least one that won't be doing now until they can get that mute jammer manually.
Sure. And manually may well be the way they have to see, push their way through. Because again, looking at this lineup coming out from Secret, it's all about the stall, all about the time waste. June ready with a C4. Last time we had those two players come dropping in through stock. Doom at the ready. No one's quite stepped across yet, but a pre-place is there. May hear that. Through the floor, assuming they're in the right position. Joystick for now, swinging his way through this top floor. As I said, this is where he always starts, always pushes his way through. Commonly on the sledge. I think once or twice I've seen him on Buck, but more often than not, it is the sledge. And often he'll get chewed up by a C4 from someone inside of Archives, but it feels like there has been a little bit of read on that, and this really is why I think those jammers are down there, is to try and make it safe to play around Archives, to try and catch Joystick out, but he's a bit more wise to those antics now. Doesn't lose his life. Good start. C4 goes off. No one caught out. Good start for VP, but it has taken half the round, Tim, to get control of the second floor. Now we've got to start actually talking about open area itself.
Yeah, exactly. They've still got Doom on blue stairs as well that they need to deal with, and to be able to get down into server, to be able to get any sort of control down there. They haven't got the hatches yet, and so big problem. Savage has actually been forced the way he was playing in elevators. He's dropped because he wants to use those auto canisters. He's going to keep that hatch locked down for a good majority of the remainder of this round. He's got 2 more auto canisters to go. He's just waiting for that one to wear off, but with 55 seconds left, you can see it's going to be very, very tight for Virtus.pro, but what are they going to do with this vault hatch?
I mean, For now, get it opened up and maybe look to drop on through. Always, he's straight in there, Tim. They know about the player on ball. Yes, they do. And he wins out the fight against Adrian. A C4 landing half a second later, though Pasha has found another. But now at least the 4 versus 3 confirmed. The 4v3 as always will not be rescued. 30 seconds to go and it is all kicking off though. Secret have got 2 kills back, Tim. They've held on so far. But this ain't looking, after that say it's not looking too bad, but then June hits another, Savage another, it's all falling apart for VP, Tim. Cleaned up there in the close, and it will be a 4-2 half coming out for Secret.
Team Secret actually reacted really well there. It would have been kind of easy to have a little bit of a panic, but I think the problem was Virtus.pro didn't manage to apply any pressure anywhere else, really. You know, they had a little look towards blue stairs. They didn't really get control of server. They weren't pushing towards that default plant spot in a meaningful way, so then Secret can start thinking, right, what's going on elsewhere? We've had a drop vault, so is there a drop elevator as well? Is it going to be a push coming in from that side onto lockers instead? And they reacted really well to it. Savage getting himself a couple of absolute beauties from inside a vault, and they managed to lock it out. 4-2 half for Secret, and they move on to the attack. They're looking good at the minute, but I say that with caution. I think Team Secret can kick on and win this, but it could be one of those games where we say it is a game of 2 halves, and maybe Virtus.pro just, they don't have that problem of the clock anymore. If anything, it's working for them, and they can start to string a few rounds together on defense.
Absolutely. All right. I have a feeling those Secret, as I said yesterday, as one of the better attacking teams that we have in the region, are probably going to find themselves in a very comfortable spot to be able to get this one done. I'll put the stats on real quick and have a look at exactly how things have been going forward from this stage. Obviously, they've had a bit of a shakier start, so I don't expect their attacking win rate will be as high as it was before. Still find themselves at a pretty respectable 54%. Virtus.pro, by comparison, 39%. The Secret are a pretty good attacking team, even with the rough start they had to the stage. It's very interesting actually looking at it. I think they, if I'm not mistaken, the same as last stage, along with G2, are the only team that are better at attacking than defending. For those that are curious, because everyone loves to know about G2, 62% attacking win rate, 54% defensive win rate, Secret at 54% attack, 47% defense. It's really interesting seeing how those two teams quite consistently have those kind of stats.
There's only one other, Des. Wild are actually better at attacking than they are at defending.
Are they up there as well?
Only by 1.1%.
Oh, now you're being pedantic.
47% to 46%. They do have.
Guess who the best planting team are in the league, Tim?
I mean, you're saying guess, Des, when you know full well that I've got the stats up in front of me.
I'm trying to make you look good, man.
I
Just
will
take
guess that it's Team Secret.
I reckon it's percentage, Tim.
I reckon it's about somewhere like 32.6%, I think.
Oh, you're right on the money, Tim. How are you so good at this? Wow, well done.
Just some quick mental maths there, Des.
Yeah, I mean, they're a good attacking team, great planting team, and if we know Secret like we've watched them for a while now, the plant is on the cards in this round when you've got the Sens on side, you've got the Capital, you've got the Grim, it's all about the execute, Tim. They have got to break through this more defensive setup coming out of Virtus.pro. They're very much holding behind the mirror, behind the toast, behind the smoke, all the stuff that we love and know for this site in particular. But we'll keep an eye on the clock here because it's stung Virtus.pro a lot. Will it catch Secret out in the same way?
I feel like I'm seeing joystick all over again, but on Team Secret this time. Noah doing very similar work up above, using the book, taking out the mute jammers, and just forcing those players away from that mid-floor hold, so that they're able, Team Secret, to start thinking a little bit more about site, which is down in the basement. And 1 minute 30 left to go. Secret now have control of the map, apart from elevators. Joystick on the Fenrir is still in there, so be aware of that. Keep an eye out. He will drop back when he needs to. He'll have that hatch open. The pressure's coming in. That's it. He moves away, but only 1 minute 20 for Team Secret to start shaping and execute onto site.
All right, they've got the time though. Now got themselves the control they need. Starting to sniff around here, get themselves ready and lined up. A big dumper utility, no doubt inbound from some point at Adrian Tubes, I've already said. And a hell of a lot to come out of Mowgli at the same time. It's that classic dance that we've seen a lot of teams playing around this mirror on that standard wall now. I think it was Fett, I saw the video from yesterday, that you can clear this off with a Maverick pretty easy. And I think it was Blaz who, I think Alan actually added Blaz like, oh my god, what's going on? And Blaz was like, I tried, I just kind of panicked in the moment a little bit, like I know what I'm doing, I promise. But it's kind of like if you do, like above where the canisters end on the left and right, at the top and the bottom, the whole window just falls away. Or you can do like this. Savage is also showing a wonderful way of getting it done. That's been cleared out. That should be wide enough to get someone through. It depends how fat you are, I guess.
I think he will be able to move on in there.
I think he should be okay.
I think he won't have too much of a problem. He'll get himself on in there and be able to put a plant down. Look at the side of VP. You see the Toxic Babe coming out and being activated by Always. Only has 1 remaining, but only has 10 seconds to continue to burn out. However, they've gone off brand. They're into a different plant spot. Pasha manages to find one. Noah on the cover manages to take down Joystick. Plant is successful, and they have the hatch. There's going to have to be a vertical retake here. Secret surely aware of it. Always starts moving up there, looks to find his man. They are watching this door. They know that there is no choice for Virtus Pro other than to come up here, but they lose the fight. Always, if he finds himself another, there could be big problems for Team Secret, but no. Doom closes him down, predicts the movement, and it's all up to Dan up above. About 11 seconds to make this work.
There's just no way here because there's not a chance in hell that June gives him the chance to get the kill. Not without the time being down towards low, or if he drops with the hatch, then June would be straight back on it. Game of cat and mouse, really. And unfortunately, he is the mouse in this situation. Secret, a plant and an attacking round win, Tim. It's almost like the stats back it up.
It really is. They're looking very, very good in that first round. I said, coming into this second half, we always have that question mark. Will they be able to carry the momentum from defense to attack or vice versa? Secret have done a great job of it there. They looked really, really confident. They got in there. They ticked all the boxes. They got the top floor control. They forced the players away from mid. They got down there. They opened up the hatches. They created space off default to get that plant down even when the smoke canisters were coming out. Really good stuff from Team Secret, and they deserve the round. 5-2 and looking pretty good to take a win.
Absolutely. Oh boy. The Virtus Pro, the woes only begin to deepen at this point. I'm sure the desk will have a lot to say about it after the game. Not quite putting up the level of fight required there. To be fair, it's very, very hard to do so when you've got, what, 5 sets of Grim Bees coming in, 2 light screens going down, smokes being dumped everywhere by the Capitao. It just screams, help. Please, somebody help me. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. It's very, very well played. And now we're going to see what they can do going into round 8 open. And Staff is going to be a similar story, I expect him. Better focus upon that top floor. And they've, of course, left this far left of the 4 quad wall, or the 4 quad walls of the quad wall opened up here. Just the ability to challenge in towards square. Often see the full thing reinforced off and mute jammed out or electrified away. Virtus Pro want to be able to challenge in towards square there to stop Secret being too comfortable. Thank you, observers.
Indeed. Savage.
They opened it up just so the observers could fly through it like that, by the way.
Savage is on the blitz. Keep an eye on him and keep an eye on where he pressures particularly. He's going to be on the drones at the moment, but is going to be key in moving these roamers away possibly. A couple of them up on the top floor. We've got Shepherd, we've got Joystick, we've got Dan, so real presence up above. I spoke about it yesterday. It's the difficult side to defend from above. You do need to be up there because you're trying to protect the hatch. There's 2 default plant spots that you're looking at. There's one under the hatch and then there's one behind the cafeteria counter. So you can't give up the hatch because teams, will use that to drop and get a plant down if the opportunity's there. But you can't do anything about that cafeteria counter plant from above. So it's one of those defensive teams don't always kind of, give their lives away to keep hold of this top floor because it's not the sort of be-all and end-all of winning this side as defense. So they have lost one up there. One has dropped away. So as suggested, they don't want to give everything to keep hold of this top floor. Joystick is going to continue to be a nuisance up there. Gets a beauty onto Adrian. Predicts the repel, but is picked up in a trade by Noah. So again, good answers from Team Secret. Doesn't really matter that they've lost somebody there. They can now start thinking towards side.
Absolutely they can. Again, that numbers advantage is going to only help them here. We know how much Savage loves to bully teams with shields. I'm sure he's thinking about it, even with a couple of smokes to worry against and a C4 in the back pocket. That's what he does best, Tim. And just like that, Pasha, he knows he's dead to rights there. No one gets away from Savage in that position. 9-2 in the game he steps up to. Virtus Pro, I think, already at this point, Tim, probably feeling very defeated, deflated. Not an awful lot they can look to do. A good crossfire, at least on towards Savage. But they know the pressure is starting to build here. Still 40 seconds to play.
This is very winnable for Virtus Pro from here. They've managed to get themselves back to a 2v2. And the Blitz is offline as well. Diffuser's down. There's all sorts going for Virtus Pro. They just need to hold on to site. 30 seconds left to go, and Secret, you know, from being in a position of being ahead and having map control, and now in a position of just trying to have to take fights and brute force their way into site. They do get a good kill on the elevator player, and Shepard is really low health, but they're going to have to find a way around this smoke. It's the elevator drop, and then up pops Doom from seemingly nowhere to get that final kill, and that is going to be Secret finding a way even when the odds started to stack up against them.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreak there as well. You thought for a second they might be able to claw it back, but not quite the case. 6-2 to Secret. Domination from them here on Bank, and for VP, that team that you just don't take to Bank. Or so we said a good few months ago, Tim. It feels like now everybody wants to be taking them. They'll be 1-5 as a record on this over the last few months. If they lose this now, a last chance saloon coming out with attack timeout. But as we often say, Tim, when the 6 points on the board, it's already too late for attack timeout to come on through. Really should have come about earlier on when more could have been changed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're not necessarily going to take it at the switch of the half at 4-2, but I certainly think when you lose that first round on defense and you go 5-2 down, it's time to start really thinking about it. Then 6-2, like you say, you know, what are you going to change at this point that's going to get you 4 rounds in a row? Secret seeming like they're not going to be stopped now. They've got some real weight behind them, some real momentum, and they will continue rolling forward. But it's going to have to be something very, very special said in that tactical timeout. And of course, the other reason I don't like the tactical timeouts when you've hit round 6 against you is the fact that you've just given Secret the opportunity to have the same chat at 6 points to say, how are we going to, you know, what's the play here? How are we going to get this over the line? How are we going to get this locked out? And so, yeah, I think it's, you know, as much as it might help you, I think it hinders you as well.
Yep, well, we'll see if they can hold on in basement for one last time, Tim, but given how the last one went, I don't think Secret are going to make it too easy for them. A clash coming along for Shepard. Waste a little bit more time. But the thing is, we've seen Secret generally been pretty good at managing the clock so far, so I don't know if it's quite going to have the impact that they would look for. A couple of changes coming out in terms of lineup. Savage, interestingly, I imagine, still running the shield, but he's over to defuse here, Tim. Really is taking a leaf out of his opponent's books, because as we said a few times, it was always who kind of popularized running Fuse an awful lot, because we were seeing a lot of bans come through for a Monty, a Blackbeard, and then normally a Blitz in the third round. After the third round, no one's really going to ban away a Fuse realistically, and if they do ban away the Fuse, then you run one of the other shields. It's no problem. You can't ban all of them away. And Savage, I think, is showing a little bit of flair here, a little bit of flexibility in terms of what he can play, and of course, a lot of ability to destroy a lot of utility on site itself.
Opening up that long angle towards main stairs. It's always a nice one to use. Everybody thinks about that rappel and they think about opening up the wall that we speak about that's usually reinforced. Nitro goes out, takes a lot of damage to Savage, but doesn't find the kill. Adrian does, however, manage to pick up Joystick. That's the Goyo gone, so not a big loss. The utility is already going to be out there. Joystick straight on the cams, but 5 versus 4 Team Secret will start getting a sniff here that a win is possible.
For sure, it starts off with 1 and it turns into a snowball, into an avalanche.
I'm not sure what the bees were meant to do there, really, to be honest.
Stop him pushing forward. At least give a tag and he does push out top of stairs. That's what it was more about. They'll know if he moves away at this point, otherwise it's just constant pings on where the clash is and what he's trying to do. So for now, he can't really step forward and easily challenge, but Dan does get rid of Adrian. I said he's having a quiet game, Tim, but a kill's certainly going to help. Pasha into another as he steps up to 11 kills here. The lobby leader in terms of the kills that he's collected. Did it a lot throughout the stage. Noah getting rid of Dan, a 3v3, half a round still to play, Tim, and already there is so much happening on site itself.
Savage has managed to get into lockers, and you just feel if he had the diffuser, it would have been possible to think about putting it down there, but it's Mowgli who has it in hand, always is roaming about up above. Pasha goes with him as well, and the plant does indeed start going down, and Virtus Pro are actually having to use like an attacking perspective here to try and get themselves back into the round. They've had to drop Bolt Hatch themselves, but they know that he's there. Going to bully him with the shield. That's always taken down. Savage, strong advantage for Team Secret. This one's almost certainly over. Shepard low health on the clash. Going to be very difficult for him to do anything against the shield of all things.
Yeah.
He doesn't do damage anymore, so you can't use it like that. He needs to stay away from that fire.
You want the clash to waste time, Tim, and there was half a round left when they were already starting to hit site. It just goes to show Team Secret are pretty good at this attacking business, and Verse Pro sadly won't be able to keep them at bay. We are over time at this point. It's literally a little bit of time for a bit of KD padding for either side. Shepherd falls, and Secret with a dominating victory here and a good chance at making themselves a solid shout for our playoffs.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think, secure them in that position just yet, but at 14 points, given that, last stage it was 12 that did the job, I think Team Secret are looking pretty safe.
They will. I mean, talking about safety, Tim, it doesn't quite feel that way for Virtus Pro, but I'm sure that our desk will talk about that once we get back on the desk after a short break. See ya in just a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Secret have recovered and done it back from the dead. They are. Let's bring our winners to our interview. Noah joining us. There's just two ends in this. Noah, congratulations. You're in playoffs, buddy.
Oh, how nice. So nice. I don't have any other emotions.
Damn. That's like, I know the bar is low when it comes to interviewing a Swedish person, but goddamn.
No, to be honest,
you called him Necro, then you insulted it. Come on, man.
Yeah, he called me Necro, so there's no point. What's the point, actually?
Well, you won, so thanks.
We'll try that again. Ignore him. Well, great. Noah, how are you feeling about qualifying to playoffs today?
It feels great. Obviously, we had a pretty rough beginning to our stage, but it feels great to be able to lock out the playoffs now and focus on best of threes. Obviously, we have one more game tomorrow, but we're focused.
Such a turnaround as well.
Yeah.
Like you guys 7-2 super weak. I mean, I was a big believer. Okay, we all said that you were gonna turn around eventually, and it was gonna happen, and we said it was gonna happen in the super week. So now you're confirmed in playoffs. You cannot make top 2. So I'm wondering, the game tomorrow against Wild, what's the game plan? Are you hiding strats because you wanna, play much into the playoffs? It's a critical game for Wild. They could be on the verge of relegations. I'm just asking,
I mean, we're not really going to hide anything. We're just going to play our usual game. I think it's important for us to go into the playoffs with good momentum for ourselves. So I think we're mainly focused on that instead of like what they're going to do and everything like that. So we're just going to play our own game, and that's mainly it.
Noah, can you talk to me about Savage, actually? Because he's become very, very important to this team, and I just want you to describe him as an IGL and why he's so important to this team, and maybe compare him to maybe previous IGLs you've had before.
I mean, Savage is like the backbone of this team. Obviously, like he has a big impact on all of us. He keeps us all very strict on the scrims, which can sometimes get a little annoying. But he's obviously playing phenomenal this stage as well. He's playing so good individually. He's always the one like doing all the prep with the coaches, doing everything with us, like informing us about small plays we can do. So he's the backbone of us. Without him, we can't be here.
Is he the best IGL you've ever had?
I mean, he's the only IGL I've ever won anything with, so definitely the best IGL I've ever had.
There you go. I mean, your game plan was quite clear today. You talked about it for next week and for tomorrow. At this point, what do you think would hold you back from actually making it to Munich? Because you're not there yet.
I mean, the only thing stopping us from doing anything, even winning EML, is ourselves. I think we have a good game plan going into all of our games. It's just about how much we put into it and how much we really want to win. I think EWC proved to us that there's no limits to what we can do.
Very good. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Noah, is there one final thing that maybe you would like to say to all the viewers out there?
Buy the Team Secret skin, obviously the Legion skin, the best ranked skin. I don't know what the cast was doing with the ranks of the skins, but
that's me.
Obviously
that's me.
Secret is S tier rank. So buy that, please. And thank you guys for having an interview with me.
Thank you very much, Noah. Just making sure that it's.
Thank you. My God.
Love
Thank you, Neko. Have a good night.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
All right. Well, there you go. That was Noah joining us from Team Secret.
I heard his mic.
Yeah.
God, just as he was living. My poor guy. He did not deserve any of what we threw at him. Honestly, I
didn't
love
mean
Noah.
it. I'm just tired.
I just love Noah. Honestly, such a good guy, such a good player, and such a good team overall. I mean, we're seeing the secret that won EWC, right? I see that explosiveness. It starts all the way in the defense side for me. The proactivity here, Jack. Whatever happens, even if they play into the late round, they just don't simply wait for the execute. They try and be a nuisance to VP. Whether it is on the room, whether it is later with a retake based on the intel. Yes, I know that pronunciation was terrible. I'm working on my English.
Nuisance.
Someone that's really good is Team Secret.
Yeah.
Because in the defense side, it could really be easy to just go and play into the late round and play into the time against VP. They did it, but they did it in a creative way at very different stages of each round with very different win conditions. I felt like it was a full control round when it was in attack, Jack. Perfect control all over.
I love working with you, Leo, because when you're talking over the highlights and you're making your points, I'm like, think about one word for my point, and I'm like, think about it, control. Secret controlled this game, and then you just said it. They controlled every single round, more or less. Even the rounds they lost, they knew exactly what was going to happen, and they were ready for it. They just ended up losing out on the execution. And really, they played a perfect game on a map they were comfortable with, that they were well prepared for, and nobody really stepped out of line. It was more or less perfect siege all the way through from Team Secret. They're hitting form at the right time, and I think back to the interview, actually, Milos, that you did with Twister, when they hadn't won a game, when Twister had the balls to come on the broadcast, before they'd even won a game, said, we will come good, we are just trusting our process, we know we are a great team, and we've seen it. They haven't lost a game since that point.
Yeah, they said they needed momentum. We heard it from Twister. We heard it from the team itself when they won their first game and actually were on the interview with us here. And it's clear, like you said, they haven't lost a single game from then on. It was just continued motion till now. The question is, do they continue doing that for tomorrow and carrying it into playoffs? That's what Noah's postulating. I'm expecting to see great performance regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about our next matchup. Let's bring them up on the screen. G2 versus Wolves Esports is coming after this break. Much on the line for Wolves, and G2 look at them bounce back up. We'll see you then. Welcome back, friends. Our fourth matchup of the evening is upon us. G2 takes on Wolves Esports. And just to set the stage for all of you watching out there, let's go with our standings so far in this stage. You will see that G2 just slipped from the top two after Gen.G and Falcons' performance, though they're at 16. There's only 1 point differential. G2 can rock back into the top two. That'll give them a bye, so they skip one game in the playoffs next week. That'll be very helpful for them. However, Fnatic are at 10 points. They're in two conversations, getting out of relegations and keeping in the running for playoffs. And right now, any point is going to help.
Yeah.
Just stay in that conversation.
Yeah, for Wolves, yeah. So there are 11 points. Actually, it's kind of weird if you look at some of the teams and the fixtures. There's a world where Wolves actually could lose both games, stay in the playoffs picture, and also be relegated this week. It's craziness. But they're fighting on two fronts. They're currently in the relegations picture, and it is in their own hands, Leo.
Yeah, it's more important, I think, to focus on the positive, right? They've had an incredible stage 2 so far, and it's a big improvement compared to their 9th spot last stage. I think that's what they should focus on. We're maybe on the verge of achieving a playoffs run. We've now got a couple of wins in the last few play days. We're starting to see the hope in Wolves as well. This team show up in important moments, especially yesterday. I was wondering if they would show up in a very important game. They did so, they took the win. And they should continue today, especially in a matchup that no one is expecting them to take points, right? They play G2, they play Falcons tomorrow.
That's why I was starting it off in a slightly negative. It's not inconceivable that they lose to G2 and Falcons.
No.
That's too crazy.
Absolutely. Like, it's expected, actually, that they lose everything.
But 11 points might well be enough.
Exactly.
To limit them through in 6th.
But any single point that they grab, MVP is shaking. And, Wild is shaking. And Matchco is shaking. Because Wolves are not expected to take more than 11 here. Because they play G2 and Falcons. But at the same time, it's Siege. It's a BO1. They have talent.
As we said yesterday, it's not played on paper.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It has to go down in the server. And yes, there's 6 points on the line. You're able to get one, given how tight the middle of the pack is. There's only a couple points differential. It can give you a bit more space to work with should another team really go nuts and try to surpass you. But even then, at this point, they have one buffer below them in Fnatic with a 1 point differential. That's why every little bit matters. On the other side, though, is trying to recover into the top two is G2 Esports. And yeah, they've been playing wonderfully. They're 1 point off of the top two, obviously, because they just haven't played their game, unlike Gen.G and Falcons earlier, but they can do it.
Under a little bit of pressure, I will say, because Gen.G won so emphatically, because Falcons won so emphatically, G2 find themselves in third, despite the fact that they keep winning. So they need to win this and stay in the race. It's making every single game count. Of course, they're confirmed for playoffs. Of course, they're confirmed for finals. Of course, they can't be relegated. But this is G2 we're talking about. This is G2 who was in the final of the last international event, that have expectations to be going to every event and to be getting to the finals and winning events. So for them, top two is a minimum. And the fact that they're currently outside that position at the start of this game will be a slight concern, so they still need to turn up and perform. This isn't a given.
Yeah, they're supposed to come in the playoffs as favorites, and the best way to do that is to achieve that top two. So despite Gen.G's incredible performance...
Doki's doing a Shaiko cosplay.
Yeah, maybe he's learning from him, with the performance that Shaiko has been putting on with his incredible warm-up routine. Using his new glasses nonetheless. But looking at G2 roster, honestly, I'm thinking that anything else than top two would be disappointing, especially seeing the level of this team. And although Gen.G has been performing well, it's not an excuse for them to underperform and lose points against Wolves.
I still expect them to make it, and I will say, and we mentioned it in the previous game, the Falcons game, it's very refreshing that Gen.G are there holding them accountable. When we came into this stage saying we have an established top four in Europe, and Secret fell off, VP fell off, and Gen.G were right there replacing, holding G2 and Falcons accountable for those top two positions.
It just means that, we're putting the bar so high with G2 because, one, they put it themselves, and two, their performance has already spoken for itself. They are supposed to be in that top two, which is why we are very critical of small things. But if we're being very honest, of course, they're doing incredible. We can't discount that anyways. But one question is, what map are we going to go to in this series? Again, best of one between Wolves and G2. What do we have in store?
Good luck.
And
what did Doki say yesterday? He said, I don't know why BDS took us to bank, because we are a great bank team. And so what happens is Wolves follow that up, see G2 dismantle BDS, play some of the best Siege on bank that we've seen in a long time, and Wolves think, we'll have a bit of that, and take them right back to bank.
It's not only BDS, this season G2 beats Falcons on bank and breaks their streak.
And that's correct.
They beat VP, they beat Dark Zero on bank, a great bank team. And Wolves takes them back there,
Yeah.
It is a huge gamble. At the same time, you can expect that for a team that's not expected to beat them, right?
If we can leave this up for a second and just look at the bans that Wolves had.
Tonight had.
I don't think Wolves would have beaten G2 on Skyscraper. I don't think they would have beaten them on Lair. We saw that last stage. They didn't. G2 won the best Lair teams in the world. Cafe, the same. G2
story.
love Cafe. It's literally one of their favorite maps. And it's Nighthaven or Bank. I actually think they probably lose it on Nighthaven as well. So I think they're kind of cornered by the fact G2 have such a big map pool over them that they're kind of forced to go to wherever G2 pick, which in this instance was Bank.
Good. Then in this case, what will be the win condition for Wolves on the other side? How would this play out compared to the Bank we just had a bit ago?
Honestly, it's very scary. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of leader here as an IGL, having watched the quality of G2's attacks yesterday, the cheese of having banned the echo and the flash, and finding the perfect way to execute every single time, finding the right way to maybe go for the kill instead of the plant, go for the plant only when you know you're going to be able to have the right covers. They're so good at finding that.
I think information's just going to be key. I think on defense, when Wolves are on defense, they will be starting on attack, but when they're on defense, the information is going to be key. Playing a lot of Valkyrie, I would say, maybe the Mozzie, the Echo, Maestro, anything that they can have map coverage without physically having people there. Bank is a huge map. And when they're on attack, the same. Their drone network needs to be good, maybe using the shields as well. We've not seen a ton of shields from them, but those types of things that just allow them not to get caught out. G2 are a team that will catch you out, and if you give one player on G2 space and they can catch you out, they can go 1, 2, 3, 4 kills very, very quickly, right? So I want to see Wolves use information well and to their advantage.
Well, we talk about being caught out in positions. It seems like with Bank and with wide maps like this, you kind of have to be roaming around, delaying, pulling time, maybe putting a bit of damage here and there, at least the time to go your way before an execute would eventually happen. So how do you try to balance those two requirements together?
I just keep thinking, like, if you go on an extended room, you're going to get battered. You're going to get battered on the room.
But do you play Turtle? Can you even play Turtle?
And that's my problem, because G2, if you play Turtle, the thing is, you give them enough space, they will set up the perfect execute. And it's going to be really tough. So you've got to fight, you've got to peel off, you get that somehow. The thing is, G2 will always call split takes.
And that's where it comes to me. You need to fight with information. You need to use that information and utility to know
the few peaks.
where you can double up on the split takes.
What do you think? Because this is kind of an extra on the IGL summit that you were doing. What are you picking operator-wise to help you deal with that, especially if you're an attacker? In this case, that's Wolves. G2 are maybe roaming around. They're doubling up. They have intel as well, trying to take you out. What do you bring for that?
I think very clear. Depends on the bomb site, obviously. For the hard reach, we'll just put that on the
Pick
side.
whatever site you want.
But you do need the Blitz, the KB, the Deimos. That's going to help you set up the way that you're going to have an advantage on a specific roamer that's isolated. You get the opening kill on that. After that, you snowball. You get the control that you need. Organize the execute around it. I think be unpredictable as much as possible. Be quick, be aggressive, and once again, G2 always is playing spread out. Always. So it leaves gaps for you to exploit that and try and double up on someone.
And there is a template set by, it was Gen G when they played G2 on Shelly. Granted, very different map. Map plays out very, very differently. But what were they doing? They were luring G2 into doing these split takes, doubling up when the aggression was right, and using utility. We saw Capcan kills. We saw, loads of utility. That's the type of operators on defense. Information, things like Capcan, your Melusis, your Fenris, it's going to be so important against G2. Don't get drawn into maybe even things like Clash and his army. Yes, they're valuable operators, but I actually think the information and the kind of trap operators are going to be more effective.
The tough part is they need to play the G2 game against G2 to beat them, and that's what's making it very difficult.
They're very much on the back foot regardless of what they
that's
do.
fair. I mean, yes, no, G2 start on defense. Do G2 just ban Deimos in the first half to kind of prevent things from happening on the Wolves side?
Depends of the way they're going with this bank. I'm assuming they want to go and maybe have some extended setup. If that's the case, probably, I think against Wolves, get rid of the Ying, get rid of the execution-heavy operators.
Gentlemen, a tough matchup no matter how we cut this for Wolves, but our match is ready. So let's stop with the theory and get to the testing. Descend it to Ace and Des. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed, it's another one, Tim, another bank for us to feast our eyes on. And as they spoke about, it feels for Wolves like this is a big ask to dismantle G2.
It is a big ask, but what a reward, Des. Both Fnatic and BDS have lost. This is Wolves' moment. This is their chance. You get this, you put some real breathing space there. There will be 4 points clear of both BDS and Fnatic. With 1 game left to go, they'll be done. They'll be sorted. So there is a real opportunity, but They really have put it on hard mode, haven't they? G2 on bike.
As the guys were speaking about tomorrow, they face off against Falcons as well. Like, you've left the 2 hardest games right up until the very end. 1 win will be enough, but I'm sure G2 and Falcons equally want to keep on winning. As it stands, Falcons sat at the top on 19 points, G2 in 3rd place on 16, with Genji between them on 17. Those top 2 spots, as we've spoken about, get you a bye. And once you're in that position, Tim, assuming you don't completely bottle it, a single game win will guarantee that you are at the major. It is beautiful. Rather than having to play through a few games, reveal a bunch of your map pool, it can be a wonderful thing. So I'm sure G2 aren't about to roll over and let the Wolves just sink their fingers into their neck. They'll be here to play, and we've seen how well they can play on this map. They start up on the defense. Bans will come on through, as you can see. Castle and Smoke taken away from the defenders. Very interesting start. I think often we've seen the Smoke being used very heavily on this map, obviously often in the basement for denial, so leaning towards Chanka. I'm sure you'll get plenty of opportunities to talk about it in this map, Tim.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. I'd have thought we'll be seeing a good old little bit of that, so we can have a chat and break it down and keep a close eye on exactly how it's working and maybe why it's not. We're going to go straight down to the basement with no Tachanka. How rude indeed. We're going to have...
Truly heartbreaking.
What have we got in terms of denial, though? I'm looking at that already, and we've got Alamau on the Echo. That's pretty much it. No
and
Smoke, no Goyo, no... obviously, Smoke's banned out. No Goyo, no Tachanka.
5 seconds remaining.
You really good. 1 C4. This is a
honestly,
big
Tim,
ask.
They are not looking to defend site in the standard way here.
No.
Not with this lineup, I don't think. When you've got the Oryx on side, you've got the Azami on side, they want to be more aggressive, I expect. You don't sit back here against an execute comp and expect to win. So I think they're going to try and keep Wolves very busy around the map. We know that G2 love to have spoken about how often we've seen Doki causing trouble. For example, when they played against Virtus Pro, he was always after joystick every time he got in on the top floor. And I think you're probably going to see a little bit more of the same. I say that, and everyone is actually dug back inside a site, except for Doki, who's of course holding blue stairs on the Warden. Maybe it's Stompin, who we'll see later on, trying to cause a little bit of bother, but this should be really interesting to see how things play out.
Yeah, obviously we spoke about the stats yesterday that they brought up on the desk with Stompin, you know, being significantly better on the attack, you know, than how effective he is on the defense. So it's an opportunity for him to begin at least. That was far too easy. Creed is just going to walk in on Doki, take him out. Lyra is there for the trade. I'm not sure if Wolves were aware of that or not aware of the potential for Lyra to get himself involved like that. He's done a great job out of server. Takes down Creed, takes down Noodle. That's big for G2.
Massive, yeah. I think one of the issues they've made is not having that hatch opened up on Square. It means that Lyra can play very freely in the middle of server, and now you've seen him deploy himself in there with those keepers to lock himself in nice and tight. Yes, Doki was the sacrificial lamb, but it's given Lyra 2 kills off site itself. Like I say, this hatch was locked up. It's let him play in that position, and he has capitalized beautifully. So now we're going to have to see Wolves figure out their way through this problem in a man disadvantaged situation without the Deimos, without the Grim. This is going to hurt.
Yeah, they've got to really rotate, really adapt, really think about exactly what they're going to do here. Lyra, he's low health, but he's just going to play his life. There's no point, you know, necessarily trying to get himself back to site or anything else here. You might as well just see if you can take another one with you. He's going to be burning time, if nothing else, by being there. And for the hit points that he's got left, that seems like some good value. Needs to be careful, of course, coming up against the Capitão. 1 tick of that fire damage will do the job. There you go.
Mate.
Exactly as I said. Lyra gets himself a kill, avoiding a nade, and does a great job. Surely he can't get himself another. No, he will be taken down. The Echo drone continues to pester Azza, though he knows that one's coming to the top of the stairs behind him. Knows that he's going to have a challenge from there. 30 seconds left to go. There's nothing Wolves can do for this round.
The Brayley's being planned out with a KD. Try as he might here, but so far, someone's giving the 1-2, the left, right, the punch straight to the face after the 3rd time of asking. Very easy for G2, and we won't get to see how they'd be able to defend a standard take here as well, unfortunately, because Lyra has just completely chewed them apart inside a server.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. Initially, I'm thinking, wow, what a start from Wolves. They've walked in on Doki, they've taken him out, they've got blue stairs, but they just weren't aware of anything beyond that. They just weren't aware of the threat that Lyra posed as he just comes around this corner, and he's got the challenge against long range. Creed's on a shotgun. You're not going to win that fight, and then it just continues to be an absolute nuisance to them. 3K in the round, and G2 lock out the basement. Good start for them, and bad one for Wolves, as I said. This would secure Wolves into a playoff spot if they can get the win, given that Fnatic and BDS both lost, but that is a big, big if, and it looks even bigger after round 1.
Yeah, and again, that reminder again, as we've already said, they play Falcons tomorrow, so do need to get something from this game if they still want a chance of fighting it into playoffs. But as I also said, G2 want those 3 points. They don't want to let BDS. I'm doing it, they're not even playing the game. They don't let Falcons out of sight here at the top of the table. Want to keep up close with them and stay in lockstep. Up to the top floor we go, Tim. And an interesting choice, because as we spoke about earlier, when we don't have the Ace and the Habana band away, this tends to be one of our lesser played sites. Teams tend to try and avoid it, but G2 saying, we don't care about that, straight into it, are up here. We're going to see what Wolves can do.
Noodle straight away down towards that rappel. He's got the ace available, so he'll be able to open up the wall that we often talk about. We will see it this time, and let's see the angle that it creates. Just going to make it difficult. Go on the upside down rappel, make it a more difficult fight in return. And then that's the one. He's going to be looking all the way down there towards stock. So G2 immediately cut off from them locations.
So Liazza here to sniff it away through these Valk cams. It's the respect being shown. I think over the last couple of days, Tim, we've seen a few teams disrespect, is the only way I can really describe it, of Valkyrie, and sometimes pay the price for not getting them sniffed out. Seen some teams over-respect it. You know, we spoke yesterday in the final round of BDS's game on this exact map. A little bit of a question mark around bringing Brava and the IQ to deal with the Valkyrie. It ultimately proved quite fruitless. But I think at the very least, bringing the IQ to be able to sniff those out will save you a lot of pain from C4s, from flanks, from teams being able to readjust their defense to what you're trying to do. So I like at least I'm seeing that coming out of Wolves, but there's still a lot more work to do in the round than just digging with some Valkyrie cameras.
Yeah, the Terror drone comes out. Is going to give a little bit of access into sight there, taking advantage of the soft wall. Just trying to skirt the drones around the mute jammers as well, so they can see what's going on inside of Janitor. Should know that there will almost certainly be a preference there, a presence rather. We have Raura looking to close off a door. As he manages to get a nice opener, that's going to take down Blaz, and that might just start to turn G2's heads a little bit, because they know that that's coming from the spiral stairs side of things, so they need to be cautious here to make sure they're looking out everywhere. But there is a return from G2. However, Noodle manages to get a double Dokin stomp and taken down. That's going to be Azza finished off, but 2 versus 4. G2 are going to need a huge effort to get this round in the bag.
And you see already, this is the impact, for example, of an Ace Habana ban, is they're really scared to make this cross because they know that there's probably going to be an Ace or a Habana, in this case the Ace, off at long range watching them. So now really the attention turns to the other members on walls to make a plan happen. They're waiting to see when G2 step forward, because they know that G2 have no site control here. They'll be panicking about what's actually happening on site and want to get back across. Just the Noodle to watch here, and sure enough, there's one off towards his right as well that he had no idea about. Alamal's got it all to do. Just showing why this top floor can be a little bit tricky to defend. 4 players still stood up on top. Be a 1-1 scoreline here, Tim. At least you're seeing them battle their way back in. And it's not going to be a one-sided affair. One apiece.
We've just seen the difference that the bands make. You touched on it during the end of the round there, but Noodle, we saw him get that double kill, and that is from that rappel, looking through that angle. And then you've got 2 players just, you know, cowering at the top of Marble Stairs, knowing that they can't cross. And it just goes to show why the Ace Hibana combo ban is so popular. G2 have chosen not to go for it. They've gone for the Monty and Ying instead, and they've paid the price. You know, I would ask the question, do you lose that site because there is a Ying against you? Maybe. Do you lose it because that wall is opened? Very easy, as we've just seen there. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a misstep in the bans, allowing Wolves to have access to those operators.
Scott possibly in here for Blaz as well. We spoke so much about... in fact, this is a really interesting lineup overall. Like, the Oryx on side, the Scott Boss, that already feels like a lot of roaming. Goyo often is a roamer that you see up and around a lot. Azami able to do the same. Even the Fenrir can too. Like, this feels like a team that want to play on this top floor and be really aggressive again in towards walls, Tim. Not trying to really lock down the site or set up a whole lot of utility for walls to chew through. Sure, the fundamentals are there. Barbed wire, a bulletproof camera when Doki finally places it. The FNATs, the Goyos, sure. But a lot of it to me says they want to be a bother off site itself, or maybe even down in the basement, which is where Blaz is. You can see him here tucked in, daring someone to come marching their way up through dirt, as we often see players do. Walk up dirt here, up through towards server, make up towards blue stairs, and then you've got a nice angle in towards kitchen, and you haven't had to worry about being exposed towards that top floor at all, at least initially. So maybe he's down there to try and catch someone out who's a little bit unsuspecting. For now, no one heading down that way, but if they do, be ready for fireworks.
Entry kills have both gone to Wolves so far, so in an area that G2 can immediately improve upon. Boogie Drone is going to go into the top floor, and it's Alamau who is tasked with holding on to this territory for as long as he can. Takes out the drone. Is likely to be challenged very soon thereafter. They know about his presence now. It's too easy. They've given themselves away to Alamau there. He just shot out the drone. They knew roughly where he was. And Tyrant just repels across the middle of the window. Doesn't even pre-fire the area. Doesn't give any challenge to Alamau. And he takes down the Grim. Huge loss. There goes the shield. Creed's taken out on the Blackbeard. Alamau's getting away with murder here.
They're just feeding him one after one at this point, though, and I'm confused as to how. But I mean, yeah, he's lost the Blackbeard by shooting his one against the Blackbeard by shooting his feet or something. That's why you saw Creed's health going down so slowly. But how does that happen? Like, Creed should be winning that. If he's got nades, for example, we should be able to punish him, but they've been chewed up and spat out to him before they can even think about getting inside the map itself, let alone actually looking at the site. Alamau good for a 3K. Just feels like there's a little bit of a team diff on the go here so far, Tim. A minute and 15 to go, and Azza is all alone. Gets at least one for himself to stop the flawless, but Alamau completes a 4K in the round. It's almost a bit too easy for the Brazilian.
A team diff, Alamau diff. That's what's gone on there. 4K, as you say. Brilliant stuff from him. Well, mistakes from Wolves as well. And it's a little bit frustrating, you know, without... I don't really, you know, it doesn't really matter to me which team wins. We just want to see a good game. But Wolves there have done great in round 2. They've had a really good attack. They've picked G2 apart. They've, you know, manipulated and used the map that they've been offered with the bans by using the ace and getting great kills from that repel. It was just, you know, really, really nice from them. They recognised where the weaknesses were and they get a good round 2. And then they come out with that in round 3. It's just a little bit frustrating, especially if you're a Wolves fan. You know, they're just giving themselves away to Alamau on top floor in one-on-one fights over and over. You know, if this is timed better, it's only about 10 seconds later, I think, that he challenges Creed's on the Blackbeard there. If that's timed better, you can challenge him from the windows and with the Blackbeard at the same time. It's a lose-lose. There's no way that he gets away from it. And so Wolves, they're on this roller coaster at the minute. Round 2, great. Round 3, not good. You know, they have to stabilise and get those better rounds in because a team like G2 is just going to punish them heavily if not.
The bans is what's really interested me here, Tim. The Maverick ban coming out.
Yeah.
Obviously not anticipating or not expecting to see a Kai ban on the other side, in which they were correct. That now means that G2 are free to play this as much as they like, play a whole lockout style approach after playing a very loose style for the first few rounds. Like, look at their lineup here. It is very defensive, it is very slow, it's very locked in. And the problem I think Wolves are going to face is they're going to struggle to deal with this for the most part. You get those electro cores down in a good place, it doesn't matter about the fact you're bringing along a Carly, you'll struggle to get rid of them. Sure, maybe a well-placed Twitch drone or get yourself in there and make use of some micro EMPs as long as you can see where the Kai electro claw is. But I think it's quite interesting from G2 here, and certainly not conventional to what you might expect out of them. Definitely a degree of not wanting to show much, I think, but it is going to make life a little bit trickier for Wolves in the second quarter.
The big problem being, Des, no macro EMPs, no Twitch drones, no Brava, no nothing. You know, Kali is your option, essentially. Yeah. And like you say, it's going to be very tough, especially with the Tuber out alongside as well. Previously, we saw G2 not really set up for denial at all. This time, we've seen them set up for heavy denial, particularly time denial. The hatches are not going to be open. They've got the Tachanka of Lyra to be able to deny that default spot. It'll be very, very tough for Wolves to get anything out of this.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about the chances already, but we'll see how things build up to them. They can get a couple of kills off on the road, and before you know it, everything has changed. Playing the dancing game there with Carly's always a risk, but stomping, seemingly unafraid, at least to start with. Going to find himself back down on site. And that's all 5 G2 players here, tucked back in towards site. It gives Wolves a good 100 seconds with which to work with. Let's see how the rest of this now starts to transpire.
We can see that the hatches are still closed. Minute and a half left to go. Drone being allowed to just sit inside there. I can't imagine that Doki would have seen it. But I think he's just more focused on his job with the hatches. Wants to make sure that he's getting those auto canisters off as soon as needs be. Leader gets in, and so this is good for the Wolves. You know, they've got themselves under control. They're able to get in there and start opening these walls up. That's going to be Leader's job now to get access to that default spot. But they're now in the realm where the Tachanka can deny the rest of the round for this default spot. 70 seconds can be done if that's what Lyra is able to just focus on. We see the breaching coming through now. Doki absolutely slammed by Leader.
Yeah, a little bit cheeky from Doki there. Really fancied his odds at winning a gunfight, and why wouldn't he? It's been a good game for G2 so far. But now starting to invite the other side into a bit of a chance. And once they got server control, they shot out that Electro Claw, by the way, and have been able to open it. Have not bothered with the one in towards server again, opting to leave it closed. It's already bit them once, but clearly not seeing any defense inside of servers, not worrying them too much this time around. Smoke's coming on through, and this should be their step forward. Stomping, putting those specs on, should be able to see a hell of a lot. And as you see, 4 available, but look at this, the Chanka's burning down, Tim, down to a slither of HP, maybe self-burnt himself there. Not gonna be able to get the plan down just yet, and here we go, going deep. It's Creed stepping in, finishes off Lyra. It's all down to Alamau. Might, of course, have those yokais going up, but they will get stopped at some point, and they're on the hunt, Tim. It's a flawless round for Wolves. A much better attack, and once Creed's got in and got that 2K to get things moving, they just did not stop.
Yeah, it seemed a lot easier than it probably should have been, but you're absolutely right about what happened with the Tachanka. Lyra has hit his own shield and the canister's gone off in front of him, and the thing is, those Shumikers, they do damage quickly. Like I said, even with a 3 armor operator, it is still a 3.5 second time to kill. They will absolutely rip through your HP, and that is what we saw. And you know, unfortunately, this is where we talk about that smoke versus Tachanka. One of the big problems with Tachanka. You gotta get every single shot right. You gotta get 20 perfect shots to deny all that time. You can't clip your shield. You can't have any of these issues. You know, we've seen it on the side of G2. Several of their players trying to take that Tachanka roll on, and none of them really being able to consistently hit that shot. You gotta put the time in. You gotta be able to hit it every single time, and they're failing to do that. Wolves take the round 2-2.
All right, at least staying competitive, score-wise anyway. Just when things go horribly wrong, they go drastically wrong, and when they go super right, it looks fantastic. And this comes back to the map veto itself. We spoke about this a little bit when coming in towards Bank itself. It's a map that Wolves haven't played over the last 6 months. They haven't shown it, whereas G2 have played it 6 times. A 5-1 record on it, but it means there is a lot of tape for Wolves to study and understand what they're going to expect to come across, and they can prepare some really good responses like we've seen so far. But it's only when it goes right that they get to that point. G2 have capitalized, I think, or at least benefited from being quite aggressive earlier in the round. Another quite dug-in defense here, though. I'm looking at Tim with the Chanka. Of course, got the Maestro, the Bubbles coming along. Still got those Yokais from the Echo, and a lot of slowdown capability with both the Tubs and the Bandits. So, still looking to lock themselves in. I just worry that that invites Wolves to be able to pull off an execute here that is well designed to deal with whatever G2 throw at them.
However, they're going to lose the opener. Alamau manages to pick up leader. That's going to be a lot of utility gone from the striker. Still plenty on side though, but Doki manages to pick up Tyrant as well, and it is not looking good for Wolves. See Noodle taken down in the fire of the Shumiker. It's 5 versus 1 now as Lyra picks up Azza. It's all over. What better way to respond to a flawless round than with one of your own? G2 bouncing back.
It's just so back and forth. It's honestly crazy. Like, you're really struggling to see any sort of consistency build up here. Bit of a funny one. Again, when G2 looked solid, when they shut Wolves down early on, they look like the team you expect. When Wolves can pull off these executes, they've looked really, really good. One on the top floor, one in the basement. Can they get the 3-3 half though, Tim? Or do you think G2 take this one and we go 4-2?
I think Wolves have got it in them, but it's like I said, you know, we're seeing a real roller coaster ride with this Wolves team. It's like great round, bad round, great round, bad round. You know, they get absolutely run over G2, and then they get absolutely nowhere near them. There's just no guarantee what you're going to get. We are going to have G2 going back down to the basement. This is where Wolves were extremely good against this the exact same defense previously. G2 wanting another go at it. Lyra, he's got to be hitting them shots. Can't be, you know, catching the Shumiker canisters on something and burning himself out. He's got to be hitting those shots onto that default spot. But interestingly, keep an eye on Wolves here because they didn't play for the default spot. If you saw, they were looking for the hatch drop instead. They had the smoke down on red wall so that they could drop in, and they were looking for alternative plant spots. This is the other thing that you're going to get from attacking teams now. They're going to see that Tachanka, and it doesn't take long for teams at this level to say, right, we need an option for when that defense is being played. And now everybody is well prepared for the Tachanka defense to say, right, we go to plan B, and actually we're now on an off-brand plant spot. We're looking elsewhere, and Wolves were shaping up. So it kind of then removes the lethality of those Shumiker canisters because they're never going to be landing in the right place, or very unlikely.
Let's see if they can pull off anything better here, because it's more of the same with the Tachanka being brought along to rock it up. Let's see what they can get done. Noodle at least starting upstairs, expecting someone to be in towards Trump, but there's no one here. I think he's more thinking there could be. G2 keeping themselves a bit more tucked away and a bit more safe than that. Don't want to get themselves pincered into a bit of a dangerous position. And for what it's worth, every player again is already down in the basement for the side of G2. So Wolves have got to get a read on this. It's where a lot of teams lose time is when teams are playing Turtle, not realizing quickly enough that it is actually safe for you to step forward and take a lot of free map control. Like G2 are basically giving it all up here inside 45 seconds. Quite rare to see them, and to be honest with you, most teams do this. But it does again invite Wolves. They've got a lot of time to figure out how they approach the attack. They haven't got as much utility as maybe prior, but can work through with the Capital, for example, to make a play happen.
It's also interesting to see that Lyra is bringing the barbed wire and not the shields for the Tachanka. You know, so often we see the Tachanka being self-sufficient, brings the shield, and it gives them that opportunity to stay in position. But the barbed wire doesn't do that. Now you can challenge him from the long angle inside a server. That is not ideal. 2 of those Kali gadgets are going to be used, and neither of them are going to be successful. The Lance will not get the job done, and the Electrical will remain in place. That is a boost for G2. There's one more left on side, and I think they're just wanting to ensure that they use it to get that Electrical cleared off.
But this is what they had to do last time, was get the Kali onto this exact door and shoot it off, and they tried and missed. Oh no, if they missed that one out, that's a Stinger that should be able to shoot it. Cool. And Doki isn't there to peek and be aggressive like last time around, so they will be able to get it done. But look at the time, Tim. They had full map control inside 45 seconds, and it's only now with 45 seconds left that we've got a key hatch opened up. Now we can start thinking about the execute, but this is where the Tachanka becomes most potent, as you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, it really does. Lyra's got to be hitting those shots, but there's going to be challengers coming in onto him. Doki manages to take down Azza. That's really big, because that's one challenge left. You've got to protect Lyra. You've got to give him the opportunity to fire this out. 24 seconds left to go. He's got all of those canisters in pocket. He hasn't been using them. He can just play them for the remainder of the round here, but it's like he's waiting, and he sends 3 out to try and cover the whole ground. 5 versus 3 as Blaz manages to get one. G2 cruising towards a win here. The backstab comes in from Noodle. He manages to get a double. Surely
Great
not.
response.
Alamo shuts him down, finds 2 for himself, and G2 hold on, managing to get themselves a 4-2 half.
Yeah, good quick response from Alamau as well. I imagine he was holding on to main stairs in case someone came waltzing down, as we so often see for the garage pinch. Realizing no one was there, manages to get the trade onto the only player that really managed to make a big impact in the round in Noodle. Does secure that 4-2 for them. I think it's looking pretty good for G2 now as they move on to the side that, again, they are better at. They're a better attacking team than they are a defensive team, although their defense is there. Look pretty damn good, so I can only imagine what we're going to see on the attacking side, Tim.
Yeah, I think Wolves had better be ready to brace themselves here, because I think G2 are going to get very aggressive. They're going to be looking to get in there, take ground and find kills and close it out. We'll see what we get from Wolves. We're going to be heading down to the basement. They're going to be bringing the Tachanka. It's going to be very, very similar to what we've just seen, the Tubrai, the Ward and the Smoke. And so I'm still looking to see these improvements on these Tachanka players. There's, you know, several elements. There's, you know, having the operator covered, getting up towards that 50 second to a minute constant denial that is possible from him as well. Tyrant is going to bring the shield for himself this time, so I like that. Another thing that I often see from the Tachanka players is make sure that you're understanding how his reloads work. So his reloads work based on the cartridges. It's not like reloading an AR or an SMG, for example, where you just change your magazine for magazine, and it doesn't matter if you've shot once or 30 times, it's the same reload time. That's not the case with Tachanka. So on that Shumiker launcher, you will, if you've shot 1 cartridge, you will reload 1 cartridge. It'll be a quicker animation than if you have to reload 5 cartridges. And interestingly, the reason that's important is because reloading 4 or 5 cartridges takes longer than the 7 seconds that they will burn for. So you then end up in a situation where you have a period of time with no fire down on the ground. So it's really important for the Tachanka players to be reloading every 2 at max 3 cartridges that they've fired, so that they can keep that denial constant. And I highlight these things because it just goes to show how much there is for these Tachanka players to think about, and why I think we don't see the best out of him, or the perfect scenario out of him.
I mean, as we've often said, right, it's kind of like it's where I think we have the closest like coming together of Siege on paper and Siege in reality. They know about the two players, Alamaus, Domes, Noodle, and the second one, I think Creed has been taken out of the back as well. That is like SWAT-like level clearing, Tim. Two players gone in rapid succession, and they've got a 5 versus 3 already. We haven't even gone 60 seconds into the round yet.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from Alamaus. He's obviously really firing on all cylinders tonight. 10 and 2 at the minute. Nade goes in. Challenge will follow. Knows exactly where the man is. Doesn't want to get overly aggressive. Knows it's the Warden that he's up against. Doki takes a ton of damage there. Doesn't want to be playing with that shotgun at short range. I can tell you that now. Asa is going to take his opportunity to get back to start and full HP as well. Doki coming off far the worst in that battle.
Yeah, not super ideal. He's a little lower on HP, but certainly not dead, and that's the important part, because now G2 can start lining up for their own execute, Tim. The Capitao, the Ossa, the two parts to watch out for in this attack, but of course the other three more than capable of getting in with guns up and doing some work of their own. But now a couple of hatches to work their way through, and let's see how good Blaz is with a blowtorch, shall we?
Doster, I would imagine, is going to get rid of the castle barricade that prevents them seeing into Red Corridor from Garage. So they've got the nades to do that. It will still leave the Tachanka safe. Tyrant should be able to play behind his shield. You want to play around the bomb chassis, so you can't be hit from main stairs and you can't be hit from the garage angle. You've got a little safe spot there. The only elevator and vault that you can be challenged from. So he's in exactly that position. He can just start denying that default spot. He can close out the rest of the round. We're seeing 2 shots at a time, but is he on the regular reloads? That's the question we see now. There's the problem. Reload. But I think he only needed 3 canisters back in there, so he continues to burn it out. This is pretty good from Tyrant.
I love how you like the ultimate assessment, the invigilator, of course, last week of this operator. But now it's working, though. Everything has been fired out. Unfortunately, Timmy's the last one left alive. Yeah. This, again, is where paper meets reality.
It is.
Everyone has just walked in and shot your teammates, and not much you can do about it.
That is the big problem. Not only have you got to have Tachanka doing everything right, you've got to have your team covering garage, elevator, vault, main stairs, all just to protect that one operator. Plus, let's not even factor in that there wasn't a Jaeger or a Wamai. A Gon 6 would have taken his shield away. Big problem. A nade would have taken his shield away. Big problem. And that's why I think I'm surprised that we're seeing teams persist with it for this long, because we've already seen tonight that smoke is generally more effective more often because of the ease it can be deployed with. Yes, it's for less time, but that 30 seconds is generally all you need at the end of the round. There's not often many attacking teams that are ready to put the diffuser down before the 30-second mark. So more often than not, it is as effective as you need, and it certainly seems more consistent for wins than does the Tachanka. That's what we're seeing.
That's why I think we had that gambit in the first half, really coming out from walls to ban away the smoke and kind of rely on them making errors with the Tachanka. Yeah. And sure enough, there weren't many shields being brought along. It did invite a little bit of trouble, as we saw on a couple of occasions from walls. Dealt with one time, the other a little bit less so. Still, it's G2 up to 5 and 2, and that 3-round gap has formed, Tim. Very hard to see teams recover from this position, especially when G2 have just won their first attacking round. Surprising no one really is kind of the outcome you were coming to, and I like that we've seen a bit of fight from walls. They have, brought along clearly some ideas to deal with G2 on this map. Just hasn't quite translated into the result they need.
Just, I mean, to have, it's a very small, sort of number that we're looking at here. But just today, bottom floor, wins with smoke, 100%. Wins with Tachanka, 30%. And, yes, it's a small sample size, I accept that. But, it just goes to show how difficult it is and how difficult a challenge onto a blitz is going to be. Lots of attempts to hit the toes, only got a couple, and Alamaui manages to find the kill onto Azza. 50 seconds in, 2 down, and Wolves are in big trouble.
This is the problem as well. If you're going to roam like this with 2 players, you've got to be playing off the back of each other. You know that Alamaui loves to run blitz. In that case, double up. You can only flash one of you at once unless you're playing like idiots and standing literally on top of each other. You try and play off the back of it. You trade each other. You bait your teammate, right? Normally it's a bad thing, but against Shield, I wouldn't complain too much that they're very much left isolated there. 1v1s to Alamau. We know what he's like with Blitz. It's an absolute terror to deal with at the best of times. Like he has a lot of Shield operators and has just shown how easy it is to get G2 into a 5v3. And they've had 2 minutes to work with. Still got a minute and a half of that left to go.
Tyrant manages to pick up Dorcas. That gives them something to build from at least. G2 trying to use this verticality, but as I've said, the verticality and the impact of it is, I spoke about it generally from the defender's perspective. You know, it's not always worth giving too many lives away over that top floor when you're defending open area and cafeteria, because there's just a lot of space that you can't really do anything about. It's the same for the attackers. You know, yeah, you spend your utility trying to get the control, but it doesn't give you too much in terms of the site. Creed manages to pick up Lyra, but the kills are coming from everywhere, raining down on top of Wolves. Leaders tried to take back above, but G2 could just disappear through to staff room and put the diffuser down there instead. There's nothing that can be done from above.
Not really, no. Tries to win a gunfight as well. Blaz, who's absolutely on fire throughout this stage, giving him nothing. G2 up to match point, Tim, 6 and 7. I spoke a lot about the round differential earlier on and how it felt like Falcons have kind of got themselves too far ahead now. It's going to be hard to catch up. G2 are at plus 13. Falcons are at plus 23. G2 get this one done now. They gain 5 on that. They go up to plus 18. Now, Falcons could very well drop a couple of rounds tomorrow, have a rough game against Wolves. There's every chance that G2 could yet still snatch that round difference away. It still could come down to points for all we know. We just don't know what the outcome of tomorrow is going to be. And as we saw with VP, Tim, I'll say the same thing again. It feels far too late to have attack timeout when you're down 6-2. Where was this 2 or 3 rounds ago? You've been absolutely battered now. 4 rounds in a row that G2 have won. Yet now we're making a decision to talk about it? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you're turning this around based on a tactical timeout. I could be wrong, but we will see what happens. Like you say, G2, you know, do any of us honestly believe that G2 don't find one more round for a 6-2? I think given the way that we've seen them attack in the last 2, they definitely will be doing. They've been absolutely all over it. The entry has been somewhere else that G2 have been really strong. I mentioned it after the first 2 rounds because Wolves managed to pick up round 1 and 2. Greeds and Azza getting both of those entry kills, but then since then, they've only been able to get 1. Everything else has been G2, which sees them now 5-3 in the lead on the entry. And Wolves just playing at a significant disadvantage in terms of manpower for the majority of most rounds. G2 6-2 up and looking to close this one out in style. Like you said, they are fighting for round difference. They know that's what it could come down to when they look to challenge Falcons. So they're going to be wanting to get this done ASAP. A +5 would be beautiful for them.
And it just beautiful stuff, and I think we're on course for that as well, Tim. I don't think G2 let this one slip now. Not when they've got a great record on attack to protect as well. It's just not going to happen. We'll see how it builds up to it. Let's go for it onto the downstairs defense.
5 seconds to insertion.
Wolves' last bastion. As you said, today was a tough game. Tomorrow's a tough game. And it feels like maybe this one is just a little bit out of sight for them, unfortunately. They are there for the taking for, you know, even potentially Wild could sneak their way through. They've got to play against Matchco next at the bottom of our table. Wild win that game. They go on to 10 points. We've then got Fnatic, BDS, and Wild all sat on 10 points. All of them eyeing up Wolves in 5th place, and whoever it is that sits in 6th place right now, that's Fnatic, will also be on the chopping block. It's going to be a really good day tomorrow because a lot of those games are going to have an influence on what happens at the top of the table, who gets a bye, but also who even gets to make it in towards playoffs. Good kill from Creed to start things off. Blaz is gone. And that means at the very least the top side of things won't be opened up, won't be able to get the main wall open. But I was going to say, G2, once a player's in there and they've got a kill like that, Tim, 2 of you surround him, he ain't getting out of there alive.
No, not at all. G2, you mentioned there, their attacking stats, wanting to protect that fantastic attack win rate that they've got. If they were able to win this round, they will go up from 62.2% to a straight 65% based on the performance today. That's if they get this round 1 and take it in the straight 3 attacks. Tyrant is actually, I won't say low health, but he's taken some not unsignificant damage, and that's an awful lot more that he's just taken. And well, he's going to be downed. I don't know what it was that was doing the job onto him, but Azza also found by Alamau, and this is big trouble now for Wolves. 4 versus 2. It looks like G2 are heading for that 65% attacker win rate.
Yep, why not top it up a little bit more as we get towards the back end of the stage. Wolves can look on here and just hope there's a way of winning out this 2v4, but it must feel pretty damn hopeless. They've had the attack timeout. It hasn't worked. There is a massive round deficit to close out. It's not going to be a thing. It's a freebie for Loira inside a garage. No clue he was there, seemingly. Noodle now rounding his way up towards top on Beepers. I think they pretty much know where he is, so there's already someone holding the angle onto him. This looks miserable. And G2 probably also will race for a bit of KD stacking here, and sure they will. Doki collects it out. G2, a very, very confident and comfortable victory over Wolves.
Yeah, G2 once again showing why they're one of the best teams in the world. Wolves, they had an opportunity, but we knew that it was a very slim chance with the loss of Fnatic and BDS so far tonight. Wolves, had they come away with a win, would have qualified for playoffs, but they just couldn't get it done because G2, in all honesty, were better tonight and were probably better than anybody would have been on that map.
Absolutely. They're a hard team to beat there, and as much as Wolves have tried, you don't just bring down a team that are fantastic at a given map. Anyway, that's done for our game of the day here as well. Well, game of the day, one of the games of the day. We've got one more still to come as well, so we'll go to a break, and when we come back, let's go break this one down before we get into what could be a very spicy game between Wild and Matchco. See you in a few.
Easy, easy, teammate.
Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, our night is buzzing past us. G2 victorious 7-2 over Wolves on Bank. Let's bring up our victors. Doki joining us for the evening once again. What's up, Jack? How you doing?
What is good? What is good, guys? What's going on?
Thanks for I guess making the night a bit shorter. 1, 2. Why did you switch glasses? I thought they looked great on you yesterday.
I was watching back the interview yesterday and I was like, that doesn't look so good, Jack. So I changed it back. I can't see anymore, but I do look better. So I mean, you know,
as a licensed,
there's levels to this game.
As a licensed optometrist, I think you're doing yourself a disservice.
Are you actually?
Yes.
Why the hell are you working here?
Because I love Jack and Leo.
Okay, I thought you meant me.
But well,
he didn't mention which Jack.
He loves both Jacks and Leo.
Yeah, well, you know what? It was a great performance from you today. You're back in the top 2. Feeling good?
Yep. Yeah, feeling good. Pretty easy game. Like, yeah, I'm not sure what happened in the map video. I wasn't really a part of it, but Bank, I guess.
Are you surprised?
Probably our best map. No, I don't know. I don't pay attention anymore. I just let Romalio do his thing.
That's fair. Maybe you should swap glasses.
Could have been club for all I care. I don't know.
There you go. They're comfy.
Yeah. Would you have beaten him on club?
Probably not. No.
Okay, fair.
We suck at that map. It's just we don't talk about club. We try it. We try it every now and then. It never works.
He's just lying. He's just lying. They have it saved for the playoffs. I can see through your game.
Saving strats. He's been on G2 for a while now.
No, I guess more a question about one of your teammates, Doki. Obviously, as a Frenchman here, I could not help but notice that Blaz has been doing amazing their entire stage.
He's terrible.
And great, thank you. We can see that right now with his stats from the stage. I just wanted to show it here. I guess when he was originally picked up on your roster, many people doubted Blaz, you know, because he had been tested and trialed by many different teams. I was a former teammate of Blaz. I know how he plays. I know his quality. What do you say?
How terrible he is.
No, I don't know how terrible he is. You're making this very difficult for me to try and really paint a good picture of Blaz. You know what, Doki? Transparently, what do you think of your teammate? Why do you think he's performing so well this stage?
Yeah, I don't really know what's changed. He's playing the same role. I think he's probably understanding maybe a little bit more, and he's just putting more effort in than everybody else, to be honest. But yeah, he's playing absolutely amazing. Like I always say on Twitter, Blaz, you're terrible, but he's definitely not. He's carrying us this stage, and he's proven why he's on this team. He's proven why he's on the best team in the world. So yeah, he's outstanding.
It's oh no! Oh, I love when production have just done you so dirty, Joe.
Thank you, production.
So now we know who's terrible. I had another question, Jack. Why do you think it is that the players that are playing the most passive role on your lineup are the ones that have the best statistics?
Because apparently I'm always dead, so someone needs to kill. Someone needs to clean up.
When the entry fails, the rest of the team has to step up, right?
I'm 8-16 on entry.
Well, I can't help but lie. Those are the statistics.
God,
that is trash, man.
0.5 KD.
That is terrible. Oh my God, I need to zip my mouth up and stop stop saying other people are bad. I am ass. Holy.
Hello, Jack.
You're right, Jack.
Let's not talk about you. Let's talk about your opponents. So I'm going to show you a clip from one of the rounds where you attacked, and they had a bit of an interesting garage castle hold that Loira just exposed. What do you think was going through their mind? What was going through your mind in this round?
This round, I was so disappointed. Zach said he's on the hatch. He's like, I'm going to go and 6 the castle. And I said, no. I'm going to drone. So let's gun 6 it at the same time that Loira's there so we can kill the guy behind it. But there was nobody there. So what's the point of the castle? So it was like a maybe a genius strat because it worked, I guess. But yeah.
Do you think it was smart of them? Because like you guys take garage with Loira on the OSA all the time in that strat, right? Do you think it was smart to play the castle there and then just?
I get maybe they realised that we take garage all the time and didn't want to give them that ground because it's pretty hard to fight garage against the OSA. So
yeah.
I don't know. I don't like Castle. He's pretty shit these days because he lost his ACOG. So yeah, I don't really like him. Don't play Castle anymore. Give him his ACOG back.
Well, heartbreak aside, thank you for the reality check in this case, Jack. But still. still, at this point, the reality check is in the standings. You guys are way up there in the top 2, where I believe you want to remain in the last Playday tomorrow. Genji are trying to fight back and forth between, it's you, them, and Falcons going around in this fight. What's your plan for tomorrow and potentially for next week's playoffs?
Well, we play Matchco tomorrow, so I mean, amazing. I don't really think we can lose that game unless I go 8-16 on entry in that game, in that one game. Maybe then we might be able to lose it. But that's why Blaz is here. Blaz is the janitor.
Isn't that what you've done all stage and you keep winning?
Up. Shut up, Leo. You retired when you were like 21, bro. Like, just, like,
22 was it?
But I was never -8 on entry.
And you look like a chessboard with that jacket on.
I just love it. You know what? I love the style. And you can give me lessons on how to wear glasses. How about that?
I actually like that style. It's actually kind of cool. It looks like the Demon Slayer. I'm a big Demon Slayer fan these days. Was that the vibe?
Well, I have no idea. I don't choose my outfits. My girlfriend do for me. I'm that kind of guy. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyways.
She does a decent job.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does a good job.
I would love to see a day where you pull off more like a JoJo pose at the end of a game, Doki.
Don't watch that shit. No idea.
You should.
I need to stop swearing. You can't even find me for that. I'm Scottish. It's not my fault. Deadass.
I'm not going to talk about stereotypes. Thank you very much, Doki. Congratulations. Yet again, G2 take away all 3 points.
My God. It's time to watch
time.
Wild.
It's time.
Oh my God. Time to watch Wild.
There you go.
The game just keeps getting better. It's like you win, you have to watch Wild. Woo! Let's go, baby.
On that note and bombshell, thank you very much, Doki. Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
There it is. Always there it is. Jack on to talk about life, really. And Demon Slayer, apparently. Very good. I only watched the first 2 episodes. It's nice.
I mean, I can't believe why he was relaxed after a game like this. There was no match once again, right? Yeah. You could see the clear gap between the 2 teams. A G2 that once again shows up why they shows us why they're the best bank team right now in Europe.
Yeah.
Like it's no questions whether it is in defense or in attack, whether it is a full roam setup like this, whether it is a turtle, whatever the win condition is, whatever the pace in the round is, they have it all. They have the perfect flexibility in what they call. And honestly, they can come up with almost anything. It is well executed. It started well for Wolves actually with those 2 attacks. I felt like they had a decent chance, right?
But what again, one of those attacks was Creed getting a 4K on an individual play, right? It wasn't control of the game or the rounds. Like, they were being outfought, like outfought by Alamo in terms of the IGLing, in terms of the map, in terms of the strategy, in terms of the micro plays that was happening. Even that micro play that Doki described, where they wanted to double gun 6 at the same time as Log was pushing, those little micro plays is what happens for G2 all of the time.
And they happened so much that that one was irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest of the round was won, outside of that micro play.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful to see from G2 steamrolling their opponent on a map that honestly, I don't understand why Wolves took them there. I think there was way more challenge on Nighthaven Labs, not a map that G2 plays that much. I think it was a questionable choice. Yep. But once again, we've said it before. Wolves on the brink of relegation.
Yeah.
They're playing G2. They're playing Falcons tomorrow.
Yep.
It's going to be really hard. Obviously, any point they can get is good. So reset right now and try to focus to tomorrow.
Gentlemen, then let's bring it in. You heard it from Doki. He's excited because he wanted to get this game done because he wants to watch the next one. Let's flash it up on the screen. There it is. Machiko versus Wild. We'll talk about them and their relegation bout after the break.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back, friends, to EML. It is our final matchup of the evening, but there is so much on the line between our next two opponents. Machiko and Wild take the stage for a major relegation fight. And we have to split this in two ways. Our group stage, what's happening in stage 2, but also relegations, a combination of 1 and 2. Leo, please walk us through it.
Looking at stage 2 right now, you see Wild in 8th position and Machiko in 10th position. They've had a big drop, Machiko. But the problem is here now. Wild, if they win, they can make it back to top 6. They would be on 10 points, exactly like BDS and Fnatic. They leave for another day and maybe they can make it to the playoffs. For Machiko, it's all about the relegations. That's what matters now for both of these teams, actually. And that must be the end goal here, Jack, to save themselves and still be in pro play next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams are in that relegation dogfight alongside Wolves, alongside VP as well. And it's whoever wins will live to fight another day. It will be in their hands going into the very final play day of the year for EML. And it's worth noting, and this is very sad news if you're a Wild fan, if Wild were to lose in regulation today, then they will be the first team relegated. They will be done.
Ooh. That is the combination, of course, performance in both stages together, counting only affiliate teams. Though, what are the keys to victory, gents? Let's play them out.
We thought about 3 keys to victory for each of these 2 teams, and we just wanted to bring them up to say this is how, if you support either of these teams, this is how they are going to win this game. So, for Machiko, how are they going to do it? Simple attacking on a familiar map. Attacking has been their biggest problem this stage. Get themselves onto a familiar map, attack it well when they get onto their attacking side, and then play with confidence and clutch up. We saw them in stage 1 clutching like mad. We want to see it again.
On the other hand, you look at Wild. Defense start above all, abusing that weakness in Machiko. They struggle hard in attack. Their win rate is around 30%. If you start in defense, you can build on a big lead. And why is that important? Because they need to hold their nerves. Because mentally, it's been a problem for them to close out certain matches, especially when there is pressure, especially here when relegation is on the line. And in the middle here, shield and heavy utility. Why is that? Because it is super important for them to gain control step by step, especially against Machiko, where they can isolate those peaks and use the shield like Evan has been doing to try and problem solve whatever is in front of them. It's been a real crutch for them, but it does work out pretty well.
So we've laid out what has to happen in this game for both of these squads. What is on the line for both of the teams? Let's take a look then at our map. Is it going to be a simple one that they're comfy with? We're going to go to Lair, Leo.
Lair is very interesting because Wild has played it 3 times already. 3 times and lost every single time. Whether it's Genji, whether it is BDS, it is a map that's been consistently a struggle for them. On the other side, Machiko, yes, it was not a great map for them, but remember that critical game that they played against Wolves. Another team that was here in that relegation dogfight. It is when, on that map actually, that Machiko beat Wolves 8-6 only a couple days ago. And so for me, they're coming back to a comfort zone, a comfort area here.
Big thing for me, start side.
Start side is
Wild
attack
will be
for Machiko.
Yeah, Wild will be starting defense, Machiko will be starting attack. What that means is that first half, those first 6 rounds that are crucial in any best of 1 are going to be even more crucial because it's the side that Machiko struggle with.
As a summary, who got the map? That's going to be Machiko. They have their map. Who got the side? That's going to be Wild. They're starting in defense. One team has the map, the other team has the side, and we'll see what's the best teams and who can stay in the run for tomorrow.
With a singular point difference between the 2 squads, for looking at the grand scheme of things here, there's a lot on the line. So having an even split also in who gets an advantage, where in the picks on the map, things are going to get really complicated. Now, bearing in mind the starting sides, what do you opt for operator-wise? What are you taking out? What are you bringing?
I think we said it before, right? For Wild, I think that they need to abuse the shields. I think it's something that Machiko struggle a lot with whenever they switch to that attack side. I think starting in defense here, abuse the utility game. Lair is a map that has some natural crossfires. What do we see in Machiko problem? Like the problems that they have all the time, they don't know how to problem solve. If you put a utility in front of them, they will spend a lot of time clearing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking Azami. I'm thinking Clash, maybe Malusis, Denari, Goyo, Fenrir. Basically, whatever out of those 6 or 7 that is left open, because 2 probably will be banned, just play and spam the hell out of it.
Seems like it's going to be complicated no matter how we cut this game, and our players are setting up as we speak. How do you feel when you're in this relegation matchup? Because I mean, gone through the that's the thing. Like, I don't want to bring up pain points in this, but this is a tough fight. How do you, as support staff and IGL, hype up your team and your players? A lot of young ones here to get the thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying both of these teams are the two promoted teams from the Challenger Series this year. So both of them are the ones that are expected to go down in the relegations. I think it's about playing with a freedom and confidence. We've talked about it a lot, actually, across a lot of our teams, and a lot of our teams have been very open with it. But for Matchco as well, it's about playing with the confidence and the mental and the trust and the belief. All of those things ultimately come back to mental and how you view it inside yourself. If you're playing with freedom, you will make your own luck inside of lobbies. If you're playing with a little bit of nerves, with a little bit of anxiety, you will somewhat restrict yourself. You'll second guess whether you should make the play, and by the time you second guess yourself, the window is gone, right? So it's just about focusing on translating those practices that you do, where you do play with the confidence and the freedom, into the officials.
We have two very different stories here. On one side, Matchco, who has Tev as an IGL, someone that played in Tier 1 before. Matchco went to playoffs last stage and dropped heavily into Stage 2, who were not expected to be in relegations. They actually expected themselves to be playing towards the top teams of Tier 1 in Europe. So the pressure is on them. Not all Wild, not a roster that was not in Tier 1 a couple of months ago. Not on these young kids that honestly took and grabbed their dreams and honestly have improved all the way through that stage. For me, pressure is on Matchco to perform, not on Wild.
Who crumbles and who survives? Thank you very much, gents. We await our final matchup. Big news for relegations. Ace and Dads, take it away.
And big Tim to take me through it as well. Here we go, Tim. Last game of the day. Let's go through. What are we thinking about this one? Who are you backing? Which horse are you behind?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Both of these teams know what's at stake, and they've not gone to the easiest of maps either. There's going to be a lot of strategy. There's going to be a lot of space for both of these teams, but I just feel, even after those recent results, that Wild are on the up. I feel like they've got that better trajectory, and I'm expecting them to come out and take a victory.
I think I'll back Wild in this one as well. I think, as do most of our social predictors, 31% of you back in Matchco believe the Italians can pull off something a bit magic here. But they are at the bottom of the table for a reason. Of course, if they win this one, then they kind of push Wild down. They jump over them by just 1 point. Will be very hard pressed tomorrow to snatch a place in our playoffs, given all the other games that are taking place. But Wild, if they win here, as I said earlier on, they join Fnatic and BDS on 10 points, and it is then anyone's game tomorrow to get into that position. They play last against Secret tomorrow, so we could literally be waiting until the very final second to know who our playoff teams are going to be. But for now, Tim, we've got to get through Lair. Matchco could yet play spoiler in this series. Overtime wouldn't benefit either, so we need to see a clean win for one of the two sides. And I think with Wild starting on defense, as said, I back them. Our bans are going to be the Kaid. Is it Bandit, maybe? Indeed we do. And then a Ying and a Glaz. Very rare that we see a Glaz ban, but fair to say, Tim, he does have his place in the meta. Quite a few teams making use of him.
Yeah, definitely. We see plenty of Glaz. We've seen plenty of it used tonight, and we've seen the value of it. But like you say, not one of the common bans that we get. Obviously, Wild there, I think, you know, reading into something, whether it be specific that they've seen Matchco do, or whether maybe it's just more of a general principle of. I mean, look, we've seen very recently Glaz used on Lair, Mask Wall, just walking in, getting kills, for example. You know, it's something that definitely can be done. So I guess, you know, there is value in taking it away.
And they're just, well, we're going to start things off on the top floor, Tim. So we'll see if the, do we call them the requests, the demands, the suggestions by our desk really come to light in terms of how they opt to try and play. Matchco going to start things off with Ryden running around on the Monty, and I always hate before we've even seen a bullet fired to jump on him here, but it hasn't been the brightest stage for Ryden. Of course, I think many were expecting an upgrade after Ghost has moved on. Haven't quite seen that come to the fore, and that is why Matchco find themselves at the very bottom of the table. It's not solely on his shoulders, but it's definitely had an impact, I think, as we've seen throughout the stage.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to get on into things there. It will be top floor to kick things off. We've got Ryden on the Monty, going to be looking to create space and feed intel into his team. And straight away, Selma Charge goes onto that main wall. We hear it detonate. There is nothing on the side of the defenders to stop that happening other than the Tubarão. So even if there's auto canisters go out, it is a matter of time. They won't be able to clear that off. They do have nitros, but they won't use them for that. I was going to say impact nade, maybe take the Selma Charge off after the first detonation, but they won't even do that. I don't think it's any problem whatsoever for Matchco to get that mask wall open.
Absolutely not, but a few things to chew through first for Matchco here. Barbed wire to worry about. A potential swing coming in. I'll tell you what, Matt in a very aggressive position. Had no idea it was coming their door, and he's lucky to have his life still. Biden steps on forward, and Ted's parked up with him here to get a kill. Garen into one, a second from Boozy though. It's exchanges all around him. They've got control of the display, and the Monty's in a good spot here as the C4 comes on through. But Boozy has collected his second, collected a lot of scalps throughout the stage. 2 in the round for himself, and is that also converted on towards the Monty. Dora at least gets 1, but he's now going to find it against 2 more, and that is asking a lot. Boozy looking for his 4th of the round. Right idea. Gets him with the drop shot on that Deagle. 4 kills to kick the game off.
Boomsy had a real day yesterday and continues where he left off. Good performance through in there in round 1 and very solid from Wild. I think Magico tried to get up in their faces a little bit. We saw that initial rush towards the door from Dora, just trying to get on into the map, and then after that initial coming together, it was kind of like, you know, toe to the board and get that accelerator down and try to really push through, but it didn't happen for Matchcore ultimately as they tried to get themselves on into the map. While we were able to cut them down and come out on top of the bloodbath.
They were quite comfortably so. All right, round 1 done and dusted. Part that one, head down to the basement. And we'll see how things play out down here. A bit more of a complex affair, naturally, as we've seen already today. You have to work your way through the map, generally from that 2nd floor down to the 1st floor. And then with the verticals, you start thinking about the execute. But Wild aren't going to make that easy, Tim. I'm looking at this lineup. A lot of intel denial coming out with the Mute and the Mozzie and the Vigil to some degree also weighing in there. And a couple of roamers they can play around quite heavily. Maybe even the 3 if Garen wants to be playing aggressive. Doubt that he will. But Steek and Mats in particular, I think, will be the 2 that we'll see making use of the map as best they can alongside the Mozzie to cause a bit of a headache for the side of Matchco.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Okay then, how many have we got up above? That's always the question at this stage. 4, like you say. One of them is up on the top floor. Sneak all the way up there on the very tippy top of the map. Yes, indeed. He's on the score post. So the thing is, he's the operator to play up there. He's going to be able to get back to site very, very quickly with that shell transfer, giving him, to all intents and purposes, a teleportation. We're going to have great work from this Twitch drone. Gets 2 of the Vulcan canisters. Can they make it a 3rd? They see it. Not another shot yet available. Going to have to wait for the recharge. If that drone survives, it'll be pretty easy to take out another one.
Well, Ryden at least asking a couple of questions already here early on. One of those Vulcan canisters burning out just to impede him slightly. But this is where it starts to march on forward, and this is where the questions now have got to start being asked of Wild. Okay, we've still got Sneak up on that 2nd floor. Is he staying up there for now? Is he rejoining his team? I'd imagine there probably needs to be all these vertical angles being played, but there are 3 players up there already looking to do all of that, and that can make these steps forward and towards site extremely risky. So we'll keep an eye on that. If Ryder can get past the vertical and get himself a flank going down, of course, the shield goes on his back, slightly protected, and this is what I mean. Garen on the side swipe, not even from above, gets rid of their main plant tool here, their main bastion of safety. Boomsy into a 2nd, and although it looked for a second like maybe Wild, so it might have been slipped past, the Matchco might be inside of sight. They've largely been chewed up and spat out. 2 kills going to the side of Wild if they do lose Evan in the process.
Sneak has transferred back to his shell on site. Didn't really have any value up on that top floor because Matchco weren't pushing the 1st floor. They just went direct to site. And as you quite rightly said, there was enough people to try and hold that back from above anyway. Matchco have got one above now. Teb has gone in there, but Sneak after the transfer, absolute beauty onto Aqui. He's going to be fuming. Trade comes in as Lolo gets Boomer. Boomsy. Matt manages to get him back. And it is now 1v3, becomes 1v2 for Teb. We saw some big clutches from him in stage 1. He's going to need another one here.
Yeah, a lot still to do. Admittedly, he's got good time with which to work, but given how we've seen Wild playing off trades in this round, they've done really well and been very, very effective at it. I don't think they're going to let Teb find continuous 1v1s here and just close the round out. Final 35 seconds or so, you'll hear him coming. He's not particularly quiet, a Sledge. 1 speed, 3 armor, make a hell of a lot of noise on their way through, of course, and quiet his footsteps over that slightly little bit. But I imagine at some point it'll have been caught out here on some kind of information, or they'll hear him come in and shouldn't give him those isolated 1v1s. They're sat on the diffuser, they know where it is, and now just wait for him to step through so they can guarantee this crossfire, get a 2v1 off the back of it. Teb's got to find someone, tries his best, but Sneak, easy collection. Another round for Wild.
Yeah, Wild looking pretty solid so far on the defense. They want to rack up as many rounds as they can here in the first half, because without a doubt it's going to be tougher on the attack of Lair. If we have a look at the stats for Wild so far, their attacking win rate kind of middle of the pack, 47%, so not bad at all. If they can get themselves a 4-2 half, you know, 47%, nearly 50%, you look at that thinking there's 3 rounds for them there on the attack. If they can just play to the stats that they've had already through the stage. So a 4-2 could well be enough, and at the minute they are halfway there. Matchco not really able to make too much of a dent on this one so far. This is their opportunity now, Matchco. This is the one that they need to come out and win.
Absolutely. Otherwise, I imagine we're going to see attack timeout. Spoke about it a lot already tonight. After you've seen that first quarter pass on through, you have another ban to come out. You're probably playing the same 3 sides again. It's a good time to have the coach step in and course correct what's been going wrong across those first few rounds. Assuming, of course, you've lost them all. If you've won 2, you crack on. And maybe it's more the defenders that will take that attack timeout, but right now it's Matchco that are on the back foot. Another hole coming in upstairs here, Tim. You can see an ops. We've got this barbed wire going down, reinforcements going through, rotations being opened up, mats will being reinforced. You name it, doing enough to be able to hold down not the entirety of the top floor, but enough that they can cover sight from above. We'll see how things play out. Here we go.
Quite interesting that we're seeing Weapon.
Yeah, very rare, actually. I was about to say, I'm going to check the stats on how often we've seen it, because I guarantee you it's like probably about 4 times globally this stage, I want to say, last check.
Yeah, fair. Very, very rare. I can tell you pretty quickly for EML, at least, in stage 2. We've seen it once before, and it was won by the attackers. So, yeah, it's not one that we see too often. It tends to be bunks if you're going to take that mid-floor side. But it might also just put Matchco on the back foot a little bit. You know, maybe it's something that they don't really rehearse practice, attacking too much either, because you don't tend to see it. But it's going to be a lot of top floor again. We've got a sneak up there on the second floor, and then everybody's going to be effective straight away. Picks up the kill onto Akwi. Shield coming in. Nitro goes out. Does get away without too much damage. Ryden has done a good job of absorbing those C4s so far. Warden knows he's going to be challenged by a second player. Ryden getting right up in his face here. I like this from the duo. The teamwork, well played. Dora gets the kill. Garen taken down.
Enough pressure building up there to overwhelm him a little bit. Really good. Forced a bit of indecision, a little bit of panic. And it gets them, not the entry, but at least a start in towards the site itself. And I was right, Tim. 4 times it's been played globally, won by attackers in 3 of them. I thought for a second then that Mats might actually catch up on. He was looking completely the wrong way. He's back to him, but didn't even he clocked what it was that he was looking at. Expect a player to be behind him. Wasn't quite the case. So they're forced to backpedal a little bit here. Got to be careful about the pressure as it starts to build up from the side of Matchco. Getting the surrounding here. At least off towards some of it. And there we go. The upstairs retreat, but they see him going, and they'll know exactly what Boomsy's up to.
Yeah, exactly that. They know that he's headed up there. They're going to be looking to try and chase him down. Sneak, just putting another one of those keeper barricades out, trying to burn as much time away as possible, but there's still a minute left on the clock. Matchco have plenty of time to go at. 4 versus 4 though, and kills have not been forthcoming for the attackers just yet, as they managed to get the ward and take Garen off the board probably about a minute and a half ago now, and nothing else has followed on since. It's actually going to be Boomsy who breaks the deadlock, manages to pick up Lolo, and that is going to be the Nomad gone. Not a big loss of utility, but the manpower isn't going to help. 30 seconds left to go. We hear the Toxic Babes coming out. That's the last that is available for Mats. So 20 seconds, Matchco will be able to go if there's any of them left.
I doubt there will be. Boomsy's having a bit of a game here, Tim. 7-1. He sits at Ryden trying to get the diffuser down. It's obviously made a bit of pressure happen in this round. They've got to complete onto this one, but there we go. It's been put down at this point, Tim. It's just Dora in a 1 versus 2. It's Ted Pryor gets sprayed through, almost onto an ace. But Sneak gets the pistol that he needs. 3 rounds in a row. And I do expect Tim will see that tack timeout coming through any second now.
Absolute chaos at the end of the round there. Just shots raining through smoke, people hitting blind shots, Dora nearly getting an ace. It was all happening at the end, but ultimately it was Wild who came out on top. Sneak had a good round. I think it was 3 for him in the round, and just managed to get them over the line. So Wild go 3-0. Like I said, minimum 4-2 for them. Their attacking stats suggest that they then go on and probably win it in the second half. So another 1 will do them. Another 2 would be absolutely brilliant. And that's a rare defensive win on weapons as well.
It is indeed, yeah. Start padding out those stats, boys. Get that sight down into the range where everything else is, around about that 50% mark or a little bit higher for defense. As I said, tack timeout comes on through. Lolo looks a little bit fed up already. Not surprising you're down 0-3, and it does feel like it's hard to battle in. What I will give to Matchco is they've had a couple of rounds where they've been sat in these 1v2s. They just haven't been able to win those out. They've come close a couple of times, but I don't think that's going to carry on. And I would be really interested to see now if, like, if I didn't see it a second ago, if the Monty's banned away, for example, to try and take Raiden off what clearly looks to be a bit of a comfort operator for him. You put him something like a Blitz or a Blackbeard, I don't think you're going to see quite the same efficacy or the same safety that he's offered so far. So wouldn't feel like a bad shout for me to take that one away from them and just make them uncomfortable for another few rounds.
See plenty of discussion going on. Just have our highlights. Absolutely beautiful from Sneak there for that entry. But I feel like Ryan's been a little bit unfortunate. He's played the Monty so far, and I think you know, in a number of situations he's played it pretty well. He created some really good space at the beginning of that round, gave Dora the opportunity to take out Garen on the Warden. It worked really, really well, but ultimately just not getting enough joy with it. So let's get into it. Raiden will have to move across to the Thermite with the Monty being taken away. Wild back up to the top floor and looking to repeat what they did in round 1, where they were able to reasonably comfortably hold on to this one.
10 seconds left before insertion.
All right, I get a repeat. We get to see how things play out, and we'll get to see Raiden stepping off that Monty, as I mentioned. See how effective we can be now without a shield on side overall for Matchco. Obviously not to one in this round at all. Boomsy, surely... He knows he's not Alibi, right?
Right.
Now that's pretty cheeky. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. But a bit of a read coming through from the other side there. I think obviously as you're running from that spawn, you're going to see the outline in front of you of him being outside the map, but know exactly what is coming.
Max.
Instant guns up and a good response.
Yeah, I think it's one of two things. Like you say, you see, you know, as soon as the enemy gets tagged outside, you know there's a good chance of exactly that happening. Alternatively, they've seen it in some analysis. Maybe it's one that he's tried before and they've seen it, you know, with him on there, so they were waiting, ready for that one. I do love them sometimes, though, you know, just getting out of the map and just getting a nitro up onto a rooftop. Another one we see it with sometimes is out a clubhouse wall. Depends what the team usually does on the breach, but quite often people will sit above that breach to drone, and if you take that opportunity, if there's nobody on the rappel, we've seen a couple of kills like that where they get themselves out and that's a nitro up onto the roof, but unsuccessful this time. And we continue on a minute into the round, no entries yet. Wall is open, so access has been gained into site at least. They've got the Grim, they've got the Capitao, they've got the Dog, with plenty of operators and utility to help them with an execute.
Actually, that's operating good use there, Tim, is the key one. At least so far, no one's gone down early on, which is good progress to not find yourself hamstrung too early into the round. But a lot of utility still to work their way through. Which is exactly what we'll get on with now, is the ace going on through, starting to get a march on forward. The fire to stop him being swung on to. Dora to start out with the entry here as well to try and make a bit of a step forward. Raiden hits the deck, should be recoverable, but they know what's coming. Evans just got the pre-fire on, locked him. Dora's down, Raiden not easy to recover. It's a 4v3 here for Wild.
Yeah, that's a big problem. If Dora wins that, then what a swing it is. He, you know, takes down Evan as well. He can get Raiden back on his feet if he gets around the corner. It's looking 5 versus 3, but now they find themselves effectively in a 3 versus 4. So a huge, huge play from Wild there to keep themselves in this one, and now to put themselves in the driving seat well and truly. Mats manages to get Tev. Lolo goes in through the window, will step into the trim connector in bathroom, sorry, and that will do a little bit of damage. It'll slow him down as well. Garen manages to finish off the injured Raiden, and it's now 4 versus 2. Akwi onto Boomsy, catches him, just rotating through Rocket. I'm not sure exactly what the play was from Boomsy there. I think just trying to get up onto the flank, but
another
it
trip
didn't play out.
Got hit by another trip there. He makes his cross towards the diffuser. He's probably getting shot from the player off towards his left. Big risk to take, but they've got 15 seconds with which to do it. No, not quite shot at, but in the spot where he can try and make the plan happen for sure. They miss out on the cross, and it's got himself tucked in here. This means now we're going to have to see Wild make a step forward.
Loading
one
new
put
mag.
down, almost onto a second as well. After going to be able to complete this one, I'm pretty damn sure, but no, Evan again is there to have an impact. Was off towards Skywalk last time around, gets himself a third in the round. To a brilliant round from Evan to see Wild recover, stage a retake. hit that disable, and go up 4-0 here on Lair.
The 2 kills that Evan got at the end there, super important, but the first one of them was really smart play because he knew that they were going to have to come out of that breach after they put the diffuser down. Both of them were stood on top of the case when it was getting planted, so he knows you can't both go towards mask wall because you're going to get cut down as you try to go across. It's too much open ground, so he knew that the swing was 90% likely to come. Just pre-fires it, gets himself an easy kill, and then you're in the 2v1. Wild looking fantastic at the minute. Absolutely flying. 4-0.
And now you're starting to wonder really on the side of Matchco if they've had that attack timeout. Can they keep on recovering? This is the primary site for Wild, so you're probably still fancying to take it out. Once we step down to, dare I say, we go back to weapons again. I don't think we will. Maybe find ourselves on the more standard bunks off towards the right-hand side of it instead. The next round, of course, will be down in the basement. They had the right sort of idea last time, I think. It just sort of fell apart at the end. And I mentioned they got those 2 1v2s that they lost. So they are part of the way there. They've just got to get the end product delivered, Tim. You can't do all the hard work for 2.5 minutes and then just see it flounder in the last 30. Got to do a little bit more.
Yeah, I think part of the problem for Matchco last time was just trying to ignore the floor above the site. It was, you know, so many of Wild were able to play up there and then able to kind of, you know, hit them as they went in through doorways, using verticals, come downstairs, change things up. And I'd like to see Matchco take some confident map control. They haven't done so yet, I don't feel, throughout this game. And just get all the areas you need. Force all of Wild back into sight. Make them play from there. Make them sit right on top of each other. No room to move. No room to breathe. Put them under pressure. Don't allow them to keep running the map.
All right. Let's see if we can improve here. Matchco, 2 more bites of the cherry to get yourself around in this half. Otherwise, I imagine it'll be a pretty torrid affair going into the second. Pat, so I was looking at numbers earlier again to reference some of the stats that we had. I'll have to pull it back up again fresh. But I'm pretty sure we saw Matchco having like a really, really shocking attacking win rate down below 20%, which was like, oh, can't really be affording to be having that at the top level, Tim. Not if you want to be competitive. It's down there at 22.9%. I think we're seeing that struggle really build up here a little bit. Again, with the Monty band away, it's going to hamstring him a little bit. Riding back on a shield and already losing about 1/3 of his life here, just stepping forward towards the breach. Not looking too good for the man. He's lost his life. That is not ideal.
Snake's going to go for more. Can't find him. Akri manages to beat him to the headshot. 4 versus 4, but Snake's job largely done there, taking the shield off the board. He would happily trade his life for that to get rid of the Blackbeard. Boomsy has taken a lot of damage, though. He's going to be chased back as well, and this is a little bit better from Matchco. This is kind of what I wanted to see from them. Take some map control. If you look now at the bottom of your screen across those player cards, everybody on Wild forced back to the basement. They're back on site. 1 minute 20 left to go. Matchco can do some work from above. They've got Teb on the Deimos. He can go in with the Vendetta now. Try and find some kills. Try and move these defenders around out of those positions that they want to play.
I honestly think they'll be pretty happy. They've got rid of the shield, which is arguably the biggest threat in this round to them. There's one drop left, and outside of that, a bit of guns up, sure. The Grim's going to help out, sure. You can get a track on from the Deimos. That'll give you a little bit of relief, a little bit of a reprieve. But I think Wild will be very happy sitting back here and just saying, cool, you guys do your work. You get yourselves set up. You run that clock down low. And we'll punish you when we do, because look what we've got. We've got glow canisters. We've got smoke still to play behind. We've got a C4. We've got mirror windows we're safe behind. They're so dug in and entrenched here, and more than happy to just let Matchco come at them. I say that as Akri gets a second in the round. It's a Goyo, a bit more dispensable than arguably the others. As the first smoke, second smoke comes out from Evan, maybe even a third. Matchco look ready to execute here, Tim, with about 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and this is the thing. They've got to make it stick. They're going to have to play through toxic babe canisters. Got Boomsy having all the utility thrown at him. Dora picks up Garen. Need to start thinking about getting a plant down, though. 12 seconds left to go. It's all up to Evan in a 1 versus 4. Effectively cut down by... It was Dora who got the final kill. And that is going to be round to Matchco. They desperately needed that. Get them on the board. Give them something to build off.
And I'll give it to them. That was actually a really well-constructed attack. All 4 players lining up on the same side of things. If I was to be a cynic at all, the Doc would be cool being saved right until the very end when there is 1 man left alive. probably would have benefited you at least a little bit sooner. But at that point, we're just being pedantic, Tim, as well. Again, a really good attack, setting themselves up together to play off the back of utility, steamrolling over a couple of players on the other side of Wild who didn't really have any response to what was going on. That's the kind of stuff we need to see a little bit more of. Just at the time as Boomsy thinks, yeah, now's the time to have a little bit of a troll and a run around. It's on the Kavira here, Tim. Are we going to see an interrogation?
We'll see how it plays out. I don't want to see Wild kind of... I'm not saying that this is what they're doing, but giving rounds away. Yeah, I'm sure that there's, you know, some sort of plan, some sort of play for the Kavira, but, you know, personally I'm thinking, is that as much value as you can get? Look, time will tell. This is one of those, it's either a genius move or I'm going to be critical when all's said and done. It's going to, it's one end of the scale or the other, isn't it? You know, it's going to be that it's 4-2, and Matchco have taken round 5 and 6 and carry momentum into their defensive half, or it's going to be that you look at it and say, well, he got 2 interrogations, it was an amazing play, and it's won them the round in 5-1. We will see which of those it ends up. I've got an idea which it might be, but we'll see whether I'm proven right or not. Look, Wild have looked really good. I think Matchco have continued to struggle on the defense, as on the attack, sorry, as they have through stage 2, but that was much better from them in that last round. I said, you know, let's get in and get some map control, let's get control of that, let's force them back to basement, let's then pick apart their defensive positions. Matchco did all of that. They did all of that and more, and they benefited from it as well. Really nice round, and they need to learn from that and do more of it.
Magneto! You know what my eyes have been on this whole time, Tim? It's Boomsy and where he's been lurking around. We saw, of course, thanks to our in-game director Easy, that he was tucked himself away, couldn't get spotted out on drones, just trying to keep himself busy. May well have been sniffed out by now, but is still lurking around on the downstairs. Someone tries to enter in below, then he'll be the guy to go and strike and collect them. You've got Garen below, of course, too. He's still down here, looking. It's crazy that he's been here for a solid 75 seconds or so, and now that his teammates got the entry onto the Capitale, feels emboldened. It's his time to shine. Let's see if he can get away with it. He was 7-1 at a point, hasn't got anything for the last 3 rounds. Is this his time?
Infiltration, so he's going to come back up blue stairs. Nobody immediately available for him to challenge, but Raiden has come inside now on the Blackbeard, but he does have support, so it's unlikely that he gets anything out of this. Dora cuts him down, and if they lose the round, it's, I'm afraid, going to be that critical ending that I spoke about, where I start asking about how much value there really was in that Kavira.
Well, we've got these 3 players on the upstairs, Tim. None of them actually on site itself, and we've got this same reverse angle that we saw in our lair game earlier today, where you've got the Sens on the downstairs ready to roll those light screens in and make a plan happen. We see it all the time. You kind of have to stop them now before they get in too deep. And sure enough, Raiden has tried his best and been sprayed down by Sneak. That's unfortunate. A 3 versus 3, still 2 light screens to work with, but I think they'll struggle to take the top floor now, Tim, if they don't find a way to get through.
There's no way that they get the top floor now. You know, 3v3, you can't really start risking those bodies with 30-some seconds to go. Dora is going to start putting the diffuser down, backs down as soon as that smoke detonates, and he's going to have to keep moving around, and that's where the danger is, because it exposes him to the angles that they are holding. 20 seconds left to go.
Just chilling out in the locker there, trying to keep himself safe from death from above. Now going to hook up nice and close to the actual site itself. Does he get away with it, Tim? Yes, he will. And now we're going to have to see a bit of magic coming out. Mats at least gets Akwi. It's 2 versus 3. Match going in an advantageous position. But Wild have got a lot of players still available to work with here. Still one tucked off tight. His door off towards the side. Snaking his way in towards sight here. Law's going to hit the deck, and now it's all up to Dora to find 3. Should be able to get 1 for free, and does just that. But can he find anything else? Evidence Sneak going to come hunting for him. He finds 1 more. Only has to find the 4th, Tim, and that's what he does. Evan shut down, and Matchco 2 on the bouts, and managed to at least walk away with a decent half, given how it started.
Yeah, in reality, that should be 5-1. It should be 5-1 for Wild, at least. Dora had far too much time inside of sight there. He was able to just, you know, pick his spot, wait for smokes to wear off. And I hate to do it, Des, but I'm going to come back to that Kavira pick. Imagine that was a Maestro that you'd picked instead of a Kavira. Just, that's just one operator off the top of my head. Imagine that's a Maestro that you've picked instead of the Kavira. That Maestro, in combination with what the smoke did to Dora, could have downed Dora, could have killed Dora on the Maestro cams. Absolutely no problem. And then you don't have the plant going down inside. Look, sometimes, yeah, you got to roll the dice. You take your chance and you have an idea and you say, yeah, let's see if this play works. I just honestly don't think at 4-1 up in a relegation battle that it's really the time for the Cabrera.
He gets away, to be fair, and gets rid of Dora there.
I get it.
Now that he's the genius.
I get it. But I just don't think in a relegation match it's the time to take the chance to be a genius. Bring the solid utility. Right? Bring the solid utility. Bring the maestro. Bring something like that. Bring the echo. Bring the echo. We'll see how the rest of the match shapes up, but depending on how this match finishes, that moment, we may well come back to that again.
Woo! All right, side switch, Tim. Matchco go on the defense. Wild are on the attack. We'll see if they can pull some together. Arguably have quite a bit of breathing room to play with here as well. They could lose 4 in a row, win the last 2 the same way that Matchco did, and we'll be on to overtime. As I mentioned, overtime is probably a death sentence for both teams. We don't want to be going there. So Matchco can't afford to drop any more than a couple of rounds. Wild really need to get something special going here and pull themselves ahead. Let's see how they do. It's going to be a top floor start, with the mirror already going down on towards this Mez wall to face off towards Ops.
Gonna get that wall open from long. Ooh! Just for a second there, I thought that Teb was gonna lose his head. He was just going through that double door as that last bullet went in through the barricade, but no such luck for Wild. 4-2 is on the scoreboard. 5v5. 2 minutes 15 left on the clock. The droning continues halfway through. Just as a reminder of the stakes, of course, these two teams are down there in that relegation fight when we look at stage 1 and 2 combined. So a win for either of them is going to be absolutely massive. Wild have certainly looked the better team for the majority of this. Matchco had a little bit of a resurgence in that last couple of rounds. Wild need to put a marker down on attack now and let them know it's not going to get any easier.
Absolutely. Instead, they want to get started in the half early on. Don't give Matchco a chance to build the kind of confidence. So that could be a freebie. Ted from below. Aqui also picked off by Boomsday. That's the start that you want, Tim. Couple of comfortable kills here. Dora at least getting one back. Proving to be the hero for his team in this game. Ryden finally getting himself another kill in the game as well. Detects towards 3. But it is the Dora story. Has more kills than the entirety of his team combined so far. If he keeps on going in this game, then wow. Put respect on the name. We'll yet see if he can do it, of course. We've got Evan on the shield, still bearing down on them. Plenty of potential here, and a spray onto Raiden from below. Not finished off. There's also trying to play against lava here as well. The floor is lava. Watch out from below. We get into our last 60 seconds.
Yeah, Dora doing some serious work. If you look at it, Matchco would be in big trouble without him. 13-4 at the minute and has stepped up time and time again, including round 6 where he got that big clutch. But can he clutch out in round 7? 3 3. How about that? Nitro goes out. Will be successful. Takes down Evan. Dora is unstoppable. Ryden beats him to the kill onto Boomsday. But Matchco, after a tough start to Lair, they look set to bring this back within 1. Garen is constantly on cam at the minute. The bulletproof cam sees him. He's going to try and put this down. Not going to be able to as the Toxic Babe canister comes out. Very little that he can do here. Dora is just going to be getting fed this information constantly. Pops around the corner, gets another kill, make it, I think, 15 now in the match. Absolutely. It could be on a 20 before we even get to round 12. This is unreal.
Ooh, all right. I mean, 2 kills for Ryden in the round as well. A player that, as I said, had a really rough first half, wasn't really able to get himself involved, but then has covered the back of Dora there beautifully, while Dora was, of course, focused on what was going on towards the breach itself. Ryden had him covered on towards Rocket Stairs. Dora maybe not aware of that fact, or being blunt, probably didn't trust Ryden in that position, but it was enough that they managed to get a round closed down, despite being in a 3 versus 5 for so much of it. Keeping the dream alive. It's 3-4. Can Matchco keep on fighting back? And also 3 rounds in a row, it's worth stressing, Tim.
Can Dora keep on fighting back? I think that's the real question. 15-4, just going absolutely wild at the minute. And Wild will wish that he wasn't. They will be on the attack of basement now. Matchco, like you say, 3 rounds in a row have really steadied the ship here.
10 seconds left before
Wild,
insertion.
they're going to be feeling the pressure. Now backs to the wall.
5 seconds to go.
They might just be wishing that they had that other round, that 5-1 half
Attackers are
to
heading
relax
out to
back
defuse the
onto, but they don't. If they don't get this attack, they find themselves leveled up, and I think they're going to be scratching their head and wondering why, because they've been largely on top throughout this. So for Matchco to come away from this round 4-4 will be an absolute heist.
It's a bit crazy when you look at how those last 3 rounds that Matchco have won. In one of them, Dora got a 4K and won a 1v2. In the last one, he got a 3K, of course, Ryden getting the other 2. I like to say that lightning doesn't strike twice, but it has in 2 rounds here. What happens, though, if Dora gets picked off early or caught out by a nade or just something happens where he goes down? Who do they then turn to rely on is my main concern. So as long as he's protected, as long as he keeps himself going, there's always going to be faith in the Matchco camp. But you can't rely on that to be the case every single round.
Dora is going to get pinged out there, and Wild at the minute just needs to focus on tracking Dora down and shutting him down. If you do that, you've got a good chance in the rest of the round, but it's easier said than done. And that's not going to help matters at all. Garen somehow picks up a team kill onto Matt, and Akwi is going to take down Sneak. I tell you what.
Oh dear,
it was looking like Wild was sat atop a castle, Des, at the beginning of this, in a real fortress. Turns out that castle was made of sand, and it's starting to crumble around them.
It is a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, it's really falling apart on the attack inside. It's further proof towards the whole statement of 2 halves to a game of Siege. A team can look great on one side and awful on the other. Wild yet to really find their groove, and I'd like to see attack time after this round if this carries on. Teb's tucked in. Surely a freebie coming from somewhere. Someone's got to give it to him, Tib. There's 1, there's 2. Too easy for Teb. Not able to make it 3 to match up to the number in his name. Shut down by Garen, who once again finds himself in a 1vx. 60 seconds to play, though. Just don't think it's quite going to be enough because Dora still stands. And the team have got more than enough to be able to hold him off.
Yeah, Garen able to get that defuse back in hand, but with a clash as well, you just really don't see much of a chance because at the end of the day now, Ryden can just back off and he can just feed this. He can keep an eye on Garen the whole time. It doesn't even really matter if the electricity runs off because as soon as he gets down those stairs, he can just get aggressive. Exactly like that. Takes him down. Well played on the clash. That's going to be Matchco leveling things up 4-4. And this is a real turnaround to say that Wild were 4-0 up. They have been reined back in.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, for Ryden, even just seeing him make that play at the end, growing in a bit of confidence. I was looking at the numbers of the stage and I was like, where does Ryden actually sit overall? And he was our lowest rated player. Joint with Evan, interestingly, who's also in this game, down at 77 EPS. And yes, the start of this game was rough for him, but we are seeing him building confidence across these last 2 or 3 rounds. Enough that it's putting Wild on the back foot. They've won 4 rounds straight each. Most definitely we're seeing momentum with Matchco right now. And as suggested, it's a good time to slam the brakes on, I think, for Wild and just course correct here because things are not going according to plan.
Yeah, absolutely necessary. They need to figure out what's changed. I think part of what has changed is Matchco's attitude and approach. They were getting bullied a little bit in the first 3 or 4 rounds and they were struggling to get themselves established. You know, they weren't doing fantastic in any of the areas really, map control, you know, gunfights, anything, but they've found their feet and that is what has changed. You know, Matchco have dug deep. I also point out the last 4 rounds that they've won, they haven't had the entry in any of them. Sneak has had 3 of the entry kills and Garen, well, it was a team kill, so it doesn't really help the situation. But none of them have been converted, and that's another problem that Wild need to look at. They are getting man advantage situation, but I think you know, part of the difficulty is they're coming up against moments like this with Teb and Dora, who are just going crazy.
I've not seen a team kill like that in a long time as well. That's so unfortunate. The best one I actually remember, this was a long time ago, maybe 2018 this was, I want to say. I want to say it was Corey, because Corey's a classic.
I mean, it definitely was.
It was a player beginning with K. Maybe it was Kendrew. It was on old consulate, and he's watching in towards yellow stairs, and like he's so locked into this pixel. Pixel changes color, shoots, kills his teammate. And I remember we asked afterwards, like, why? Like, what happened? And it was just like, you're so locked in on that pixel changing that you like snap react to click. that's why that team kill came through. It's the one that always sticks with me for some reason as like a real, classic example of how this can happen. A lot of other team kills we see are players stepping in front of each other, an accident, and those kills coming out. That's just, yeah, that's really not good.
Pure reaction. It's, you're in the fight of your life is the way you'll feel about it. You know that you're trying to fight off relegation. This is one of the teams that you're going to be up against realistically when everything is said and done for those spots and trying to avoid those spots. It's all on the line. It's all on the line, and you just see that movement. And there's that twitch of fear, there's that twitch of who's that? Bang, and it's too late. It's done. It's done. We've all been there. We've all responded as such, but fortunately for most of us, it's just a ranked game. It's not a relegation matchup. That's not to say either of these teams are relegated because of this matchup, but it certainly isn't going to help the situation of trying to avoid it.
Nope. Completely agree. Well, let's see how we play out, Tim. All things are now square. It is a straight shootout to get those 3 points. I've mentioned it a few times now, but as a reminder, if it goes to OT, that really doesn't help out either team. Like, it'll help them out a little bit, but one of them needs to get 3 points here, both for relegation and for potential playoffs. Boozy getting picked off. Dora just carrying on this hot streak. 16 kills he's found now, Tim. If this does go to OT and it carries on, I don't want to speak too soon, but he could be the sort of guy that's on course here towards looking towards our one-map kill record, which I believe is 27 kills.
Super Onigiri, if I'm not wrong. Was it not 28?
Indeed.
I thought it was 28.
27, I believe. 27? I will double check though.
Okay, go on. But look, I don't know this record, and nobody is going to know this record. But I'm also wondering if he's going to be the fastest to hit 20, because we're on round 8, and a good round could see him over the line. I don't know how quickly we've seen 20 hit in the past, but we will see how it continues. Dora got a lot of those kills on the defense. On the attack has been a little bit quieter on the defense. Nitro comes out. Adam does manage to pick up Sneak. It doesn't get Evan, who it was kind of intended for, but they're not going to mind. Any capture will do the job. Look at this, trying to get aggressive into sight. Matt's just trying to get anything going. We've said how Ryden's been quiet through the stage. He has his moments, and one of them is there. A big triple for him to just power his team towards the win. 8 and 6 he stands on at the minute, and Matchco, they're going to go into the lead for the first time in this matchup.
Wow, Ryden with the 3K. Who could have seen that one coming, Tim? I'm pretty sure in a single round here, he's got 10% of his total kills in the stage so far. That's how it's been a struggle so far, but has finally got himself up to being positive at 8 and 6. I'm sure Dora's crying that he isn't the one that gets to walk away with more kills here to climb up towards further and further. But the 4-1 KD, I'm sure he doesn't really care as long as his team can get those points on the board. This will look absolutely wonderful for them. Evan getting rid of Ryden, not giving in the 4K. It does invite the opportunity for Dora to start trying to make something happen. Here he comes, and there we go, Tim. Collects his kill, gets up to 17.
Who else? Who else but Dora to come in and finish that off? What a timing. If you're going to have a big performance like this, what an important game to do it in. Dora coming in and really delivering for his team. But also, Ryden definitely deserves his shout in that round. Good stuff from him. Getting a nice triple. And I'm not sure what Wild can do here. They've had the tactical timeout. They're going to have an additional ban come in, but I don't feel like there's anybody that's causing the major problems. I feel like that's more of a ban towards strategy rather than thinking, we're going to react to what such a player has been doing. We know that Dora has been using Mira. He's had the Goyo out, so maybe take away the Vector, but I just really don't think that it's going to, massively help you in this situation. So I think Wild have done the right thing there, just taking away the Azami. But it's not an operator that was only used in 2 out of the 3 rounds. They didn't bring it along in the last one, didn't Matchco. So I don't know how much will be gained from that, but we'll see as we go on. We're back to top floor. We saw this in round 7. Matchco were able to get the win. They did have the Azami that time, so let's see how they cope without. It's going to be a very similar lineup, except we're going to have the Tachanko, no Tubarao this time. They're going to try to deny that wall with Teb on the Bandit. They have brought the Fenrir along again, so lots of denial and lots of traps this time to try and slow them down with Ella joining the roster as well.
I honestly think the Chaos has been where they found the most success, so to a level I understand it. Like, punish them, slow them down, but I still want to see a little bit of that chaos. I still want to see Acqui. I still want to see Dora. Temp get involved. In fact, the whole crew. Let's all go a little bit balmy here. If they get to an execute, though, my worry is with things like the Nomad on side to lock things down, the Sens to shield off a lot of that plant going through, and Evan, of course, and the Monty to get it down. I think you're inviting a little bit of trouble, which is where the denial might actually be a really smart pick here. We'll see how the round develops for now. Classically, when you have a Flourish, you want to see all 4 of these Roteros used to clear out utility to reduce the friction of you actually stepping your way through when it comes to thinking about that execute. Barbed wire taken down. I assume there was a gadget tossed up there above. Maybe what could have been there? Would have been the FNAT. That would have been chewed out by the Flores as well. So now they start moving their way forwards. Here's Evan at the top of green. Sleep joins him, working his way down highway at the same time. They know about the player in behind, surely. Yes, they do. Well, the one tucked in who's been having a quiet game himself, Tim, but on the smoke here, he can waste a hell of a lot of time.
And he's going to start doing exactly that very early, though, to be putting the Toxic Babe canisters out already. 30 seconds total denial. That's only going to bring us down to about a minute and a half mark. Maybe a little bit more, but he knows that he's got Raiden for the backup on the Tachanka. They're doing everything they can to stop them getting established inside here. Still 5 versus 5. Boomsy has taken a bit of damage, as has Evan. Everybody on the side of Matchco still with a full complement of HP here, but a lot of work going on underneath from Garen as well, and you feel like it's a matter of time till somebody gets an opportunity.
I don't think I've ever seen a Chanka run out of Shumakas, admittedly, Tim, but Raiden's done that now. We've still got a minute and 15 of the round to go. He's burnt them all there, trying to catch people out, I think, as they push forward, but they've played happy feet, danced around the fire, kept themselves standing, but no smokes available, no C4s. This is looking all right for Matchco. For Wild, they've got themselves into a spot where it's a bit shallow attack-wise. Matt's come from behind in the display window and maybe give them an assist, but he needs to win his own fight first. So there's still a bit of work to do, but this is the best shot that Wild have got, Tim, of overcoming a defense.
Akwi's just going to keep challenging that display window. Sneak does manage to get on in now. Pressure into R6 room. Raiden gets one, though. There is an answer, a double answer coming in from Wild as they manage to get 2. Matt's with another. The fight back is on from Matchco. 2 versus 3. 30 seconds left to go. This is still up for grabs.
But Shield Stout still standing, Tim. That's what worries me here. He's got smokes he can use. They've got flashes they can use. They've got loads to stall out time here and keep the last couple of players on Matchco pushed back. Lolo getting himself his 4th kill of the game. In behind the shield, expecting the Rocket player to be there, but no, he is gone. And the wall isn't open, so the Monty tucked in here. Oh no, the Uwu onslaught is dead, Tim. But look who's underneath. It's Garen. Got himself on the buck. There is very little they can do except try and kill him. But he's just going to hold off here, Tim. Hasn't got a peek here. Dora has got to masterfully play this one. Baits it. Almost gets some shots through. Has a couple more tries at making this work. But it's looking tough. Garen has stepped his way forward. Off comes Dora. And there is just no way. There is no way that Dora wins that on the vertical. Gets the disable. Matchco are breaking Wild hearts tonight.
If it was anybody else, I'd agree with you, Des, but would you have expected anything else from Dora tonight? The man can't miss. He can do no wrong. Oh dear, what a response from Matchco. Tough situation, 2v2. It was getting the kill on the Monty that really helped them out there, but Garen's got to win that fight. It was written all over his face. We saw it on the player cam at the end. Heads down now. He's got to ignore that. He's got to write that off. Head back up, back into the game. He's, you know, one of those players that can really deliver. We know that. It's just not happened for him there, but it just shows how hard Wild are being hit now by these losses. That's 6 in a row, by the way.
That's the most heartbreaking part for them. But again, for me, this is just one of those where I'm looking at it and it feels like a mirror of that first half. We were speaking about, you know, good starts to round for Matchco, but they just couldn't always close things out. Now we're seeing Wild do the same. They danced around this utility so well. The smokes, the Chanka Shumakas, they were expired. C4 was used. No one even got hurt from it. They step forward and get the majority of kills. They do everything right. But just can't quite see the round out. Dora yet again is the hero. Turns out Lightning will keep on striking that same spot until the opponent is gone. And Wild now have got to win 2 rounds on the bounce after losing 6 in a row if they still want a chance of making it into playoffs. And that's certainly a way to start things off. Dora, not quite sure that was the time to go as aggy as he did. But if he got a kill and managed to pick off someone like a shield early on, that would have been game done.
Look, I had my moment for Wild back in round 6. I'll have another one there. There's no need for that. Dora, if anybody's earned the right to have a go, it's him. He's 19 kills in. He's had a phenomenal game. And sometimes when you're on a hot streak like that, when you're on a bit of a heater, you've just got to say, you know what, I'm going out of this door. And you just feel like your bullets are going to land on somebody. They're all magnetic. But it was not the case. And Matchco don't have infinite amounts of time to get this done. There's only 2 rounds to close this out, and they really don't need to be losing that talisman player. They're now down to 5 versus 3. I think that was a big mistake to kick the round off like that.
Yeah, I mean,
there was just no need.
Just that player. Nah, Garen won't roll over and die. Never does. But a player that has been pretty quiet throughout the game, 4 and 10 coming into this round, for example. They've got a 5v3. It's the most dangerous man advantage in the world, Tim. Just feels like there's always a way to fight their way back in some way, shape or form if you give them the opportunity. No Dora on side to clutch out, and as I've said, without him, is it possible for Matchco? Will ride and be the hero once again. Surely Wild get this one over the line. There's at least one freebie. Teb stepping up and getting rid of Mats. 3 versus 4.
He can't keep getting away with it, Des. It's the second time that he's hit up there. He got 2 last time. He's got 1 this time. They've got to be using those drones and the intel. Teb manages to make it 2 this time. And all of a sudden, Matchco are back in it. Dora might be very grateful to Teb by the end of this round.
I tell you what, Tim, this is going to be heartbreaking, but no! You can't let him get away with this, boys! The 5v3 is the most dangerous scoreline. Wild a couple of deaths away from relegation, missing out on playoffs, you name it. It's a miserable affair if they can't save this round. But if you can't win a 5v3, Tim, some may say it's exactly what you deserve. Shield versus Shield. Lolo, 2 smokes still in back pocket. Evan and Boomsy have got to pull this one out of their backsides. And it's looking dicey as we get to the last 30 seconds.
Monty's going to drop into the smoke. Challenge will come in. That's actually a really nice play to get around the clash. There's an opportunity to get something going straight down into the Toxic Babe, though. 1 versus 2 as Lolo finds himself all alone. Toxic Babe canister goes out. 15 seconds left to go. Boomsy, super low health, though. It's going to be the Monty that needs to plant. Boomsy taken down. They're going to have to take the fight, and Evan wins it. They hold on for another round.
That is a sigh of relief and a half from Garen. Still in with a chance to save their skins. They had such a good start to the stage. It'll be heartbreaking to see them relegated after the improvements they've made. And they elongate the suffering by just 1 more round at the very least. Still got work to do. But my God, could it be any closer? Absolutely bonkers stuff.
Like I said, you know, I feel like it's the same situation for Dora there. I was critical of his run out, and I'll continue to be, so I feel like his team needed him on the field there. It comes down to a 1v1. It's the difference maker at the end of the day. I could be more accepting of it. And I understand with hindsight, it is so easy to be critical and, sat here, not in the game. I get it, I do. But my problem with it is not so much that it didn't work or that he lost his life. It was the run out itself. It just seems like such a low percentage run out. What did he get downrange? About 3 bullets. He literally ran round the corner and just goes, brrr, and he's just literally hoping that he just pops a headshot in 2 or 3 bullets. That somebody, he's not even properly aimed because he just has to cut. He's marked outside. He doesn't want to be, and it's just such a low percentage run out. Had it been a peek out of a window, had it been something just a little bit more calculated, I might be, saying differently, saying, well, those are the ones that win or lose rounds. It's unfortunate that that's the way it's gone, but I just think, given the attempt and where it was and everything else, I think it was a bad choice. I've got to say that. But look, Matchco have got 1 more opportunity. 6-5 they remain. Overtime doesn't really help anybody here, does it? Because both of these teams are desperate for as many points as they can get to try and move up those overall standings. And as soon as we go to overtime, all you're doing is helping everybody else because you're splitting those points between both of you.
Absolutely, and that reminded me of relegation points-wise. Wild are on 17, Matchco are on 18, Wolves 19, VP 20. It is dangerously close. And that's why we keep on speaking about this. Playoffs is one thing, Whether or not you've got a space in the competition next year is another. Let's see if we can do it. We've already lost one on the entry, of course. Sneak being picked up on that line extremely early. So Matchcode is going to breathe a little moment. Still with a chance to close it out, unless Boomsy can really pull up a play here on the Nook. Large undetected until they've got to go to the barricade. Punch it through to crouch on through. They're not going to hear it break. Off towards Rocket he goes. No one still yet knows. They hear the Monty above, but not him underneath. Could do some work, Tim, but needs the info from the rest of his team.
He's had a hell of a round, really, Booms. He's done almost an entire tour of the map and hasn't seen anybody. He's going to continue searching and seeking to try and find somebody, but 1 minute 10 left to go. Wild need to start impacting these defenders. They need to start moving them around and having a little challenge onto them. They really need to be finding a kill. They've got themselves established through display window, I think. Akwi steps out and gets Boomsy, though. It's not looking good for Wild. 5 versus 3. One of those a shield. So really kind of, if you look at it in gun terms, 5 versus 2.5. This is not ideal. Cut down again. Dora gets his 20th. Takes down Garen. 4 versus 2. And surely Matchco can get 3 points in the bag.
You'd assume so, Tim. They've got a shield and a Twitch to do a lot of work here, and very much a dream between the two of them to keep things going. Last 30 seconds here. Matchco with a C4 and Impact to play behind. Enough utility to do work. They're in below as well, so a plant is going to be something really hard to pull off here. It's down to Evan. 1 HP in a dream, Tim. Wild, quite literally, may have shone brightly throughout the stage, but this is what it comes down to. A Matchco win to send them down to Challenger Series and give Matchco a fighting chance of surviving and still making it into playoffs.
Yeah, that's really, really big for Matchco, especially to say they were 4-0 down. And look, that was like a tale of two teams for Wild. They were absolutely phenomenal through those first few rounds. And then round 5-6, it just switched. The momentum went from them. You can see how much it means to these guys. And look, they've got to hold their heads high. It's been a good performance through the stage, an upward trajectory for sure, but they've just fallen short at the end, and Matchco managed to pick up the rewards.
Absolute heartbreak for Wild, but for Matchco, what a valiant fight back we have just seen, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. That's the stuff of dreams, and they keep themselves in the fight. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, I'm sure our desk have got tons to say about this. Don't miss it.
talk about a heartbreaker. What a game we just witnessed, gents. We're just gonna talk to, I mean, honestly, I'm looking at your faces. This is so difficult to process all of this, but we're gonna talk about all of that in detail. First of all, our interview with our victors. Teb joins us from Machiko. Congratulations, Teb. I see a bit of relief on your face. How are you feeling?
No, I mean, I feel good, obviously. But I think we have nothing to be happy about, you know? Like, we have worked a lot. We got our 3 points today. But we cannot be happy of the stage because, like, that's what matters at the end. And if you want to be a champion, you need to be not satisfied with that results. You need to grind more, you need to do better, you need to fix your mistakes. I think today was a big step towards that process. Hopefully we can save ourselves from relegation. And then, like, looking forward to what's next.
Looking at what basically changed this stage for me is everything changed after you became the AGL, I think. Like, we're just looking from an outside POV, right? Because we're just looking at the results. The beginning was really rough, but then as soon as we put you, they put you as AGL, I think the mentality flipped. That's it. You started winning points, and like today, we can still see that you take a very important victory. But despite that, the attack side, it still seems to be, quite shallow there. It's clearly a weak side for you guys. Why do you think that is the case for you?
I think sometimes we just do like so many individuals mistakes in attacks for the style I'm bringing as an AGL. We need people like to take responsibilities and like make the right choice in the right moment or do the right call. And I feel sometimes it's just not the case. And I feel also as individuals we need to improve. I think we are not at the level we want to be. We just need to put better work in. That's just what I think, you know?
Yep.
Fair enough, Teb. So currently as it stands with the relegation picture, I'm sure you're aware of this. So you're above both Virtus Pro and Wolves. How does the team kind of deal with the stress of having to win that game today? And, Siege and Esports and sport at the top level is all about the mental aspect anyway. And how will they deal with the stress going into tomorrow's game?
What we said during those weeks, because like talking of our mental obviously was not great, because when you lose, the mental goes down. We said we cannot fix our mental just by talking of the mental, so we need to try to fix the mistakes and like improve inside the game. Obviously, if you do less mistakes, you win more round. If you win more round, the mental goes up. And of course, the pressure is there. You don't want to get out of the EML after like all the sweat we put in this year. So you just need to deal with the pressure and like be a cyborg. Let's say like that.
So let's snap back to reality here, because there's 3 teams, as Jack was mentioning, that are in that fatal combat to try to get out of relegations. 2 of them will have to be in it. Now we know one of those squads that are in it. Now, what happens? Because those 3 teams are facing off against big squads tomorrow. You go up against G2. How do you prepare yourself for that? How do you set up for that game?
I think against this kind of teams, big teams like yesterday Secret or can be even Falcon, G2, you need to show some respect to them, but not too much, like you need to do some stupid stuff sometimes, try to take the risk, because if you don't take the risk, like they're gonna just like go above you and destroy you. The preparation of course is there. As an AGL, I take the responsibility of helping my coaching staff on that, but at the end, like, we need to go in and shoot to the heads in game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the numbers. You can't respect Doki with his entries anyway, so I guess that was really laid out there.
If
but
Dora plays like he played today, you guys never realized.
Crazy.
Honestly, on 20 kills, that was insane.
The best. Mari is the best.
Honestly, you know, we spoke about the mental, but Dora started this stage off the wrong way. Personally, I felt like he was one of the best up-and-comer from new team. I was super happy to see him playing stage 1. Arriving in stage 2, suddenly he disappeared in the first few playdays, and boom, he comes back in the most critical moment, drops 20 kills. I think for me, you know, this is a great example of mental resilience of one of your teammates.
I agree. I think the change of IGL changed some kind of stuff like that as well. Probably like someone feel more comfortable, maybe someone have more problems with that kind of style, but yeah, that's part of the game.
I mean, he almost had an extra clutch on top of the ones he was already doing in this game that got really close. So overall, incredible performance. Teb, thank you very much for joining us.
Guys.
A very emotional matchup, but at the end of the day, you triumph with all 3 points. Wish you a wonderful night.
I mean, I don't lose to Wild when it matters. That's for sure. Bye, guys.
Fair enough. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
I just want to say something. This was a 7-5 victory.
Yeah.
As a reminder, how many clutches did we see, Jack?
At least 2.
2
from Dora.
Both went on which side?
Yeah, both went to the side of Wild.
Well, no.
Sorry, to the side of Matchco.
Yeah,
sorry.
so just as a reminder, like...
Should have gone to the side of Wild. They should have been a 7-5 victory.
Matchco win 2 rounds of clutches. It's a 7-5 victory. If those clutches if they don't happen, Wild wins 7-5. You know, it's 2 clutches that cost them around. That 1v3 here. That 1v3 here, and then the 1v1 with Warren, with Garen and the Buck.
Dora, 2 rounds before that, should have also won another clutch in there. Left in a 1v1. He already got 2 kills with the DMR, and then just didn't have enough to take it.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously this round here, Garen has unfortunately gone a little bit early and lost the round. And his face said it all. We saw a lot of emotion on the faces of Wild, and for what it's worth, it was a good enough performance to win the game and keep themselves in this league. But they lost the big moments today, and they will be relegated from this league. You know, that's the elephant in the room. That's the sad bit of it, because I think really, if we focus just on Wild for now, their story of coming up through Challenger Series as a true academy team, by the way, and sticking with their true academy team across the year. Didn't make any changes when it would have been very easy to make a change stage 1 into stage 2 and give it a real shot. Actually looked like they were in the driving seat to keep themselves out of promotion. Is really, really commendable. And it's honestly heartbreaking to go out this way as well, because, you know, the Wild guys are going to know that they should have won this game.
It is still an incredible story. Let's remind everybody, this is a story that's very relatable for those of you watching right now that have the hopes and dreams of one day being part of EML or any region competitively within Rainbow Six. These were an academy team. A year ago, they were not part of EML. They were playing in Tier 2 competition.
Yeah.
They made it through. After the Invitational, they're able to compete and earn their spot in EML through Challenger Series, which is incredibly competitive.
Not even that. They didn't make a single roster change, and they beat Falcons.
Yeah, honestly, it's so commendable. It would have been so easy for them after stage 1 to have pulled the plug and gone and got an Uno or a Bibu or something like that to IGL the team in a hope of survival. They had the faith in their 5, and ultimately it has fallen short, right? There's no two ways about that, but it very, very nearly paid off.
Honestly, just one reminder, yes, they beat Falcons. They took VP2 overtime. They had a crazy comeback story against G2. I just want to praise the team that went there, that put in the work, that did not change the player, that stepped up their level. It was not enough to stay into Tier 1, but props to these guys because they never gave up and they gave it their all. And it's disappointing to end that way in a couple of clutches, but let's praise them for what they've achieved so far. It was an amazing.
The whole year's a success story, right?
Yeah,
it is, even though they ultimately ended up getting up.
Yeah. We're looking at the macro in the story of it.
It's just going to be so difficult to get back, and it is for any of the teams that are going to be relegated having to play Challenger Series, because EU Challenger Series or EML Challenger Series is going to be incredibly stacked going into the next year.
You're speaking of you correcting EU to EML, like we have Twisted Minds, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys that achieved top 8 at Major.
GK,
same thing. Like
there are so many good Tier 2 teams existing right now.
And frankly, both Twisted Minds and GK that even in last Challenger Series should have probably made it.
Yeah,
also
Wild were underdogs in that competition, right? Even the story of them getting here in the first place was incredible. So commend them for getting here and commend them for giving it a real good go, especially after stage 1.
So let's talk about the results of today and just lay out that schedule. Gentlemen, it was a relatively fast day. Yeah. Let's not beat around the bush here, but a lot of emotions and a lot of shuffling going around.
No big surprises, I will say, for every matchup. Genji was the favorite, Falcons, Secret, G2 every single time. We did see a clear distinction between the top 4 and the rest, and that puts even more pressure for the tomorrow, actually.
Yep.
The fact that now Wild is relegated, only one more team will get relegated. There's clearly a lot of things that are in play here. Looking at the standings, we've got Falcons, G2 locked in, Genji are locked in into playoffs. They're still fighting to try and get that top 2. Secret are finally back, boom, into that playoffs position. And Fnatic BDS, that matchup is crazy important.
You win, you make it into playoffs.
Can I just theory craft here for a second as well? So yeah, Fnatic BDS, we know that for that fixture tomorrow will more or less now be a straight shootout. Whoever wins will be in the playoffs. Wolves, like the teams that are up for relegation are Wolves, Matchco, and VP. They're all against significantly stronger opponents tomorrow. If all of them lose, in regulation, Wolves would be relegated, but in playoffs.
Yeah, because relegations,
How crazy is that?
Relegations is about your performance over the entire year, just like it is when it comes to qualifying to the league finals that are happening, the regional ones that are happening in December. So yeah, they had a shit stage 1, but then they recovered in stage 2.
And Matchco would be outside of playoffs, but confirmed for final. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. How that could shape up tomorrow.
What a day we've had. Honestly, it just means, as you're saying, tomorrow is going to come down to the wire. Super Week only gets better. That's our final play day of the regular stage. Next week is playoffs and the one after, Jack.
And look how it's set up as well. Look how this schedule has set itself up. We've got the 3 relegation games. So Wolves will know their fate. They get to play for their fate. They get to put the pressure on VP and Matchco, and they all get to put the pressure on each other. If Wolves manage to somehow pluck a point or 2 or 3 out of Falcons, makes tomorrow really interesting. Then we get BDS Fnatic, the decider for playoffs, and then we get Secret and Wild, which at this point now is absolutely a dead rubber, to be fair. But it takes us getting to the last game of the 9th play day for us to find a dead rubber game. So that's pretty good.
Finally. it took a lot of effort, and we have, 9 play days of 5 games each. Yeah. It took 44 games to have one that doesn't have a big impact.
Yeah.
And even that one, I think if I'm Wild, I really want to end this whole thing with a bang. I want to end it with a beautiful match where they will give it their all, and we'll hopefully maybe get one last interview where they can say goodbye.
It would be nice, yeah. What a day.
What a day.
I'm emotionally just gone from today now. I'm like,
we are taken aback at what we've had today. There's a lot of emotions that are running high after this relegation matchup that we saw. But yeah Jack.
I mean, also just, sorry, production, can we flash that schedule up again? Because I've just thought of something else on that schedule, which is the first 3 games, not just relegations on the right side, but the top 2 on the left side. Falcons, if they win, they put the pressure on Genji, who can then put the pressure on G2. Tomorrow's going to be ace, isn't it?
It's going to be a great day.
It really will be. It really will be, though. Gentlemen, it has been an incredible day that we've had here in our playoffs. Well, our playoffs are awaiting. We're not locked in just yet. Who gets the buys? Who gets knocked out of EML in total and relegations? And who gets a spot in the coveted playoffs to play for a spot at the Munich Major coming up next month? All of that and more we'll talk to you about tomorrow on EML. Make sure you're tuning in. Same starting time as always. We love you so very much. Have a good night.
It's another 1v1 the clock.